Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 3 of The Eighth Son. Are you kidding me? Interlude 13. A shady realtor. Is that the mansion? Wendlin. Yes. As expected, it must be of poor quality? It is approximately 1 year after we've started to live in the royal capital. After borrowing a house from Margrave Brithilda, Louise and I were sent through a hell of practice by Armstrong Dishy. If only it just was that. It wasn't even clear whether it was martial arts training or magic training, and in addition to that I was also coached in magic from Burkhardt-san on top that. No, if I am to deliberately talk about it, originally you would call the magic training I received from Burkhardt-san as the normal training. Thanks to that, the time of him staying in the capital in order to look after me was extended. Occasionally when Burkhardt-san had to return for some errands, there wasn't any kind of problem either since I could use teleportation magic. I went to the royal palace to receive guidance in swordsmanship from Warrant-san. Even I received intensive training in spearmanship after being introduced to renowned knights by Warrant-san. And, speaking of what I wanted to say, since I could only sleep after returning to the house except on holidays, I thought it to be sufficient to have this house rent by Margrave Brithilda-sama. Coming back home, Elise was waiting for me having made a meal. On holidays, I went out on dates with Elise. But, because doing only that would cause complaints, I also went on dates with Louise and Ina in turns. Also, going home after being worn out from the intensive training of Daoshi, I went shopping with Louise and bought sweets for her. Heading to the bookshop to rendezvous with Ina, we likewise went to see such things as accessories and clothes together. I think I spend my time with them like a normal 13 years old. The so-called way of Ryuju. If I were asked in my previous existence whether such a thing could happen, I would tell that guy that it would be best to not talk about such delusions. Anyway, I considered this to be an ordinary life. I believed I wouldn't need something like a mansion until I reached adulthood. Even so, it seems Rudiger-san's opinion was different. Wendlin Dono is a baron even if only an appointed one. Don't you think it is questionable for a baron to live for a long time in a rented place? Rudiger. About that matter, huh? Wendlin. About that matter, yes. Rudiger. With something that could be called an advice from your elder, I decided to search for a mansion that is appropriate for a baron. I guess I have to secure some employees to maintain that mansion afterwards, huh? Fortunately the funds, usually being the biggest issue, are no problem. Honestly, even only the intention of searching for one was troublesome and would increase my workload unnecessarily. I don't have any connections to realtors at all. Wendlin. Do you think I have? Owen. As he was originally in the same situation as I was, he naturally doesn't have any realtor acquaintances. Also, I think you don't have to worry about employees to maintain the mansion afterwards. Owen. After dinner we talked about the purchase of a mansion in the living room. While brewing an after-meal tea, Elise participated in the discussion. Because she is my fiancée, it is expedient since she intended to go looking at the houses together with me. In case Wendlin-sama is going to buy a house, since it will be difficult to get a new building, it will result in an old property. Elise. Hoping for a new building is in vain. Louise. There is no plot where a new building could be constructed. Elise. Elise answered Louise's question. The reign of the kingdom has lasted for a long time. During that time the number of nobles has grown as well. At the time of the founding of the current capital, an extensive area was reserved for the residences of nobles in advance, but in reality over the years even that still proved to be insufficient. With being a baron, it is normal to get a mansion right next to the high-ranking nobles block. Elise. The likes of the Brandt's house, which Eric Nissan will succeed, is in the block of the lower nobles where most of the knights and associate barons live. On the other hand, the capital's mansion of Margrave Brithilda-sama is naturally located in the high-ranking nobles block. Such segregation is even placed between nobles. But, aren't there any plots? Wendlin. Although there are no plots, there are mansions. Elise. There also are nobles in the high-ranking nobles block who are forced to move to a smaller mansion close to the low-ranking nobles block due to harsh financial situations or ruin. In reverse, There are also nobles who move to large mansions close to the royal castle due to prospering. Apparently something like that often happens around there because of the vicissitudes of fortune. Even though I wasn't aware of those reasons, it looks like the remaining mansions themselves are traded using realtors and such as intermediary. Once you buy an appropriate older property, you hire people for altering the structural design to live there. Rudiger. Yes, because there are also many mansions which have been vacant for many years. It is indispensable to do such things as cleaning and remodeling even if you are done with the trade itself. Elise. How troublesome. I don't have any trusted realtor. I wonder, can we rely on Cardinal Hohenheim for this, Elise? Wendlin. Yes, leave it to me. I will tell him. Elise. As it will be a realtor recommended by that Cardinal Hohenheim, he shouldn't try something like ripping me off either. With such thoughts I entrusted the referral to Elise, but the outrageous nature of the realtor, we were to meet in the end, exceeded my expectations by leaps. It is an honor to meet you. I am called August Rinnenheim from Rinnenheim Real Estate. Yes, August. I am Baron Bormister. Wendlin. You appear to be the dragon-slaying hero. I was appointed by Cardinal Hohenheim to present you an excellent mansion without fail. Yes, August. Please take care of me. Wendlin. How suspicious looking. In the morning of my next rest day, the realtor visited our house to extend his greetings. I was told that Rinnenheim Real Estate is a distinguished real estate agency in the capital primarily dealing in mansions and plots for nobles. Also, as for the reason Cardinal Hohenheim was able to get acquainted with them, it was due to the matter of them providing a nice plot for a new church. How shady. Blue eyes. Quite suspicious. Elise. Totally fishy. Without even saying anything, the inner voice of four people unified. As Mr. August Rinnenheim is the owner of Rinnenheim Real Estate, he wore glasses with luxurious rims since there was no other choice but to have them order-made in this world. His attire was a suit with red lame inserted and a silver bow tie. I recalled a memory of a company president of such fraud company in my previous life. Elise. Wendlin. Even if he is a person with such a shady appearance, he still got reliable accomplishments. Elise. Elise tried to eagerly follow up on that person with his shady appearance in front of us. I was once again reminded that she is a gentle and nice girl after all. First, this mansion. August. With the shady Mr. Rinnenheim guiding us, the five of us were led to the first mansion, but I couldn't help getting nothing but an unpleasant premonition from that first mansion. The mansion's room layout from before was extensive. Something like a sinister thick fog oozed out up until the outer fence of the residence. This is definitely a flawed mansion. Wendlin. Yes. Although this mansion was owned by an earl, it seems he didn't have an overly well personality and was slaughtered by his vassals. August. Right off the bat a cruel personal history. Wendlin. Since then the slain earl's ghost materialized and gathered the wandering ghosts in the vicinity haunting this mansion. I hear that it became a wraith and even undead monsters, making an exception, left their domains and came around. Why wasn't it purified? Owen. Because it is expensive to do so. August. That earl, who was slaughtered by his vassals, didn't only have a bad personality but also a poor sense for economy. In order to pay back the debts the earl had amassed due to his wasteful habits, his family put the mansion up for sale after the earl's death, but each time potential buyers came to see the mansion, the earl, who had become a wraith, appeared to interfere. In the end there was no one left aspiring to purchase it. It was certainly natural that the buyers, who wanted this mansion, didn't need such a wraith haunting it. You have to pay at least 30.000 cent if you call a magician to use the holy magic, purification. August. As it seems to differ depending on the number and strength of the undead to be purified, it is apparently a rough estimation of the market price. In regards to the fee for purifying the wraith leading the miscellaneous spirits within the haunted house currently, it isn't expensive in the least. By threatening the potential buyers once they were inside, it ended up getting gradually more ferocious. Even the evil spirits in the vicinity, who were few before, started to join up. August. In the current situation, isn't it possible for them to steal the life of people? Wendlin. Yes. August. Oi. Is that really okay? Owen. Sent a glance filled with anxiety at the mansion, but since there are seals spread on the fence at the present, it seems there is no need to worry for the ghost to come out. If you looked properly, those seals applied on the fence by the church resembled an Arfuda, paper talisman, and had the church's mark written on them. It would be good if you took care of it to the end. Wendlin. Those are from the church? Then it is quite grave. right, Elise? Since they couldn't cover the bill, they tried to raise the necessary amount by such things as collecting alms, but in the end it seems they didn't have enough money to pay for a purification. Besides, the high-ranking holy magicians the church has are accordingly busy, as you can see by looking at Elise. They end up using the majority of their mana for things like healing injured and sick people coming to the church. In any case, if they don't get a considerable donation, they put priority on the request of the poor for the sake of reputation and popularity. Of course, there are rich people who are able to provide sufficient donations and obviously get even higher priority that way. As he killed a vassal who warned him to not waste too much money on his habits, the Earl Sama was killed in reverse. Thanks to seals, they aren't causing any troubles outside anymore. Even if they were forcibly purified, it wouldn't be a reason for the society to praise the church highly either. Seeing the reputation of the Earl, I guess it is obvious that purifying him wouldn't be well received with great admiration by society. It isn't even certain whether trying to have it disappear by extermination without purifying it would get admiration by society. Motive. False motive. Wendlin. Also, this Earl Sama Wraith seems to be extremely obstinate, considering the church's holy magicians failed to get rid of it before, and thus he has become unnecessarily powerful. Elise. That's correct. As expected of Saint Sama. Just as Elise said, failing to purify the evil spirit in the same way as if you would try to kill a virus with antibiotics, it seems to have become even more powerful by becoming resistant to holy magic. Though they failed once, they couldn't reveal it to the public due to the disgrace. They decided to return for the time being with truly sealing it. Wendlin. Spot on. As expected of Baron Bormester Sama. No, even if you praise me for something like that. Wendlin. Rather, I wonder what that Mr. Innenheim wants me to do by recommending this property to me. Nay, what about the family of the crucial Earl household? Louise inquired about the situation of the Earl household wanting to sell this mansion. Certainly. Now that you mention it. Is the family of the Earl stupid? Even after borrowing money for the purification, it is okay for them to sell it? Owen. No one will lend them money as they have too many debts. Also, there is also the point of a purification not having a guarantee of succeeding by 100% every time. Actually, the church has to conceal failing once as well. Moreover, I think the truth is the hesitation because the church took an advance payment of half the costs for the failure. After taking such a gamble, the previous family had caused the Earl household to be blacklisted by the merchants owing to the huge debt, and thus there were no merchants who would lend money left. Because they are nobles, it is a rare occurrence to be dispossessed of the territory and court rank because of debts. But it is a fact that the household is declining. It seems that the family barely managed to move to a small mansion in the high-ranking nobles block as a last resort, leaving the plot and mansion unused as is. Even a merchant won't lend money unbeknownst to whether it will be returned or not. I guess that only natural. After all, there is also the possibility of not returning the money by running from the debt because the noble who borrowed it has a higher social poison in that situation. Although the money will naturally come back by taking them to court, apparently there are many troubles in case the other party is a noble. Far from the interest yielding a profit, the merchant has to consider the time and cost of the trial. Therefore it could also be called reasonable for the conclusion leading towards preferably not lending money to broken nobles. Even if such nobles beg for money, the merchants won't be blamed very much if they manage to decline skillfully. I hear that such ability is required for merchants becoming businessmen with political ties. Class Arthur-san had said so before. Even if we wanted to look at the interior of the mansion, wouldn't we be able to do so due to the applied seals? Wendlin. There is nothing else below an estimated value of 10.000.000 cent. Yes, the mansion itself is splendid. The plot is also vast. Wendlin. However, the roof of that mansion has become a meeting place of departed spirits because of the wraith. Apparently they are killing their time on top of the roof since the other exits have been sealed. Even though it is slightly laughable due to that surreal appearance, there aren't any other bothersome matter in reality. In this world, ghosts aren't something that rare. I am certain of that, as they are in plain sight to me, who had zero ability to sense the supernatural in my previous life. Given the obstruction was only to that extent, it is easy as we conveniently have a priestess and a magician who are able to exorcise them. But, Won't it be too splendid for the mansion of an appointed baron? Owen. That was what worried you the most. No matter how much it would be the mansion of a dragon-slaying hero, there would still appear a bunch complaining that it was a too excessive mansion for a baron to live in. Although I believe that they got too much free time, there are many nobles who are particular about such things. Well, then let's go to another mansion. Wendlin. Let's go and have a look because it is rare. And for that reason I got to purify it. I won't be deceived by such method. Wendlin. It was in vain after all. Is he joking or is he serious? Perhaps Mr. Rinnenheim believed that I would purify the mansion for free? Crestfallen, he has dropped his shoulders. Well then, the market price is 300.000 cent. Wendlin. He recovered immediately. It's a job. But I am an apprentice adventurer. Wendlin. I have heard from Cardinal Hohenheim-sama that Baron Bormister is an honorary priest of the church. Yes, that's the first time I have heard of that. Wendlin. It seems there wouldn't be any objections from the Adventurers Guild in such case because the additional post would be in the church. Come to think of it, even among adventurers there are parties who add priests, who can use healing and purification, as members to their party. Given that magicians themselves are rare, their numbers are simply too insufficient. Also, as for honorary priests, it seems they are treated as such after receiving the real baptism. Since they are only honorary priests, there are virtually no obligations included for the royalty, nobles and wealthy merchants, who received the real baptism, as they wouldn't be able to do it even if asked to. It usually never happens that they are called in by the church's side. I feel that it is just absurd to somehow ask me to do a purification. I don't have any experience in mass purification. Wendlin. So far the holy purification magic I used has been the light ray spell that let Master die peacefully and the emission spell that exterminated the ancient bone dragon. I don't have any experience with purification magic that manifests its effect within a designated area. Wouldn't it be fine if you had the Saint Sama teach you how to do it then? However, that Mr. Rinnenheim had an answer at hand for whatever he was told. Most likely he had talked about it with Cardinal Hohenheim beforehand, I suspect. Who and what advantages would he gain by guiding me to a flawed property and have me purify it? But because the talks headed into such a direction, I decided to test the other party's motive. If it's once, it will also serve as training. Well, I guess so. Wendlin. No, don't do it. Elise. Still, it was also unexpected for Elise to refuse teaching me the mass purification spell with a stern tone, performing it all of a sudden after just a bit of practice. How very dangerous. It seems that Venerable Grandfather Sama appears to be another honorable old man. Although we only talked about having someone repair a mansion, why should Wendlin Sama have to purify a property haunted by evil spirits? Elise. Saint Sama. It was the first time for us to see Elise in such enraged scene. The shady Mr. Rinnenheim was also astonished by the furious manner of Elise, whom you wouldn't even suspect to be able to get this angry given the fame being called the Saint of Hohenheim. Wendlin Sama is a magician with an enormous amount of mana, but that doesn't mean that he is able to perfectly do anything right off the bat, especially something like this purification which is learned together with an experienced person. That is plain common sense. Elise. Saint Sama. No matter how much mana one has or how powerful a magic they can use, it is different if the opponent is a normal monster. Given that they are undeads without substance, there are also situations where it is dangerous due to them becoming a demon. Elise explained this in an unusually compelling tone. That is. Wendlin. Cardinal Hohenheim told me this. Refer a good and suitable mansion to Baron Bormister Dono. If it is your agency, it is even fine to request a purification for a low-priced flawed property. But, of course, the mansion won't cost anything then, right? The agreed discount. Elise. We will be given a mansion for free for purifying the building. Wendlin. Although Mr. Rinnenheim tried to say something, I brushed it aside and told Elise that we would receive a mansion for free. Doing this is the duty of one's faithful wife. It is a good chance to teach Wendlin the correct mass purification. Elise. The discount. Isn't it also fine to go home like this? Wendlin. For free. I am delighted to offer you this. I guess he wanted to avoid the foolishness of making enemies out of the Saint of Hohenheim and me here. He frankly promised to offer us a mansion for free, although I am suspecting that he is calmly calculating which property would yield him the most profit by purifying it within his mind. By the way, what's the market price for a baron's mansion? Wendlin, in average around 4.000.000 cent. Uggers. I will accept 4 cases. Wendlin, such outrageous. Uggers. Even while saying this, it seems that purifying this earl's mansion will be the first objective. Undoubtedly, Mr. Innenheim plotted to yield a huge profit by selling this mansion once it became normal. I will help you out as well, Elise. Wendlin. Well then, first you start with the magic of a holy barrier. Elise. It seems that this holy barrier spell is a required spell at the time you want to perform a purification on evil spirits and undead. Surrounding myself with a wall of mana filled with the holy attribute, it will apparently defend me from attacks by undead while in the middle of casting the mass purification. It is different from an ordinary magic barrier. The main focus of the spell lays on the strength of the magic barrier rather than on the strength of the physical defense. Since the opponents are undead, it is effective against residual wills without substance, who have bodies joined by magic power, such as undead, the early stages of evil spirits as well as wraiths. Elise. Even if their attacks look like physical strikes on first glance, I am told that they are in reality strikes filled with a cluster of magic. Consequently, the conclusion is that if you want to defend against those attacks, the holy barrier will be absolutely effective. Please deploy a holy barrier, Wendlin-sama, since I will cast the mass purification. Elise. Elise and I invaded the Earl's mansion in question together. A barrier was stretched out so that the incorporeal things can't thoroughly leave from within the barrier somewhere else. There is no problem for people entering through it though. But the evil spirits are sensitive to presences intruding. They discovered us immediately and came attacking by ramming and such. Debts are evil. Big debts. Such things should be banished. I will kill you. Are those resentments from their previous lifetime or their current emotions? While raising instinctive cries, the evil spirits continued to attack. But those attacks were completely fended off by the holy barrier I had deployed. I was able to learn it without difficulties because the method of using the holy barrier spell itself isn't different from a regular magic barrier. Is it dangerous to purify them individually? Wendlin. Yes, but if it is someone who is capable of using different spells at the same time, it is alright. Elise. I can use up to 3 at the same time. Wendlin. That's amazing. I am going to use mass purification now. Elise. Within the holy barrier I had deployed, Elise began to offer a prayer. Gradually her body started to be wrapped in something like a white light. And then, after 10 odd seconds, that light extended on the entire mansion's plot from within the barrier. Elise's holy purification magic expanded, limiting itself to the grounds of the mansion. However, looking ahead, there was a boss pig, fat man, who wanted to attack us. No. That's not it. The wraith of the previous Earl was approaching in this direction. He was basked in the light of purification. His appearance was slowly extinguished. I am feeling good. As it is, I feel like I will ascend to heaven. Since my body has become light, I am going Earl-san. Even the evil spirits in accordance with the wraith of the previous Earl began to express a dull facial expression receiving the purification magic of Elise. The other evil spirits as well. Wendlin. Yes. Even if they had some reason, they are still people originally. Naturally I will help them to ascend to the world of gods. I believe this to be purification. Elise. Elise's purification appears to be magic to comfortably send the evil spirits to heaven. If it is purification magic created by such a cute girl, I guess even the pig, no, the former Earl will comfortably go to heaven. Although, that Earl might be transported to hell instead. Elise is amazing. Wendlin. In addition to healing magic, those evil spirits with their nasty nature were made to ascend to heaven in one go with purification magic. Indeed, it is just appropriate to call Elise the Saint of Hohenheim. Well then, next is my turn. Wendlin. Next it is, although it is a certain famous former Marquis mansion. Elise. With concern to her mana capacity, we decided that I will purify the remaining 3 objects. Since I was able to get a great example as reference, I am certain it will go smoothly. Similar to just now, while I had Elise cast a holy barrier in the unlikely event of something happening, the 2 of us invaded the grounds of a former Marquis mansion which was likewise a flawed property. Although a similarly great number of evil spirits swooped down on us, They were completely fended off by Elise's holy barrier. In the meanwhile I prepared to invoke the mass purification. Isn't the light somehow strong? Owen. It is dazzling. Vul, are you adjusting the mana channeling properly? In addition to Iryu, Ina raised her voice in complaint, but I don't recall having put my strength into channeling mana to such an extent. Moreover, it should be better than the evil spirits developing a resistance thanks to a too weak power. In reality, the evil spirits were writhing in agony within my purification magic. No, I don't want to go to hell. My body is going to disappear. Help, Ari? Isn't this odd? Wendlin. At the time my former master ascended to heaven, he praised my holy magic as pleasant. But these evil spirits were writhing in agony for some reason while crying that they would end up vanishing. Elise. This is Wendlin. Wendlin-sama's mass purification power is rather strong. Elise. There won't be any problems, right? Wendlin. Yes. Rather than using too weak power. Elise. My magic ability had grown too much in comparison to when Master had become a talking corpse. For this reason he could ascend to heaven comfortably by my holy purification magic, which cost me all my strength back then. Elise explained it, giving such a reason. The same example would be if I were to strike Armstrong Dashi's stiff shoulders with an iron hammer. He would say, how comfortable. It appears that Wendlin-sama's Master Sama was an extremely excellent magician, just as the rumors say. Elise. For that reason he felt comfortable even being basked in my strong holy purification magic while ascending to heaven. Conversely, for the evil spirits it was magic like hellfire mercilessly sending them off to hell. As it is effective, there are no problems, right? Wendlin. Esso. I don't think there are. Elise. If we assume that to be the case, looking at the evil spirit's sufferings in being forcibly ascended to heaven, it might not be trivial to some people's state of mind except of me. Even Elise showed a somehow uncomfortable facial expression. Somehow Vul's method is sort of villainous. I won't show any forgiveness to villains. Wendlin. Afterwards we even performed purification for the remaining 2 buildings, which were roughly expensive noble mansions. As a reward we would obtain a suitable mansion for a baron. However, those remaining 2 buildings were also considerably horrible mansions, although it is the mansion of a certain Marquis Sama. He was slaughtered some years back by his beloved concubine in the study. Actually there were some vivid remains of blood stains left on the walls of the study. But there was no interference by the evil spirit to anyone who entered this mansion either. The evil spirit of this mansion had a tad of intelligence remaining. I hear that it started to threaten only after reaching the point of the mansion's purchaser actually living there. It is a filthy spirit. Owen. Certainly. It was as you said. Each mansion was purified. It is at an appropriate level to go to hell. It is enough to clean the blood stains. Also, there was one worrying matter. Since it didn't particularly approach to threaten to not buy the mansion, I complained to Mr. Innenheim that he had to at least clean away those traces of blood stain. Baron Sama. Because I am the only realtor specialized in dealing with high-class property in the royal capital, you can rely on my management in regards to cleaning the properties. Yes, Well then. What's this? Wendlin. No matter how often it is cleaned, the traces of blood stains will reappear again. That's scary. Wendlin. As the market price is 8.500.000 cent, giving it for free is a bit. No, I don't want it and I don't need it. Wendlin. Although there was almost no evil spirit appearing, the purchasers would immediately leave the former Marquis mansion with such an continuously ongoing strange phenomenon. This also returned to a regular property after being purified for some reason. Not listening to the wails in death agony of the evil spirits, it could certainly be called very regrettable. A young man tilde, I'm Tosan. Why is it? I'm a tilde. Owen. Nah. That is, and then it had become finally the last building. Chasing after Iryu in circles. It was the Imto-san of the Earl Sama who owned this mansion. Apparently she was an unlucky and remained unmarried in her lifetime. Because of that lingering affection, it seems she stayed behind, becoming a ghost in this mansion. If it was a male holy magician who came to perform a purification, she rushed at him in arousal, and if it was a female holy magician she ended up enduring the purification with willpower and obstinacy. Up until now, a single ghost was aiming to be the most difficult to purify ghost in the capital, but for some reason it seemed to be pleased with chasing after Iryu in circles. Though he was relentlessly hacking at her with his sword, there was absolutely no effect since his opponent was an evil spirit. Even in the state of being an evil spirit, she chased after you endlessly with a "You are very energetic, wonderful." If she were to marry you, maybe she would ascend to heaven. Wendlin, don't say such stupid things. Vil can marry her. Owen, while also running desperately from place to place. It seems that you clearly heard my remark. He insulted me with abusive language. It's a lie. There isn't any suitable marriage candidate in the next world. Surely, she wasn't the type of evil spirit that hurt people, but that tenacity was terrifying to the degree of having acquired resistance against holy abilities. It was an evil spirit that had better be quickly purified. A male purification, Imto. The spirit of the Earl's unmarried little sister ended up ascending to heaven comfortably due to my purification magic, just like my master. However, that resistance against magic abilities, it is to the extent that it is regrettable for her to not have become a magician during her lifetime. Wouldn't anyone have been fine if she was so particular about it being male purification magic? Wendlin. No, the usual male holy magic was far from having any effect on her. As it was, she attempted to embrace and kiss them. Those magicians fired off their highest output of purification and she withstood it with composure, blowing kisses at them. So far she planted the worst trauma into several people. In any case, as for the quality of the property itself, the flaws in the interior are awful. Wendlin. Yes, they are terrible, thus it will yield a good profit if those are resolved. Yes, with those 4 buildings having been purified, they are suitable for a baron. But will you actually try to gain a profit from us? Wendlin. No. This is my one-sided, free gift. How contrived? Wendlin. The thing I noticed about this Mr. Rinnenheim, after about half a day, is the fact that this person can only be called unbelievably fishy. You have bought this mansion, boy? Burkhart. Yes. Although to be precise, I received it as thanks for performing purifications. Wendlin. Just as planned, I received a mansion from Mr. Rinnenheim for performing the purifications. It is next to the capital's mansion of Margrave Brithhildeshammer. Burkhart-san came greeting to have a look at the mansion. Boy, you used Cardinal Hohenheim without delay. Burkhart. I got taught mass purification and holy barrier by Elise. And I also received a mansion appropriate for a baron by purifying 4 buildings. I think that's about it. Wendlin. It is still too naive. You are still a boy. Burkhart. Even so, it also had the good point of reaffirming that Elise is indeed a fine girl. There are also men who transform their mansion into flawed properties for worthless reasons in the high-ranking nobles block. There are plenty mansions being neglected without even cleaning them up due to complex owner relations and thus having to pay such things like remunerations. Burkhart. Are those properties sold after restoring them? Wendlin. Since there are many properties where you can give a try since you've got nothing to lose anyways, it has turned into a plot of guys like the Rinnenheim Realty to get a lot of shares. That guy doesn't want to incur even a single cent of loss after all. Burkhart. Apparently Burkhart-san is aware of Mr. Rinnenheim's circumstances. In that case I would have wanted to be taught about this point a lot earlier. Because you didn't consult with my master, you were introduced to a shady guy. Burkhart. Indeed. He was a very suspicious person. Wendlin. Including this time? It appears that I got just a little bit of help from Cardinal Hohenheim. Even though I purified the ancient bone dragon, I could only purify the blemished mansions after actually receiving coaching from Elise. I think the mansion I received as gratitude is something slightly too good for me as it is intended for high-ranking nobles. Also, as I am an honorary priest due my achievements, so I guess those achievements are attached to the church. Or rather, because I wanted to buy a normal mansion, I wanted to be introduced to a normal realtor. It is a good mansion. Wendlin. But at midnight a wraith of the killed maid will appear in this mansion most of the times. That wraith cut the baron, who killed her, into pieces. However, except the baron, it just threatens without attacking. I suspected that there might be such a matter. Wendlin. I got stuck with performing an additional purification for yet another house. Though, no matter how much I purify, I don't think I will be able to live calmly in such property, but for some reason whenever I purified it such kind of feelings vanished. Purification is indeed a mystery. Wendlin. I finally obtained a mansion. Interlude 14, Dual Uproar. Well then, today there won't be any strict training by the Daoshi either. Wendlin. I know, right? Vil. which of the flawed purified properties do you think is comfortable? Louise. Don't ask me. Wendlin. After receiving a mansion from that shady Mr. Innenheimer's thanks for the multiple exorcisms, Louise and I were about to leave sluggishly. Or perhaps I should say, rather than receiving it, it was the result of no more than getting a mansion in lieu of exorcism costs. I don't even feel that Mr. Innenheim has a shred of gratitude for it. As expected, it would be fine to go complaining to Cardinal Hohenheim about the matter of that dubious Mr. Innenheim afterwards. Although I will be accompanied by Elise, I know that he is only lying in wait for me to make an appearance at the Hohenheim household. He had told us so after all. Innenheim is a man famous to deal with high-class properties on the surface. But at the same time, he is famous for trading with flawed properties in the background. Hohenheim. No matter how you look at it, it was very unlikely for him to sell a property he bought cheaply. He tells the owner of the property to pay a large commission fee in case he was able to sell it. By purifying a normal property using his own connections, he increases the property's value. As for those connections, even though the majority of them can be considered to be connections with the church, it seems he uses an adequate amount of expenses for that reason. That man is for some reason quite clever, like with discovering that the new church would be constructed in this place. Hohenheim. The soil was even prepared in advance and he appeared while rubbing his hands together. Furthermore, he sold it slightly cheaper than the usual market price. It seems, he may be dubious, but he is definitely talented as a realtor. It appears he is such kind of man. Is his priority treatment for purification requests so high because of that? Wendlin. Given that he isn't stingy with donations either, he is highly favored by the priests of commoner origin. Hohenheim. As Mr. Hohenheim said, people are weak towards their desires. Honorable Grandfather Sama, having a novice like Wendlin Sama suddenly perform a purification with such a high degree of difficulty at those places. Elise. As she forced her way into the discussion, Elise, once again becoming enraged, threw her honest opinion at Cardinal Hohenheim. I am sorry I forced something unreasonable on Elise's beloved husband. Don't you consider it to be a good thing that you were able to happily perform multiple exorcisms together with your darling husband Sama yesterday, Tilda? Hohenheim. Darling husband Sama. Elise. Just as you would expect of an old man's wisdom. Easily dodging the accusation and finishing it by doing a counterattack on the contrary. Elise ended up looking downwards with a deep red face. It had become a good way to practice purification, I guess. Wendlin. There is that. Also, although son-in-law Dono earns an income by himself, you would be insulted if you were to suddenly purchase a mansion in the higher-ranking nobles block. What do you think will happen then? Hohenheim. Eh? Is it that terrible? Wendlin. Apparently it isn't very becoming for an eighth son of a poor knight household like me. Although I am an ordinary newcomer, I would use my excessive assets to suddenly buy a mansion, originally for those above baron in rank, in the high-ranking nobles block. With only that it would backbite me with comments like an upstart newcomer. And you? It is plenty for the likes of you to own a mansion in the low-ranking nobles block. That's also true. You would be cheated by that shady Rinnenheim and the church, being in the background. There would be just several flawed properties of poor quality and your introduction would be only in the name of getting purification done. Considering the troubles associated with that, you would get something around a barren mansion as compensation. That's how the story would turn out. Hohenheim. As Cardinal Hohenheim said, apparently it was also necessary to consider such things as an upstart. Alongside the bad reputation with the nobles, I would head to Mr. Innenheim, who would obtain a large amount of monetary profit from me. It seems in that situation, it would be even more so as he is famed to be dubious to begin with. Also, flawed properties of poor quality usually sell well. Wendlin. There are no convenient mansions. There are a lot of guys on the side of the low-ranking nobles who are waiting for their turn. As for those guys, you would also need to do something for them so you could demand their gratitude. Husband Dono. Hohenheim. By just buying a single mansion, I really don't comprehend the living thing called a noble. Since my insides are of a former commoner, I judged it to be unnecessary to understand them. In the end we even received that mansion for free, though it is haunted by something weird. Wendlin. Although it was the ghost of a young woman wearing maid clothes, since she was saying, "Are you the Master Sama?" If you are the Master Sama, I will tear apart your existence." While smiling sweetly, all of us ended up becoming speechless. Before long she was tenderly persuaded by Elise, and after a gentle purification spell she was able to ascend to heaven. "What? That Rinnenheim fellow handed you a flawed property as reward mansion?" Hohenheim. "He might have thought that it would be easy to purify if it's Elise and me." Wendlin. "As usual, you can't be careless around that man. It won't be any good if I don't chew him out a bit afterwards." Hohenheim. "Did Cardinal Hohenheim summon him the next day to scold him?" Mr. Rinnenheim came to apologize and shoved the certificate of ownership, formally transferring one mansion, in my hands right away. We immediately headed towards the mansion recorded in that certificate of ownership. Apparently the place was a mansion formerly used by a certain royal person. On an immensely large plot a single mansion had been erected. At the same time, the entire wall surrounding the grounds was pasted with carefully produced off-feuders, paper talismans, of the church once again. Within the grounds there were several hundred evil spirits flitting about in broad daylight. This had to be the most flawed property yet. "What's the matter?" This was the residence of Royal Prince Sama of the former 7th generation. "Those people are servants, retainers up to his family." His hobby was the atrocity of torturing people in the countless cellars, but that was a secret. It was an extremely cruel story, but as it would be a problem if it was leaked to the society that the king's younger brother took pleasure in mass murder, it was eventually decided to get rid of that royal prince by pretending him having died of sickness. But then, thanks to that secretive disposal, the wrath of the killed people permeated the mansion and grounds and ended up accumulating there. Nowadays it seems to have changed into a disaster-class flawed residence even the church gave up on. Come to think of it, the mansions that are in the same section as this residence have all turned into uninhabited properties. As for the high-ranking nobles, it is only natural to know about the origin of this residence. I guess they hesitate over moving into properties that are even remotely close to being called neighborhood. That cheating bastard of a realtor. Wendlin Sama. Elise. "It wouldn't be much of a nuisance if it was just me owning it." Wendlin. "After all, it would become a matter of the two of us, Elise and I, purifying this residence as well." However, since this was a residence successive generations of church officials had given up on, we were stuck with expending large amounts of mana and time on that purification. It went as far that I had to be absent from Daoshi's special training that day. Purifying that residence. If it was me, I wouldn't have any motivation to rise up to that challenge. Armstrong. Although even that Armstrong Daoshi had said this much in regards to that residence, we somehow managed to purify the residence, but that was certainly only possible because I had the advice and cooperation of Elise. If it were only me, I would have definitely failed. And if it was only Elise, it would have been impossible because her mana capacity is overwhelmingly insufficient for this task. That cheating realtor, won't he unexpectedly come rubbing his hands together to discuss about selling this property? Wendlin. "I can't say that it won't happen." Elise. "I will never sell it." Wendlin. "If that should happen, I would become furious." The realtor sold a purified property to Margrave Brithhilda for the sake of getting on friendly terms with him. It was even sold for the loose change of 15 platinum coins. However, because of this blood-stained royal prince residence, all the residences in the vicinity had been bought by Rinnenheim Real Estate cheaply. Elise. "As you would expect of a cheating realtor." Wendlin. "Even between the dealers of the same trade he is famous for being dubious." Elise. "Notwithstanding, within a short time all the residences in the low-price surroundings had been sold and he sent an supplementing recompense in form of a large amount of money to me. That in itself appeared to have sincerity as well." The shady Mr. Rinnenheim is someone I can't comprehend quite well after all. In the end, it doesn't change the fact that he is shady. There is the work related to purification coming from that bogus realtor. The reward is good but the level of difficulty is high. Wendlin. "From then on, I also received this kind of request allowing me to practice purification magic occasionally for some time. As for the clients, half of it comes from the church and the other half from Mr. Rinnenheim. I guess the reward is good, and since I can use the time to practice a different magic than the one I am practicing in the Daoshi's training sessions, I ended up unintentionally taking up those requests. It reached the point that I recently go as far as commerce, industry district and the low-ranking noble block together with Elise who acts as my sensei. In case of a moderate level, I think it is fine to leave it to the church to deal with it." Wendlin. "Eliminating the poor-natured evil spirits and wraiths, which weren't purified for many years. They take advantage of my very rarely appearing powerful magic power, allowing me to annihilate them in one go by using the effective method of force. In addition, Daoshi, who is the same kind of rare magician, is apparently not very good with holy magic. If it's holy magic, it's preferable to not use it, he often grumbled. In Daoshi's case, he would punch the evil spirits to death. I think it's alright since it turns into magic training. It has a different significance in regards to the Daoshi's training. Wendlin. Although I strongly desired to be released from the training by Armstrong Daoshi, which was exercised almost every day with the exception of the rest days, I couldn't confirm my skill in the magic I learned from Burkhardt-san. Furthermore, since the content of the training was a single magic close combat technique, I almost ended up forgetting that I am a magician myself. Even Lu Eyes started to forget the training in the magic combat style ingrained into her body. It seems the magic combat style is an even smarter technique stressing close combat. Have a good day, Elise. And now, seeing us two off while having such a talk, it is Elise, who has become my fiancée. She was aware of the time I spent living together with In and Lu Eyes in the mansion in Brittburg. She ended up fancying herself as being a freeloader after the remodeling of the mansion finished and all luggage was carried over. Although the society would criticize her for living together with her fiancé before the marriage, she didn't mind such rumors at all. Unexpectedly, she might have a character that won't be agitated by things. Moreover, even the necessary employees for the new mansion were all handled by the Hohenheim household using their connections. Even herself, she makes my meals and sweets, brews tea for us, and in addition is good at handling the housework. Putting it in Lu Eyes' words, she is already a young wife. That's the current situation. While that might be true, I haven't made a move on her yet. In regards to this world, it appears to have a way of thinking which prohibits unmarried women, becoming the legal wife of a noble, to have premarital sexual relations. Considering all that, I feel there are many stories about remarkable mistresses and lovers. Something to the extent of kissing, I wish you to excuse as prolongation of a greeting. I think other nobles are doing it the same way as well without a doubt. Elise, you are in quite high spirits. Wendlin. With this, you have received the bento. Elise. It doesn't mean that Elise's cooking is particularly bad. One of the Daoshi's disciplines is the incomprehensible point of procuring provisions by yourself. Simply put, it is a matter of catching prey from something like forests for lunch by yourself. Lu Eyes and I ate things that were more or less cooked, but Daoshi repeatedly did nothing but draining the blood, grilling it, sprinkling it with salt and then eating it. Furthermore, he recommends it to us as main dish. Daoshi, don't you know any other ways how to eat? Wendlin. There is no need for that. This way of eating is how I like it best. Armstrong. He was born into a prestigious noble household, granting him a life with no inconveniences. But since he had talent in magic on top of being the second son, he walked the path of being an adventurer to develop his skills. Being the second son and thus deciding to not live at home, he was supported by his childhood friend, His Majesty. Since there is a third son as well, although it appeared to be a great change in his living style, he is a person who enjoyed that change very much. Without having a home, he makes rough commoners' food with salty flavoring, and only his frequency in drinking cheap alcohol is high. Even if he is able to eat everything, first eat it, then it will have a novel taste, he said, causing astonishment amongst his other party members. He became immediately used to the life as an adventurer. It seems camping is fun as well. Catch a rabbit, drain its blood and roast it, Armstrong, and then sprinkle it with salt and eat it. It has become the favorite method of cooking for Daoshi. But, in his family's house, he won't eat like that due to leading a Viscount household himself either. It went as far as it becoming the biggest reason for him to prefer frequently leaving to the outlying areas on the order of His Majesty. Even that Polka near Grasslands reconnaissance mission, he used it to repeatedly engage in his beloved camping by himself in the prairie for many days. What should I say? I feel that it suits him quite well. I want to eat Elise's bento. Wendlin. Me too. I can't stand eating anything drained of blood and then grilled with salt anymore. Lu Eyes. Nevertheless, it doesn't imply that this will simply not occur anymore either. While resigning myself, I decided to leave the mansion. Thanks to the training by the sad Daoshi, my odd perception has improved. Someone like Lu Eyes should probably notice it at the entryway to the mansion. She She displayed a meaningful smile in my direction. "Who is it?" "Wendlin." "Yo, you noticed her, Stainer?" Upon me calling out, several men showed up behind the door of the gate. Their age was around the first half of their 20s, and in their middle there was a person in the later half of his 40s, I guess. Since all of them wore expensive-looking clothes, I suppose they are nobles. Moreover, the man in the middle looked like he even had a considerably high social rank. Blonde hair parted on one side, a figure with a height of 180 centimeters and a weight of 150 kilo. That's my impression of him, I think. Stereotypical for overweight body builds. He was even constantly breathing through his nose roughly. No matter how you look at it, he appears to have no kind of regard towards martial arts. I am D. Duke Roro Romanus Albert von Hertha, Dana Romanus. What to say, it seems that he is a duke. In other words, he is related by blood to royalty. Also, given that his manner of speech is exactly like a certain master painter in a television drama in my previous life, I unintentionally ended up laughing at him. I wonder if he will be delighted if I give him a nanigiri. What business do you have with me, Duke-sama? Wendlin. I am challenging YYU to a duel. Dana Romanus. At the same time he said this, he threw a white glove. However, I guess my perception has become sharp due to Daoshi's training. I ended up dodging the white glove by reflex. Because it was that questionable duke who threw it, it was normal for a person to be slightly wary and completely dodge it. Escaping is cowardice. Dana Romanus. Duel. Do you mind telling me the reason for that? Wendlin. Or rather, I wonder whether it is fine to challenge someone arbitrarily to a duel like this. If dueling is illegal and I injure or kill him in the process, I will be accused of that crime. In the worst case, it might even end up with something worrisome like execution. You have made a move on me, Elijah. Anna Romanus. Is that so? Wendlin. I asked Louise, who was standing next to me unintentionally. As a matter of fact, before the engagement to me, this Duke-sama might have been a potential engagement candidate, is what I ended up considering. I wouldn't know, would I? But currently Elise Isval's fiancé. Louise. That's true as well. Because of that reason, please withdraw your challenge. Wendlin. Maybe it might be possible for him to be decided as fiancé upon Cardinal Hohenheim's order in the past, but since that is a matter of the past to the last, I don't care about it. I won't people be back due to such a reason. Dana Romanus. Excuse me, wait a moment please. Then, at last, a single young man, amongst the followers of the Duke-sama, called out to me. I am Duke-sama's friend, Baron Diethhart von Balskmid. Diethhart. He is almost as thin as a praying mantis. Truly a man suited to be a follower. There are two more people, but both were knights around the age of 30, called Indelis and Hapukant. They are likely the Duke's vassals, I think. Those two are very plain-looking people that you could see anywhere. In relation to duels between nobles, it is officially recognized by law. Diethhart. Announcing it officially, mutually acknowledging it, deciding date and time and having a third party act as referee and witness. Injury and death by following above-mentioned details absolutely won't result in becoming a crime. That was the story. Therefore I would like you to accept the duel with a peace of mind. Diethhart. I don't want to. Wendlin. Accepted. Dana Romanus. Although the Duke threw his white glove once again, I once again dodged it by reflex. Duels are the beauty of nobles. Conversely, not accepting it, do you want to bear the great disgrace? Diethhart. There isn't even any merit in it for me, is there? Wendlin. Even though I don't think I would lose to that overweight duke, who apparently has zero experience in physical training, in front of my eyes, but in the odd chance he does win, I am certain he will demand Elise. Or rather, since I didn't receive Elise's permission, I can't just go and arbitrarily duel with someone either. I am sure even Cardinal Hohenheim wouldn't stay silent then. If you win, you will obtain the honor of having defeated Duke-sama. Diethhart. Wendlin. I am no fool that judges another person's true strength by appearance alone. I wonder whether this duke might be a very great master in magic and martial arts in reality. No, with the method of sensing the presences of other magicians taught by Burkhardt-san, I can't confirm the duke's mana. Instead, I don't want to be burdened with the punishment due to the crime of inflicting an injury or killing the Duke if I defeated him unskillfully. I shall be PG Generostana, Romanus. We will visit tomorrow once again. We expect a positive answer by then. Dieth heart. WW wash your neck and W wait for me Dana, Romanus. Saying what they wanted to say. The Duke Sama's honorable party from before us. Louise and I weren't able to do anything but just seeing them off dumbfounded. Duel? It is a word I haven't heard in quite a long time. Burkhardt. Eventually the training on that day was called off for the sake of developing countermeasures against the aforementioned Duke Sama. Because I didn't know how to cope with the situation properly, I invoked teleportation magic and had my patron, Margrave Brithhilda, join us. The discussion began with a lineup including Burkhardt-san, Armstrong Doushi, the only other person really involved, Elise, and the usual four of us. We gathered at the living room of my mansion and Elise made tea for everyone after the discussion started. It's been a while, Wendlin. Yes, just as Burkhardt said. Brithhilda. According to Margrave Brithhilda Sama's explanation, it appears that the manner of settle disputes amongst nobles by duels stems from the time this kingdom was still a small country. For things like honor, women, territory, rights and property. Although it doesn't matter for what reason, duels follow a distinct set of rules. The opponent throws a white glove declaring their desire for a duel. Armstrong. Would it be rude if I were to judge by appearance? Apparently even Doushi knows of the rules. I even dodged it 2 times. Wendlin. Well then it wasn't approved, I guess. Armstrong. Going by Doushi's words, if the opponent doesn't touch the white glove in the end, it results in the challenge for a duel to not be approved. With you not getting hit by the white glove at that time, I think it will be better to put an end to such a thing like a duel. It is that Duke Sama. Louise. Although it is as Louise has said, a representative is deemed acceptable in a duel as well. Burkhardt. Somehow it seems to be what that Duke Sama would do. In spite of not fighting himself, he would entrust it to a representative. He even proudly said to wash my neck and wait for him. In a certain meaning, it is a quite enviable character he has. But, why did he let the time pass until now to propose a duel? It is as Ina said. If he desired Elise, it should have been fine to declare his objection right after her engagement. At this point, it is nothing else but suspicious. Just to be sure I want to ask, but Elise, do you know something about Duke Hertha? Yes, I know him. Elise. About 2 years ago, BP becoming my 25th wife is appropriate. Anna, is what he said. He was persistent in asking her to become his wife. Honorable Grandfather Sama kept refusing him, but Elise, he was poor at giving up. With although you are equal to a VV Viscount, it is disrespectful to go against a Duke like me Dana. The other party blamed the way Cardinal Hohenheim handled things. On the contrary. Equal to a Viscount, that Duke Sama? Wendlin. Yes, it is a Baron Bormister said. Officially it was a slightly disturbing manner. Everyone agreed. Brithhilda. Saying his true opinion, it was an insult without considering the church's upper echelons. It seems he was assessed as Barker who can't read the situation. He caused various other problems as well. He might be a Barker, but since he is a duke it isn't possible to simply criticize him publicly. Of course he received harsh criticism behind the scenes. I hear that the capital's citizens treat him as if he is halfway mentally retarded. Also, although it was Margrave Brithhilda, it reached the point that he called me Baron Bormister. With the case of not sending congratulatory gifts to Eric Nysan's wedding, I want to banish my memories regarding the situation of the main family, Bormister Knight household, into the corners of my mind. The merchant group turns up there a few times per year. There was even such a household I dimly recognized to be told before. As for the case with not sending congratulatory gifts, only a small number of concerned people knew, and so it didn't leak out in the end. Since it was too absurd, Margrave Brithhilda made moves so that it wouldn't be leaked to the outside. Given that I made up for it right away, there were only few amongst the participants who noticed it. At the announcement party, there was no intention to leak it to the outside on our side, and because of that the other parties likewise shouldn't publicize it purposely. Thus there was no reason for worry on that side either. In my opinion, although I hope that father simply didn't know, it wasn't evident whether this was Kurt Nissan's aim either. Duke Hertha is the youngest child of the previous king's younger brother, Brithhilda. There was no destination although he is royalty. The Duke Hertha household, accidentally having no children, received him as adopted son. From the point of view of His Majesty, he is equivalent to being his uncle. He had been careful to not cause a scandal up until now, but even if he obediently nodded his head on the spot when his opponent was his nephew, the nephew doesn't have good ears for what happens behind the scenes. I hear that between royalty he is repeatedly treated as an outcast as well. Viscount Hohenheim will get angry. Brithilda, I want to see that. He should have also received a report from his retainers living in the capital. Burkhard, he said, lowly people such as viscounts, but as matter of fact, between Duke Arthur and Cardinal Hohenheim the latter is more powerful in regards to nobles. Which isn't surprising though. In this kingdom the rank of duke is something like a semi-honorary title. For the remaining royalty it is something of the degree of securing their livelihood on the level of not losing their face. Therefore a duke possesses no territory. Long ago, when the king was on the verge of death, several dukes used the opportunity to simultaneously raise an army and start a rebellion. After this it was decided that the dukes would be living in the capital as appointed nobles. In this way they appeal for the lawfulness of royalty in the provinces and hinder any reason to cause a rebellion. Afterwards the number of duke households was decided too. It became a plot so that it wouldn't be easy to raise their numbers. Because of that time the ranking was made in the first place. In the early days of the established kingdom, the person with the highest rank among the nobles aimed to be called king. Thereafter, with the creation of royalty, it seems that they decided on a standard sum of money paid as annuity for each rank. In the olden days, with those are my assets, what's wrong with me using the kingdom's assets freely? Their kingdom's fortune was wasted and the financial affairs of the kingdom concentrated on the king. Currently it has become a system handling the individuals where the king's annuity payment is also determined by him being ranked first. As expected, given that the public and annual expenditures are accounted in the budget, the king's annuity is nothing more than pocket change. Also, even for a duke it is natural to receive annuity abiding by their rank. Most of the annuities are paid to nobles, but they have no territory. Brithilda, on the Tropic of Normal, although he shouldn't be taken as falling behind in matching an appointed viscount, Viscount Hohenheim is also a cardinal of the church. Of course he has competency above that. Elise should be the court rank successor as eldest daughter of Cardinal Hohenheim's eldest son, becoming something like the 25th concubine of the duke. With this, I am certain everyone would be angry if their father was beyond knight rank. Brithilda, if you don't fall into poverty, there shouldn't be any reason to become the 25th concubine at any point in time. If it's that rank, it isn't even at the level of larger-scaled merchants presenting their daughters. Honorable Grandfather Sama talked to His Majesty about the circumstances. Elise, it seems His Majesty summoned Duke Arthur after hearing about the situation and reprimanded him. However, this person was someone just as he was reputed to be. Though he prides himself to be His Majesty's uncle at times when it is convenient, being scolded in such manner, he brushed it off saying, I won't mind something like being reprimanded by the likes of my nephew. Using his good-natured skill, good grief, without learning by experience, he regularly desired Elise as concubine and talked about it non-stop. In a certain way he is an amazing person. Owen, yes. Just that he only moves following his own lust. Brithilda, as you pointed it out, Margrave. Brithilda answered while showing a troubled facial expression. Actually, up until now, I guess it is likely that he had to put up with those troubles. What I am surprised about is the fact of that Duke Arthur having 24 wives. Owen, in case he didn't enter his mistresses into his family register, it might be 3 times that number. Brithilda, he is quite good to not go bankrupt. Wendlin, although appointed, his annuity as duke should be large. But, in addition to hiring people to follow him, nobles should also have various socializing to do. Also, there should be also times where royalty and their relatives come together for socializing. Being a duke, he doesn't seem to be someone having a surplus of money, and yet he has 24 wives. How does he manage to get by? That's what ended up to keep bothering me. Maybe he endeavors in money-making techniques and is in reality a go-getter? Wendlin, no, number. That person is drowning in debts. Brithilda, as you should expect talking about Margrave Brithilda, he is even well informed about the depth of the Duke Arthur household's pocket. That generation suddenly piled up huge debts. Wendlin, the reason is far too easy. Brithilda, extravagances, love affairs with women, These days there is a tendency to support the children squandering money like sesame seeds. Apparently the annuity vanishes into only repaying debts. Isn't this almost as if barely keeping the business going? In such a situation, being drowned in debts, desiring for Elise to become his wife, he was able to be happy in a certain meaning. When it was announced that I am engaged to Wendlin-sama, he became docile. Because of that he gave up on the matter. Elise, I wonder whether he has some plan that will grant him certain victory? Blue eyes. You are talking about a way for certain victory? He might have found a representative that can win the duel against Baron Bormister, maybe? Brithhilda. Duel, huh? Wendlin. Brutal wild animals, bone dragon, great elder dragon and to a certain extent a number of monsters. With this I have battle experience in my own way. But the problem is that I have experienced combat against people only in the training of Armstrong Daoshi. By some chance I might receive a blow resulting in my unexpected defeat. In the first place, a representative being able to oppose the dragon-slaying boy? That will be difficult. Burkhardt-san, being a former adventurer, started to recall renowned magicians included within the adventurers that might have been employed by Duke Hertha. Kimberly the explosive flame wouldn't accept something like being a representative. Lisa the blizzard, the ditloaded Duke won't have the money to put up a request for her. Burkhardt. Those are dangerous nicknames. Wendling. Since they are adventurers, it is important to have a nickname with an impact. Their work is affected by the number of requests after all. Burkhardt. It seems to be the same thing as pro wrestlers using gaudy names. I am told that both of them are certainly celebrities as active adventurers. It is in the form of a duel, therefore the boy not being able to use techniques to outwit the opponent surpassing his mana and magic power will be severe. Burkhardt. Because it starts in a halfway fair mutual state. If the opponent is superior to me, it will be difficult to use surprise attacks and smart tactics to catch the opponent off guard. If it becomes like that, it will end up becoming complicated for me, who is a simple high-output magician, to win. The person who undertakes the task of representative is quite the masochist. Burkhardt-san replied. Maybe the other party thinks that I am actually quite weak. Wendlin. That might be possible. Burkhardt. Realizing their gift in magic and training themselves to a certain degree up until around intermediate level, rookies become prone to traps. I heard. Even I, who was able to defeat that bone dragon, should have even more flexibility, I think. And such is what I ended up being convinced of. I feel like this can also be called the disaster of having learned magic almost completely by self-study. Boy, Daoshi and I will be responsible in teaching you duel techniques. Burkhardt. Is it fine? No. Will I be safe? Wendlin. If it's Daoshi and I we can defeat you, boy. Unfortunately we haven't received the request to be a representative for Duke Hertha. Burkhardt. I will help too. However, it's been 57 years since the last duel, huh? I am looking forward to the fun. Armstrong. Enjoyable event, you say? Though it doesn't mean that it will become one. Wendlin. Despite people dueling after this, Daoshi remains the same as ever. Going by his looks, I have the impression that he loves duels after all. Before, although I challenged an annoying noble, he refused while sobbing. What a killjoy. It was really disgraceful for a grown man. Armstrong. Such a thing like dueling Daoshi? Isn't there any other future but death left then? All members except Daoshi ended up pitying that particular noble from the bottom of their hearts. It's good why you took you up the sea challenge Dana. Say your prayer Dana. Romanus. Just as Daoshi and Burkhardt-san told me to, I ended up accepting the duel the next day. As the other side was overjoyed for some reason, they might possibly hide an unbelievable ace up their sleeves. How foolish. Coming here being all that nervous. Wendlin. The duel was decided to be held in 2 days. On the night before the duel I was watching the night sky from the veranda on the second floor of the mansion as I wasn't able to sleep due to the tension. This world likewise has only one moon and even though its color is slightly bluish, its size and such don't differ from the moon on Earth. I won't be able to go sleep anytime soon. Wendlin-sama, don't strain yourself for my sake. Elise, who apparently ended up likewise staying awake, called out to me since Elise is a kind girl, she started to tell me that she wouldn't mind me calling off the duel either, seeing me all nervous. However, I definitely won't do that. Even my very small pride didn't allow me to hand over the 12-year-old Elise to become the 25th wife of such certain fake master painter middle-aged fatso. Or rather, such thing like an os in his late 40s getting at 12 years old, big-breasted Bishu. In the first place, that's a crime. Even if it isn't anything illegal in this world, the justice in my mind would mark him as criminal. It gives me a peace of mind seeing Elise all fine. Elise is my fiancée. I have to show the society what happens to fools trying to make a move on you. Even if he is a duke, I will kick his ass. Wendlin-sama. Elise, don't worry. I will make sure to not get careless. I won't have over Elise to such a toad. Wendlin. Yes, I am happy receiving such words. Elise. Pulling Elise close to myself, we began to watch the moon again. I made a cool speech in a perfect situation. For the current me it was the composition of an overwhelming victory. I will also believe in Wendlin-sama's victory. Elise. Thank you. Wendlin. After gently kissing Elise, both of us headed to our bedrooms in preparation for tomorrow. Then, pay attention towards today's big event. The duel between that dragon-slaying hero and the appointed representative of Duke Hertha. Once again, after 57 years, a duel will be held. The next morning I, who had accepted the challenge, met the guide sent by Duke Hertha and followed them to the venue. I wasn't sure whether it would be held on a vacant plot in the suburbs, but against my expectations apparently it would be held in the capital's Colosseum. This Royal Colosseum was used for all kinds of royal martial arts tournaments, as a place for the mock battle contest between several knight orders and more. It was a gorgeous arena made out of stone allowing for around 3,000 spectators to watch the performed events. I tell you, the good reservations were gone in no time. Bullskmit. Duke Hertha yields quite a bit of influence in the royal castle as well. Bullskmit. It is the praying mantis-like man Baron Bullskmit from the other day who was boasting like that. According to the information from Margrave Brithhilda, it seems that he is amongst the intellectual faction of Duke Hertha's vassals. Since the level of intelligence of that group itself is questionable, Baron Bullskmit, being slightly smarter than normal, was treated as brain. Apparently, as for the Colosseum, there is even staff that erects magic barriers so that the audience isn't hit by spells. Therefore, please feel free to use your magic without worries. Bullskmit. You are brimming with confidence. I already thought you would suggest to ban magic. Wendlin. Isn't that your only redeeming ability? You are welcome to use it to your heart's content. Bullskmit. It seems I have been clearly made a fool, but I didn't particularly mind it either. Rather, I was anxious about the representative. Well then, we have arrived. Bullskmit. The Colosseum was filled to the brim with spectators already. Also, they were eagerly trading some kind of paper slips and grasping them tightly. Oi, are they betting on duels between people? Wendlin. Next to the man trading those paper slips, a plate, displaying the current odds on a poster, was erected. Let's see. 1.1x for Baron Bormister and 13.5x for Duke Hertha. Bullskmit. The bets were completely shifting towards my side. Given that I didn't enter for getting a fee for performing, I couldn't care any less. I dare say that confidence will turn into despair before long. Bullskmit. It seems Duke Hertha's side has prepared some outrageous hidden ace. All of them, including Baron Bullskmit, looked at me with a disgusting smile. Before the match, moving to the entrance gate from the waiting room to the Colosseum, I could take a proper look at the stadium. With the Colosseum fully occupied by the visiting spectators, I got the impression that there were many people interested in the traditional event, called duel, being carried out after a long time. Even so, there was one section of audience seats prepared for the exclusive use of the parties concerned. In that section were Ryu, Ina, Louise, Erikani-san, the Brandt family, Daoshi, Burkhardt-san, Margrave Brithhilda and his vassals. Actually, all of them might thirst for a splendid amusement. Even though I think they are all worried, they enjoyed the light meals and beverages they had bought. Well then, anytime soon the duelists will enter. I was accompanied by an oddly lively announcement as I entered the Colosseum. I was awaited by Duke Hertha, Baron Bullskmit and also two inconspicuous knights there. At last Dana. Even T the Dragon Slayer W will find his end here. Dana. Romanus. You seem to have quite a bit of confidence. Wendlin. I chose T the best our representative. Romanus. Where are they? Wendlin. I haven't released him yet as he is T2 high-spirited. Anna, Romanus. Huh? Wendlin. I had some kind of bad premonition. While thinking this, Duke Arthur's group retreated. Following that, the door of the entrance gate opened. From within, a huge cage placed on a wagon was pushed out. Taking their respective positions, the door of that cage was opened. A 5-meter high, with an overall length of around 10 meters, mountain-like object made out of metal jumped out from there. No, looking properly at it, it was a monster. Although it was inferior to a dragon, it was larger than a wyvern of the smaller species. At my home, isolated at the mountain range in the territory of Margrave Brithhilda, many of them lived there, living by forming a medium-sized flock, ferocious carnivores, occasionally even hunting wyverns. It was a medium-sized dragon. Although it could be labeled as flying dragon, it was near completely enveloped by a metal armor. Oi, that's your representative? Wendlin. It isn't stated in the rules that something else but humans is not allowed as representative. Balskmit. Well, that is. Wendlin. As for the rules, there was only written, it is likewise allowed to nominate a representative as duelist. But, following common sense, it was naturally decided that anything but people were excluded as representatives. Isn't that a rule infringement? Wendlin. Following my statement, calls like coward arose from the audience. On the contrary, there were also jeers like, since it is interesting, just fight. Swirling around. There isn't a single thing written about monsters not being allowed. Balskmit. However, as expected of the self-proclaimed intellectual faction, Baron Balskmit, I couldn't simply laugh at him for thinking too shallow, releasing a dragon onto me while at the same time collecting money from the bookmakers for betting on the duel. Since the majority of the audience should have bet on me, the bookmakers could expect a huge profit if I should lose, obtaining a lease while at the same time making profits. Huh. Wendlin. However, because of that metal armor, the opponent is uneasy about a flying dragon. Furthermore, it seems that armor was magically covered with a coating of mithril on top of the steel. To put it simply, it is a magic armor. I guess they prepared it to place a handicap on a magician like me. Most likely they have been carefully preparing this after my engagement to Elise became known. Come on, won't you hurry up with the battle? Balskmit. Baron Balskmit, get ready to fight as well. Wendlin. Huh? What are you talking about? Balskmit. He wasn't aware about captured flying dragons for some reason, but a caught dragon absolutely won't listen to human commands. Even for the small-sized species of wyverns, there wasn't a person who could tame them up until now. Conversely, the amount of people killed due to failing to do so was so far countless. The reason for this kingdom only having magic airships as air force and not something like dragoons was due to the dragons not getting accustomed to people at all. That shitty dragon will face the weak you first anyway. Please die. Balskmit. Ha. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wendlin. Certainly. That fully armored dragon will plunge into devouring a single child like me from the beginning. I was in the middle of trying to hurl such things like small fire arrow spells at the dragon, but that mithril-coated armor would need some more work. Those didn't show any effect at all. Just as expected. Huh. Wendlin. Are you trying to bluff? Balskmit. Although Baron Balskmit was ridiculing me thinking I am in a pinch, I don't expect loose to something like a flying dragon. First I put up a small magic barrier making sure that I wouldn't receive any attacks. The flying dragon collided with my magic barrier using all its power without stopping. I was sent flying around several meters as is. You, Balskmit. Such an attack won't work on me either. And next is Wendlin. And since that was the case, the dragon followed its instincts and changed its target to the easily obtainable prey close by. The flying dragon, for the sake of satisfying its appetite, jumped at the 4 small prey. In that way, Duke Arthur's group were labeled as prey. Balskmit. In the situation of having the targeting of the flying dragon turned onto themselves, Duke Arthur's group was unable to stand up due to fear. Somehow, it seems there was no one among them who carried out the duty of a noble. I have to survive. Romanus. At the same time as Duke Arthur shouted those words, the flying dragon arrived right in front of the group. Once again the flying dragon was repelled by a magic wall flinging the 4 around a dozen meters away. I had stretched out a barrier surrounding those 4 as well. I won't be able to inquire about your reasons after you are killed and eaten. Bringing an out-of-control dragon to a duel, that's a huge scandal. Duke Sama. Wendlin. Even though Baron Balskmit ended up casting down his face in shame due to my words, Duke Arthur became lively in reverse. It is a C chance Dana. B blow away B Baron B. Bormaster A at once. Romanus. How overly foolish. Wendlin. I had the four of them enveloped in a magic barrier. Something like a sneak attack is unthinkable in the first place. I am also surrounded by a magic barrier. Also, isn't your representative a dragon? Wendlin. I don't see Isekai Dana. Romanus. Or rather, I have the impression that this Duke Arthur is a first-class, full-blown idiot. The three below Baron Borskmit seem to have already obediently given up. Boy, do something about the dragon. Burkhart. Roger. Wendlin. Since Burkhart-san, from the audience seats, requested me to deal with the dragon, I immediately formed multiple sharp spear-shaped earthen lances from the Colosseum grounds soil and pierced them, flying at ultra-high speed, into both eyes of the flying dragon. Of course the dragon wasn't immune against such magic. Because it was at the level of a flying dragon, I successfully destroyed the brain portion through both eyes which weren't covered in armor. Really? If you want to duel, do it the usual way. Wendlin. I quickly froze the deceased flying dragon and stored it away in my magic bag. Since it was proof of the Barker Dukes group's crime, I secured it right away. Also, at the same time I did this, arrest the fools who defiled the first duel in a long time. I entrust the ruling to His Majesty. Armstrong. With the order from Armstrong Doushi, the fours were seized by the Colosseum's guards. Although I didn't know to what extent their actions were illegal, they set a captured dragon as duel's representative. Furthermore, they weren't able to control it. Despite this being a duel, I think there is no greater disgrace for nobles than such uncouth duel. What kind of decision would His Majesty make? I somehow didn't get tired of being curious about it. Wendlin-sama. Elise. Following Doushi, Elise also came down from the audience seats and hugged me tightly. The touch of her breasts felt very pleasant. I believe she was happy from the bottom of her heart about me winning the duel. I am glad you are safe, Elise. Even though it wasn't suitable for her reputation as saint, as she was dressed as normal 12-year-old girl, I guess the spectators were simply pleased. Before long an applause resounded from all over the audience seats. It's an amazing applause. Wendlin. Fumo. It's almost everyone in this place. It is because they won their bets. Armstrong. I see, that is certainly important. Can Duke Arthur pay the bookmakers? Wendlin. Adding to the bets of the bookmaker, they most likely should have even bet on themselves attaining the victory. As I pondered about the amount lost, I didn't even know whether it had maybe become impossible to pay out considering the state of the financial affairs of the Duke Arthur household, which stayed barely afloat before. I will leave His Majesty to deal with the aftermath. Armstrong. When Doushi said this, he secretly showed me a sheet of paper. It was a letter written by His Majesty himself. The contents stated that even if I ended up killing Duke Arthur and his followers, that crime would be waved off as having never happened. Due to the uneasiness if I were to be over-enthusiastic during the duel, Doushi had received a letter from His Majesty in advance. You bastard. Don't think you can get away with this? Because the loser fell into the water at long last, you should pick the choice of fighting me here. Armstrong. How scary? Duke Arthur was that much of a pain in the ass. We do pay attention as well. Armstrong. I guess so. Wendlin. I also swore in my mind to be as careful in my everyday's conduct as possible. I have put you through trouble, were His Majesty's apologetic words. Armstrong. It was 3 days after that duel uproar. Today was a rest day, so I was relaxing at the mansion. That's when Armstrong Doushi appeared carrying a letter and a reward from His Majesty. As he said that he hadn't had breakfast yet, Elise set the table. After eating up everything on top of it, he unveiled everything about Duke Arthur's group's punishment. The household of Duke Arthur will be discontinued. Duke Arthur himself will be exiled to an abbey in the countryside. The wives and children will be returned to their homes. The children's noble status will be revoked. Baron Borskmit and the three below him will receive the same treatment as well. Armstrong. Skipping the order of Colosseum usage by yielding the name of Duke, they disgraced the duel, held for the first time in a long while, in front of a huge amount of commoners who had been gathered as source of income by being spectators in addition to the bets. It wasn't alright to throw the flying dragon into the Colosseum's arena either, especially as they weren't able to control it although it was theirs. What would they have done if the flying dragon broke the magic barrier and escaped outside? Obviously it would cause a tumult. Also, The Duke Arthur household's debts exceeded the royal family's maximum permissible level of tolerance. In order to catch a flying dragon, they had to pay the costs for elite adventurers. There were also the costs to cover the flying dragon in specially made mithril-coated armor. The bookmakers had to be paid too. The other day seems to have been the finishing blow. Armstrong. When the entire scheme failed at last, the Duke Arthur household's loans ended up passing the interdiction of loaning threshold. There was no room for something like sympathy for the principal offender and his accomplices. The four were stripped off their court rank and damned to lead a life of faith in the countryside, I was told. If they attempt to escape or such, it is possible they will die from illness even though they are still young. I guess. Mostly it can be called something like sending the head of a former noble household to an abbey after a change of rank. Since it would be a problem in case of executing them, they will be kept in a state of semi-banishment until they die. There were also other vassals involved in preparing the armor for that captured flying dragon. As they were reprimanded severely by His Majesty with the words, "If you have that kind surplus, I suppose you can pay a penalty in order for your rank to not be lowered." They became teary-eyed. Armstrong. If they don't pay up, they won't be able to complain either. Therefore they reluctantly accepted to pay the penalty, it seems. What the hell was this all about anyway? Wendlin. I hear it's because His Majesty spoke in high praises about the lad's deeds. Armstrong. They were rescued from the flying dragon, being enveloped by my magic barrier, even though I was at the same time the opponent of Duke Arthur's group in the confrontation. Avoiding the parts equipped with the mithril-coated armor, I killed the flying dragon by piercing earth lances into its brain through both eyes. At the end I encased the killed dragon in ice in one go and stored it into my magic bag. Although they are such sort of fellows, it was a nice follow-up, as Duke Arthur's group dying would have caused a problem even if they are idiots. The spectators also greatly enjoyed watching the lad's magnificent magic. Armstrong. There was also the passionate embrace of Elise after the duel. I guess, for the sake of protecting his fiancée from pig-like Duke Arthur, he accomplished the defeat of the dragon admirably in the duel while yet still being a young boy. Noble's armor is what was apparently talked about in the city. The contents of that story will be reproduced in a play. The Entertainment Guild has already filed a request for this at the Royal Castle, I heard. Armstrong. What's this? Wendlin. Undoubtedly it will turn into a terrible dramatization that the person himself won't be able to endure watching the performance in the end, I fear. Also, this the reward for the lad. Armstrong. Saying so, Armstrong Doushi handed me a silk-made pouch embroidered with the crest of the kingdom. Within were 50 platinum coins. That's a lot. Wendlin. Half of it is composed of hush money. Armstrong. Bribing to keep my mouth shut. Eh? What's this about? Wendlin. That's the kind of pretense it is. Armstrong. You are quite blunt about it. Wendlin. As for the breakdown of the rewards, first off there is the proceeds of the sale of the killed flying dragon. Since the flying dragon is a dragon after all, parts of its body are well in range of being worth more than a platinum coin. There are also the proceeds of sale for the specially made armor the flying dragon had equipped. Of course, since it couldn't be used as is, it has to be melted down. But that armor's exterior is coated in mithril. Even that much guarantees a decent value, I was told. Notwithstanding being covered in debts, it is made quite well. Wendlin. Immediately following the engagement of Elise to me, he mustered his remaining assets and hastened his preparations. Reflecting upon it, he might have been quite enthusiastic for the sake of Elise, though he made an extreme error in his course of action. There is also a part of assets coming from the liquidation of the Duke Arthur household's property. Armstrong. Wasn't he drowning in debts? Wendlin. I heard that he was in a state of paying only the interest with his annuity for a while now as the debts increased too much. Therefore Finance Minister Ruckner discussed it with his creditors. He exerted himself and won such things as repayment exemptions and freezing the debts as they are currently, no interest added to it. It resembled the renunciation of financial obligations by banks and their ilk for enterprises that failed in business to a certain degree in my previous life. The creditors being merchants, they obediently renunciated quite the amount of claims after being told, as the interest had been paid up until now, I am certain you got quite the profits. By Finance Minister Ruckner. Apparently Baron Balskmet and the three below him didn't have any debts. Armstrong. If that's true, it would be nice of them to fix the financial affairs of their patron one way or another. Wendlin. This is impossible considering the pride of a noble, Armstrong. Even in the case of the royal family, they wouldn't give a helping hand in the worrying state of Duke Arthur household's financial affairs. To say nothing of it being impossible for a vassal to mention anything about the financial condition of their patron, although it would be possible if Duke Arthur household's side would request it. Doing this would cause unneeded interventions next. As a result, the Duke Arthur household ended up being crushed due to being drowned in debts. A noble's pride is really a troublesome matter. In addition, there are multiple vassals cooperating with Duke Arthur's stupidity as well. A fine was taken from them too. Armstrong, searching for an adventurer party capable of capturing a flying dragon, actually capturing it in the act of them ordering a custom-made armor. The funds for that were sponsored by the vassals even though they were told they could refund it afterwards. It's complicated. Wendlin, because their rank would be lowered if they didn't pay the penalty. They paid it up front. Armstrong. 4 noble houses were crushed and fines were collected. The annuity for the crushed noble households was unnecessary already. Those were the gains of their disappearance of that trouble-causing Duke Arthur household. Taking the whole picture into consideration, this turned into a blessing for the society. I am sure a large amount of monetary rewards should be given to me. Just how many people within royalty will begin to lobby the necessity of a new Duke household substituting the crushed Duke Arthur household? Armstrong. It is difficult for His Majesty as well. Elise, in Andalou eyes, let's go out and have some fun. Wendlin. Finishing the talks. Today is a rest day. After this I only want to go out and have some fun so I can forget about the matter of Duke Arthur. Hey, I will come along as well. After all, an escort is necessary too. Owen. In addition to the role of being a guard, Earl also declared his intention to accompany us, wanting to enjoy some fun as well. I want to go as well. Armstrong. You would stand out like a sore thumb. Doushi. Though groups intending to kidnap us or such would disappear too. Wendlin. On this topic, I want to eat a bucket parfait. Armstrong. You are, that it will cause a sour stomach. Wendlin. Although in the end this could be called the work of men, this spelled the end of the plot surrounding my first duel at last. Interlude 15. Helmut Nissan's adoption into the family of his bride. After 5 years since leaving my home, I will finally be able to marry Paul. There isn't one ridiculing you, including me as well, for that, Paul Nissan. Eric. At the evening of a certain day, a dinner party was held in the Brandt's mansion led by Eric Nissan. The members are the usual 5 of us and everyone of the Brandt family, including Eric Nissan. The one marrying this time is the 3rd son, Paul Nissan, with his fiancée. The 4th son, Helmut Nissan, was participating too. In addition, it seems that it is scheduled for Helmut Nissan to get engaged in the near future as well. It appears that his partner, same as with Paul Nissan, has been introduced by Military and Naval Affairs Minister Edgar. They will soon carry out the formal marriage interview. Omi. As for that Omi, with the matter of not having any luck lately, it is such conclusion which shouldn't be pointed out though. Although if Helmut Nissan had the resolution to abandon his future as noble, I guess it would have been different. Going by my patron, it is a knight household having only a daughter. Helmut. That's an unthinkable good condition. Wendlin. That condition is due to Vol's miserable suffering. Helmut. Even though I had only planned to buy a mansion, because of Cardinal Hohenheim and the kindness-faking realtor, just how many defective properties did I have to purify? Also, the mansion I obtained came with a scary, torn-apart ghost of a maid. For an instant I pondered within my mind whether I would have been delighted with a cute maid haunting the mansion. I want you to give me back my pure heart. Though I will just say it in case, it isn't like I am particularly thinking of making a move on a maid or such. I just think that it will become a dose of refreshment enriching the heart, if it is an adorable maid working at our mansion. Those were nothing but properties even the church couldn't handle. Why did I? Wendlin. Even if you have a lot of mana, it will still be difficult. Eric. I was comforted by Eric Nissan. Starting with the purification of the aforementioned, blood-stained Duke Mansion, requests to purify properties, having been possessed by evil spirits, at various places in the capital came flooding in. It turned into magic training. But I was aware of the hardships connected to those requests. Thanks to them, there hasn't been any criticism for me suddenly getting a mansion in the high-ranking nobles block either. On the contrary, it seems my valuation has risen due to my skill in purification. From the point of view of the high-ranking nobles, it has reached the point that they could use the mansions, which they couldn't buy for living due to the evil spirits haunting them until now. Having purified those, I guess those fellows are thinking of me being useful. In a certain sense this also followed Cardinal Hohenheim's intention, and at last that Duke Arthur, Eric. So Eric Nissan knew about him as well after all? Wendlin. I do. That person was famous in a bad meaning. Eric. The case of the Duke's armor isn't really worth to think about. It seems His Majesty, having gotten tired to deal with him, was waiting for an opportunity of him going on a rampage. As he was a person having many problems, mainly with women and money, beforehand, when he suddenly targeted me, it ended up in a grand self-destruction. That strangely high reward apparently was also a way of thanking me for saving the national finances of going bankrupt due to the Duke Arthur household. The reward for me was completed with a one-time payment. There won't be any newly Duke household formed after crushing the Duke Arthur household either. Watching it on long term, it is helping the national budget. The annuity of a duke is 20 platinum coins per year. Considering that it finished with never having to pay those yearly 20 platinum coins to Duke Arthur any longer, it might have been a cheap deal to reward me those 50 platinum coins. Additionally, as there were 10 odd vassal households connected to the Duke Arthur household, those had to pay a large penalty for the sake of avoiding being amongst those getting dissolved. Also, as the whole situation was a troublesome matter, they didn't want a rumor to spread about the truth, thus it served as hush money as well, I guess. Now that you mention it, the Baron Balskmet household was also dissolved, right? Eric. As a supplement, the three noble families under Baron Balskmet were crushed as well due to being Duke Arthur's followers. I wondered whether they were some kind of extras in the beginning, but it looks like Baron Balskmet schemed some worthless things in reality. In order to lower the debt of the gradually growing Duke household, he planned to steal a large amount of money from me. It seems I will lose the duel, saying that it will be impossible to part with my fiancé approved by His Majesty. They will charge a large amount of money instead without it being a ransom either, although it would mainly depend on Duke Arthur. It seems he wouldn't be fixated on a specific individual no matter how lustful he was. It should be easy to persuade him. After the investigation, I was told, in exchange for released you, he thought it would be fine if you presented the other two remaining fiancés alongside a large amount of money, as they didn't believe that the huge debt of the Duke household would vanish with only the money gained from the bets of the bookmakers, that it was their scheme. It seems, in Andalou eyes, being completely chosen as bargaining chip, were extremely angry. In the first place, they are the daughters of Margrave Brithhilda's retainers, since both of them are still minors. Such a thing like reaching out his hands towards family members that have the support of an influential provincial noble, that was the limit of Baron Balskmet being a member of a self-proclaimed intelligence faction. Thanks to those great hardships of Vol, we can get married. Paul. It is because he has been marked by such a big shot like Military and Naval Affairs Minister Edgar. Eric. Thanks to me, they are receiving favorable treatment from Military and Naval Affairs Minister Edgar. I am working as guard. So, for the time being I am an underling within the military. Paul. Thinking normally about it, I thought he wouldn't be able to remember mine or Paul Annicki's name until our death. Helmut. Since there are more than 2,000 of only the knight households in the whole kingdom, the important nobles shouldn't be able to remember all them either. When it comes to those below the third son, it is indispensable to have connections and talent to a great extent. Eric. That is in order to be adopted into the noble household of the bride which has only daughters, or to cleverly enter a noble household that has no children, as adopted child. At this point, the probability of that happening is so low that it is close to being a miracle. Continuing, it is also possible to marry into the retainer household of an important noble. Usually even that is difficult because one has to be agreed upon by the fellow retainers or be accepted below the second son of the lord. And lastly, they can marry a daughter below the second daughter of the same stratum, aiming for a successful career by waging their life. Mostly that's no good though, as their household will end up dropping to commoners with the generation of their children. There are also people giving up from the beginning and are marrying the daughters of commoners. Since the advantage is that it isn't necessary to pointlessly put on heirs, it finishes with them not having to spend overly much money. That's the gist of it. It seems that those people aim to become a merchant, a wealthy farmer or such after the marriage. And there also are people who end their life by stubbornly being obsessive about being a noble without marrying. As a matter of fact, There is a considerable number of those existing. Paul Nissan felt relieved that he hasn't ended up like that. For me, it is pointless since my name is useless. Helmut. That's because the name Helmut is the most used one in this country. Eric. He was the fourth son, Helmut Nissan, but that name is the name of this country to begin with. Although it felt disrespectful, there were many parents as a matter of fact who gave their children the name Helmut. Not only commoners but nobles as well. The number of those is overwhelming. In reality, even amongst the subordinates of Paul Nissan and Helmut Nissan there are several such people present. Recently there are a lot of sarcastic people saying that this name was the proof of mediocrity. Of course, there are many Helmuts leaving behind achievements in various fields, but there was nothing bad about it besides being slightly confusing when you look at historic books. Since everyone is Helmut-san, they eventually stuck with differentiating them by their middle name and surname. I am beaten by my own name. As it is father, it looks to me that he ran out of names in stock to give. It seems. Helmut. Am I not Wendlin? Wendlin. I don't know. In the first place the naming criterion of that old man is obscure. Helmut. With having recently reached the point where I could often talk with those two elder brothers, the four of us, also including Eric Nissan, heaved a sigh simultaneously. Even though they are reluctant to succeed such a remote place, they are still envious of Nissan becoming the head of the Bourmester main family. There seem to be various complicated emotions plaguing my elder brothers. However, you don't want to return any longer then? Wendlin. That's right. Helmut. Such a country life is already impossible. Paul. Just as Eric Nissan says, although my elder brothers are serving as guards with low salary in the capital, that life of only eating the thin, salty soup and the tasteless, black bread is obviously disagreeable for them. I think that it is as expected different now, but I think they don't want to return to that inconvenient country life lacking any kind of entertainment. When off duty, we are also able to go hunting with our subordinates in the forests in the outskirts. Helmut. At least we know how to hunt. It is a benefit of having such a home. Paul. Given that our home is in the sticks, there are many younger men amongst the Bourmester males who are quite skilled in using the bow. Even my elder brothers go to the forests in the capital's outskirts to do such things as hunting while also using the time to have a picnic. The air is fresh and you can obtain your own food. There is also the matter of earning some money by selling the raw materials you have gathered. Thanks to their birthplace they aren't bothered by having to hunt. They don't end up spending money wastefully either. I am told that it isn't such a nice hobby. Do you also want to come with us next time? Helmut. That's a good idea. Let's have Eric Nissan join us as well. Wendlin. That's true. Let us four work hard at hunting. Eric. Owen. As the four of us siblings are discussing about hunting, Iru joins in there. What's up, Iru? Wendlin. Before you became aware of it, it has become possible to form a faction of young men of the Bourmester household who left the house. Owen. It's allowed to form a faction if there are 3 people founding it. Eric. That's great to hear. Wendlin. Also, saying this, since we have been neglected by our home, it can't be helped that we gather as comrades who had left from there. Given that our house made it clear up to the point of criminally not sending any congratulations to Eric Nissan, it was also necessary to make certain that they wouldn't cause yet another ridiculous incident. Usually it is the elderly unifying, but in our case it's the reverse. Eric. Eric is intelligent and can use magic. Paul. Having together experienced the pain of not succeeding a household, it seems that fellow siblings, who left their home, have a tendency to gather. But it appears that there were many cases where such relations broke down very quickly due to the other siblings luckily marrying into a noble family and thus becoming nobles themselves or due to becoming successful in life. We have no more than average talent. Helmut. Although he says this, since he is leading subordinates as guard, I have heard that he even faultlessly commanded the feudal lord's forces before. It looks that he is generally capable of being company commander in the army. I think that Kurt Nissan is the most questionable amongst us. Paul. Herman Nissan, having entered the household of a lower retainer as son-in-law, excelled the most in swordsmanship in the Bourmester household. Helmut. Though he is slightly frightening due to his large appearance having the biggest body amongst the siblings, he is actually a nice person to talk with. He is skillfully commanding the population in the defense of the territory. I don't want to boast about it, but as there was almost never a chance to talk with him, I wasn't concerned with him often. How about Kurt Nissan? Wendlin. Nowadays, with father's health seemingly declining, There aren't many occasions where he makes his own decisions. Before I left the house, he was diligently listening to the things father told him. Paul. He is an ordinary person. Amongst our siblings, Helmut, Paul Nissan and Helmut Nissan answered like this towards my inquiry. Even if he was the most useless one, he would succeed afterwards since he is the eldest son. When considering the rules of households, this is inevitable, I guess. Besides, it isn't like he is an incompetent person to the degree of not being allowed to govern the territory. He is the ordinary of ordinariness. This was the common opinion shared by my elder brothers, the Bourmister family faction residing in the capital. Eric. Now that you mention it, I hear that there is another Bourmister household in the capital as well. Paul. There actually is. Helmut, although it is in a state of having broken all ties with us. Eric. Why? Wendlin. According to the story of my elder brothers, it was a matter of a second son, calling the Bourmister main household his home and unwanted by the Bourmister household in the capital, founded an ancestral household after crossing the mountain range and clearing a plot of land. Currently they are receiving financial support for sending out selected inhabitants of the slums as population of the fief. Paul. It seems they are receiving considerable favors. Wendlin. To a certain degree, it is going as planned, but it appears that they have lost contact with them. Paul. Although it is a cruel story, even my elder brothers in the capital knew about this. Paul Nissan, while on patrol duty as guard, happened to pass by in front of their mansion by chance. When he went towards them for greetings next, he learned of the reason of the terrible and apathetic correspondence. I guess it was dreadful to return the so-called support funds. Paul. Unjustly, without saying anything. Or rather, they were told to return it. Eric. I think that's normal though. No? Wendlin. I wonder if there is such useless blood flowing through our veins as amongst our relatives. You can't even show your face as you also have become famous. Their heart might be filled with resentment to a large extent. Paul. Once again I am plunged into trouble thanks to my home. Wendlin. Give us favorable treatment because we are your relatives or such. They think it is common sense to not return the money. I only talked with them for a little bit, but that's the feeling I get from them. Paul. After that the topic returned to Paul Nissan's marriage and then the enjoyable dinner party came to an end. And then, 3 days later, Helmut Nissan's formal marriage interview, organized by Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar, was apparently carried out. Altogether there wasn't any worry of being turned down in the first place. Rather than a formal marriage interview it was a simple meeting. But for some reason it ended up in us being called to the location as well. It seems that Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar wants to meet you after the formal marriage interview. Helmut. Even I have only met him up to 2-3 times so far. Wendlin. The first time was at the audience after defeating the Bone Dragon. The second time it was after the subjugation of Great Grand. The third time, I certainly remember thanking him for the present at the birthday party, but most of the meetings were only at His Majesty's audience. Or rather, I don't recall having even talked with him much. Going by his appearance, he is around 50 years old. His body is always dressed in formal wear with a lot of medals attached to it. His feature is the crew cut, brown-colored, short hair and his handlebar moustache. He indeed was a man looking like a soldier. As for me, it will be the first time to meet him personally. Helmut. For that reason it has been arranged that I would turn up at the formal marriage interview of fellow nobles. Since it was Helmut Nissan's marriage interview, it was a delicate position how to handle the patronage. What's this house? Wendlin. 3 days later Helmut Nissan's formal marriage interview took place as planned. We decided to go to the meeting place since a retainer of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar brought a letter. The members are the usual 5 of us, although you somehow or other is on guard duty and the other 3 are my fiancés as well. I was worried whether it was fine to bring them along, but the retainer of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar said by all means. It seems the other party is extending their invitation to anyone even referring up to concubines. Apparently he wants to give a good impression towards Helmut Nissan's marriage interview partner. And then, although it was the crucial marriage interview partner, unbelievably she was from the capital's Bourmister household mentioned at the dinner party. Even the location was the same mansion Paul that Nissan investigated before. Because Paul Nissan has been surprised and actually went there once, I guess it's the truth. Is the marriage with a relative who broke off all relations. Wendlin. It isn't a particularly odd thing to be engaged to a fellow household with family relations. Also, Since we have been separated for 4 generations, viewing it as blood relation is a far stretch indeed. It wasn't unusual amongst nobles to be engaged to their cousins or such either. Rather, the problem was on the side of the broken-off relationship. The main fear of our master is the situation where we are breaking up our relation with our patron. Vassal. It seems that the patron of the capital's Bourgmester household is Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar. Or to be precise, the patron of the Stibelt household, who is holding the rank of appointed marquis for generations, is providing great numbers to the leadership of the kingdom's army and is serving as home of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar, is the Baron Dorm household, likewise appointed to the rank of a baron household. They are the patron of the capital's Bourgmester household. Although the Baron Dorm household was a hereditary appointed baron household with their work mostly related to the military, their employment was to manage any kind of rivers and forests in the vicinity of the royal capital. Even though it gives the feeling of being far apart from being a military task, those are usually places where no people live and thus invite refugees and such to settle down there, criminals, who committed offences in places where people live, to take refuge in there and poacher to make a regular appearance there. Their work is containing the arrest and removal of such people upon discovery. Because there also are occasional fights, the work is falling under the jurisdiction of the military. It seems it isn't often, but they also take responsibility for subjugating bandit troops and their likes. As the discord with everyone's honorable home occurred in the following generation, the Bourgmester household of the capital reached the point of inheriting this job. Vassal. Their job was to manage the woodlands and also the sources of rivers in the suburbs of the capital. Since the inhabitants of the slums, who settle down close by, are attempting to poach those, this seems to be a busy job in its own way. The present head Sama's way of working is reliable as well, and even the evaluation by Baron Dorm Sama is good. But, Vassal. Apparently this household also has nothing but daughters. Therefore they requested from Baron Dorm to mediate in finding a son-in-law to adopt into the family. Just at the time we were looking for a suitable candidate, we heard the talks about Helmut Sama. Vassal. Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar, T/N. I am starting to hate this ministry, is always knowledgeable about the peerage household's family circumstances of excellent knights. Although he shouldn't have such a degree of spare time. Accidentally getting to know the situation of my elder brothers being guards, it resulted in him looking for a solution by somehow getting them married. I guess it was him who brought the talk about being adopted into the family of one's bride to the capital's Bourgmester household. Then, take care of Paul Nissan's situation earlier. Wendlin. I felt a part of me worrying whether Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar has been doing it on purpose for the sake of causing mischief. At such times I wish to get Eric Nissan's advice. Since today was a normal work day for him, I couldn't ask him to come along with us. As for Paul Dono, our master wishes to use the opportunity to see whether he is someone who can be entrusted with the knight household. Vassal. Also, considering the kingdom's financial situation, they can't increase the number of nobles this easily. But, they are also aware of the saturation of noble households in regards to young nobles. If they lose any hope, it might become troublesome by even leading to the assassination of living family heads. Therefore it was necessary for the important nobles and His Majesty to hold a conference, although a balancing quota existed to a certain extent. For the sake of increasing that balancing quota, overly awful nobles are sometimes lowered in rank. Also, such things as being successful at exploiting undeveloped areas also led to an increase of noble households. Our home is a prime example of that as well. Our master is expecting a lot from the abilities of Paul Sama and Helmut Sama. Vassal. Going by the words of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar's vassal, my elder brothers laughed bitterly at that. That's because even they are understanding the extent of their own abilities. Although they are capable if it is about maintaining a noble's household, they don't possess any other outstanding abilities or such. If it's me, I am confident in my magic, but as for my ability in being a noble, it is uncertain. Well then, shall we enter? Head Sama is already waiting. Vassal. Entering the Bourgmester mansion due to being urged on by Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar's vassal, there appear to be people like a man, resembling a father slightly half past his 30s, and his wife, being of the same generation. At the entry hall, a cute, around 18 years old daughter came to greet us. I am Wilhelm Hans von Bourgmester. This is my wife, Corinna, and my daughter, Fried, Wilhelm. Am I resembling them? Wendlin. Given that the household has separated from us 4 generations ago, I don't think that our appearance and such resemble each other very much. The sole common thing is about having dark brown colored hair, I suppose. I am Helmut von Benno Mr. Helmut. Starting with Helmut Nissan, all of us are introducing ourselves in order. After this had finished, we are guided into the mansion and led to the living room. After the maids have made everyone's share of tea, the head of the capital's Bourgmeister household, Wilhelm, begins to talk, although it ended up being a slightly cold interaction for meeting Paul Dono for the first time. We aren't implying anything in particular by that. That is an instruction handed down to us by our ancestor, Wilhelm. Handed down instruction? Helmut. After thoroughly supporting them, the capital's household ended up being completely cut off by the other party on the main household's own accord without a care. Therefore the handed down instruction from 4 generations ago was, if you also meet the descendants one day, it is okay to complain. Luckily our great-grandfather from 3 generations ago was able to secure the hereditary work of defending the forests. Even with him probably never meeting them ever again, it couldn't be helped for him to keep bearing a grudge. Wilhelm. Rich people don't fight. Wendlin. Certainly, originating from the same Knight household, I feel a certain comfort in the offered tea and cakes. Or perhaps I should say, there aren't such things like tea cakes in our home. There was nothing but thin-mate tea. This tea is a forest-mate tea, right? Its sweetness is different. Elise. As expected, the Oju-sama of the Hohenheim household. You understand it well, Wilhelm. Elise immediately realized that the offered tea was a high-class item. As one would expect, Elise possess master-class competency where the making of tea is concerned. It is a side benefit of being a forest guard. It's for free after all, Wilhelm. They protect their assigned area of the forest from the hands of poachers and trespassers. There were a great number of people appointed to the lowest class, Knight household, but it seems they drew a very delicious managerial position. In the interior of the forests our household protects, there are wildly growing yerba mate trees, Wilhelm. As they perform their managerial position of guarding the forests without recognition of their service, they had the right of freely procuring things produced by those forests to a certain degree. Also, it is even possible for them to charge the hunters with a fee for entering the forest and decide their numbers. There were many more wealthy people than official positions and peerages. By carrying out harvesting to a degree without decreasing the wildlife growth, it also possible for us to enjoy ourselves by drinking our own additional income. Wilhelm. I am envious of your leaves from the forest's yerbal mate. Elise. In regards to this world, the most popular tea was without doubt this mate tea. Its appearance is resembling the leaves of the tea plants of my previous life, although the leaf's color is tinged with a trace of yellow. It is an article exclusively purchased by royalty and titled nobility, and the authentic leaves, from the worst to the best, are traded with the price of same weighted silver and above. The masses used stalks and cheap tea leaves for drinking. Both things existed, and, although it was a type of high-class item, it was in reality a yerbal mate tree. With originally being a wildly growing plant, it is sprouting at difficult places within its natural environment, and its leaves are holding a property of becoming sweet once grown. Also, that sweetness wasn't the same sweetness as the one originating from sugar. It is a faint and refined sweetness. Without leaving an aftertaste, it was considered something of a high-class degree. The top-quality leaves are wildly growing in the neighborhood of the peak of a mountain range with an elevation of 8,000 meters in the northern Urket Holy Empire. The price of these were far higher than silver of the same weight. Since you can't collect the leaves more than 3 times a year in the harsh environment, their price ends up becoming high no matter what. Even going to pick them is a matter of life and death. And then, the next most valuable yerbal mate trees are growing in these primeval forests and such. Although the leaves are of good quality, they end up being eaten by wild animals since they taste good, making them difficult to be obtained. We have gone to the extent of employing extra people for watching the wildlife growth of the tea plants. Wilhelm. If they are sold, they will yield a profit. I guess it also serves as perfect gift for people in high positions. Indeed, you could call this a side benefit. Leaving naturally high-grade tea leaves to the chance of ending up being eaten by wild animals, the forest guards are collecting them under the pretense of protective management. It isn't like they are picking a lot of them either. Since the forest is close to the capital, the guards are busy once they enter. Actually, Even Wilhelm-san returned today for the sake of attending the formal marriage interview, but usually he is living in a management cabin within the forest except on his rest days. I want male help for the household. It would be better if men were alternating between being at this mansion and the management cabin in turns. Wilhelm, although the state of the capital's public order was good, the slums are gradually spreading. There might be people bearing a grudge towards those related to the guard's occupation. Therefore he wants to find a husband for his only daughter as soon as possible, Wilhelm-san explained. In case of such talk, I am not as capable as my younger brothers. Helmut Dono is commanding subordinates in your position as a guard. If you use our own guys skillfully, it will be fine to do it patiently and steadily. Wilhelm, even if they receive training in this, it's not like there is only capable people like this no matter how much of a noble one is. Also, usually he is doing his work patiently in accordance to his earnest know-how. Because the professional duty is to guard the forest, this level of work attitude seems to be just right. At any rate, the foundation is most satisfactory if nothing happens. It is a job of waiting for an incident to occur. Only the founder of the Bormaster household from 12 generations ago was a magician like Wendlin Dono. We are truly a common knight household, Wilhelm. It was decided from the start anyway, but the formal marriage interview finished safely. Although Helmut-san and his bride, Fried-san, left for a date together with the words from here on it will only be the young folks, in my opinion. Our side is overwhelmingly younger. Erwin ended up pointing out, you really pay undue attention to the good things at any cost. Wendlin Dono is the youngest, but you also hold the highest court rank. Fried-san says as she is consulting about such things as the appointed day of the ceremony. It seems I am the top of the Bormaster household's family residing in the capital. Our capital's Bormaster household will adopt Helmut Dono into our family, adding him actually to the Baron Dono's faction. Or to put it simply, that's how the noble society is going to view it. Wilhelm, I have a mood of excluding the head household with all my might. The cause for this was the other side. At any rate, the capital's noble society shouldn't pay any attention to the head household and their likes either way. Given that they are living at such a remote place, you could even call it natural since there wouldn't be any opportunity to get to know them. Ito. The head house will mostly be isolated. Asvel should be the top of the branch family, Eric-san of the Brandt household, and Helmut-san of the capital's Bormaster household will form a clan. Also, as husband Paul Dono will definitely establish an independent knight household. Thus Paul Dono will also enter the clan. Vassal. Following the vassal of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar, who stayed silent until now, adds another explanation. With this, Val is the vassal of Margrave Brithhildesama, Eric-san is the vassal of Finance Minister Ruckner, and Paul-san and Helmut-san are the vassals of Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar. How tiresome. Blue eyes. Although it might be troublesome, I have decided to consider a noble to be such a person. Wendlin. I answered the facts pointed out by Blue eyes with partially teary eyes. If Val looks closely, you will realize that you are bound by various bounding ties of obligation. Blue eyes. I want to quickly start working as adventurer. Wendlin. Seeing that the escort of the formal marriage interview finished, Fried-san released an outrageous remark at the end. This year is the martial arts tournament hosted by the kingdom once every 3 years. Won't Wendlin Dono make an appearance once? Fried. I am told that this is something absolutely requested by Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar. What about magic in this tournament? Wendlin. You aren't allowed to use it. Fried. I will lose in the first round. Wendlin. The tournament will apparently be held in 1 week. Therefore, I pledged in my mind that I would go to the extent of doing a final struggle if I had time. And then we were invited to dinner by Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar after this, but it wasn't anything particularly interesting. For Paul Nissan and Helmut Nissan, the other party was a person far beyond their reach and thus they were nervous with a kiki. Eric Nissan's behavior naturally showed that his innermost thoughts were very strained. For some reason I acted as usual, but that was because I kept company with that kind of person regularly. As expected of the meals of important nobles. It is delicious. Wendlin. Watching Blue eyes demanding a second serving of dessert with a nonchalant look, even Armstrong Doushi seems to have been slightly helpful excluding the training. I actually revised my opinion of him. Interlude 16, night before the martial arts tournament. Good grief, that household. Brithhilda. The next day I reported the result of yesterday's marriage interview to Margrave Brithhilda. Even though I say that, it's impossible to do such a thing as breaking it off anyway. The only things we talked about are where and when the ceremony will be held. As the details of the negotiations were decided by Friedrich, it became the main part of the matter I reported to him. And naturally that has come out as well. The case of the Bourmester main family not sending any messages about the possibility to become self-reliant and only withdrawing after having received support from the capital's Bourmester household. Regarding the support part, there is also the case of not returning even a single copper back to them. This will kept unmentioned. Wendlin. It's the same as with Ericsson's congratulatory gifts. Both facts won't be officially announced. Brithhilda. As for the capital's Bourmester household, they didn't give a damn about the reimbursement since obtained an occupation which had the possibility of being inherited by the next generation. Also, rather than the reimbursement, they thought it disagreeable to once again be sponged off because of contacting them. Since the support was only in name, there isn't any debt, strictly speaking, right? Wendlin. Even so, it is a matter of logic to returning the money, especially as it has no interest. If they have a surplus due to advancing the development of the territory. It is no exaggeration that this is only natural for a noble. No, you could even say it is natural for a person. Because they obtained a valuable managerial position, they deserve better than having a helper go there to demand the reimbursement from that household, I am certain. Brithhilda. It is also troublesome to have someone go there to pass them a letter. It is certain true that our home would say, you can't return something you don't have. If they had such spare hands, even I would use them for the forest protection, as it is a stable professional job. It brought them a stable livelihood for the next generation and the ones after. I am sure they haven't returned the money anticipating this. Brithhilda. Only a small circle of fellow relatives knows about the Money Lending Act. It will be like a crime of conscience if it isn't returned. The Bourmester main house didn't realize that this might be called a kind of petty swindling. The amount of money isn't a small loan at all either. Also, they might have been called stingy after having obtained a valuable managerial position, right? Wendlin. Yes. Making an exaggerated fuss will invite guys who try to make it a scandal. Brithhilda. With people talking about them being stingy towards their family, calls for dismissing them from their work might occur as they might sabotage the work of others. How about the person succeeding their family as a result of not being worthy of obtaining a managerial position? I hear that there are many nobles turning into neats without batting an eyelid. Also, taking this into account, they haven't said anything. Wendlin. It seemed to be agreeable in regards to the result. Brithhilda. The capital's Bourmester household, not doing such a thing, works vigorously at their task of guarding the forests. As a result they have become a prospering household as Knight family. I end up thinking that it is fine if I follow the example of our home a bit. As for the ceremony, I will also attend it. Also, Brithhilda. To the last this will remain an absolute secret behind the scenes, but it appears to be no good to not reimburse the capital's Bourmester household including consolation money for our home that hasn't returned the support money. Although it is a secret, this affair is the reason for both families to sever connections with each other. Also, once again I have to prepare congratulatory gifts. Brithhilda. At the time of Eric Nissan's marriage we have encountered the same problem. If it's Paul Nissan, it has been arranged that Minister Edgar would act as his backer in founding an independent Knight household. Of course it was necessary to present congratulatory gifts at the ceremony. All of it, I will. Wendlin. No, I will give them. However, I will pretend that it had been provided by Baron Bourmester. Brithhilda. I guess even Margrave Brithhilda, as the most influential person in the south and as patron, has his pride. He declared that he will pay for everything by himself. The entire costs will be entered in our account books as debt of the Bourmester head house. Brithhilda. Although it is uncertain what kind of sum it will become, I have no doubt that they will be confronted with reality. It should become a sum that will drive the Bourmester household into a predicament. Won't you demand reimbursement? Wendlin. There is no other way but to stay silent considering our predecessor's crimes, right? Brithhilda. Either way, it was a problem of causing dust to whirl up, if you strike it. T/N, proverb meaning that if he demanded the money of the Knight Bourmester family, they would once again blame him and his family for the failed expedition to the Demon Forest. Even so, It is nothing more than recording it in the account books, since the instruction given by Margrave Brithilda is to not claim this reimbursement. It had the potential to become a big bomb in the future. I believe this extent is good. By the way, will you enter the martial arts tournament? Brithilda, it somehow seems to be compulsory for me. Wendlin, if one is a noble, it apparently is common sense to at least once appear at the martial arts tournament sponsored by the kingdom. But as usual, our home is an exception. Has this been declared at the time I was appointed as noble of this country? Wendlin, it was the "I shall wield my sword" part. Brithilda, that is a metaphor, even if the main weapon on the battlefield is a bow or a spear. As for secret weapons of tactical and/or strategical magic class, a secret gentleman's agreement between both countries has been tied disallowing them to make those. Nobles, who wield their sword magnificently, are revered. Amongst all the current nobles, including me, it is a delicate matter how many of them can handle the sword properly. I also entered in my youth. Brithilda, it was still before he inherited the peerage. It seems that he participated only once after all. How did it go? Wendlin, I lost utterly in the first round of the qualifiers. I am a man with minus ability in swordsmanship. Brithilda, apparently he was a pupil that had only been told please only make sure to not get injured during practice by his sword teacher in his childhood. Even I shouldn't be that bad. Even though I lost in the first round of the qualifiers, it wasn't a particular problem. Brithilda, really? Isn't Margrave Brithilda-sama a soldier? Wendlin, it isn't like it is a problem even for a distinctive soldier. Brithilda, as it is more or less a custom, you are only told to participate at least once. And the results had no consequences for your career as soldier, but if your results were good, you would have an advantage at the assessment. It seems to open the way up until intermediate commander. If you want to rise to senior commander, there are various abilities necessary such as commanding and rear support. Brithilda, a supreme commander cuts down his enemies with his superior sword technique. Because it will be a loss if the battle progress reaches that point, the sword skill isn't very important, it seems. Rather, it is someone who gives precise commands, puts a large army in order and establishes the system of logistical support including supplies. I am told that I won't have a successful career if I don't pass the evaluation here in order to receive an assessment during the time of maneuvers. Is it fine to finish it before it starts even if I only have physical strength? Wendlin, that's how it is. Brithilda, because, for a soldier, it is necessary to be skilled in leading military forces if they want to become remarkable. Someone who is just a swordsmanship master will at least end up a skilled platoon leader at the front, swordsmanship instructor or a famous adventurer. Besides, won't Baron Bormister become a soldier? Brithilda, yes. Wendlin, well, then there won't be any problem. Isn't it fine to aim for breaking through the first round of the qualifiers then? Brithilda, although the motivation is slightly pathetic, it isn't like I will become skilled in swordsmanship by putting in effort from now on. The thing Margrave Brithilda said was correct. As for Baron Bormister, isn't it alright since you have the magic that killed a dragon? I don't even have that. Brithilda, moreover, the nobles of baron rank and upwards don't need to be masters at martial arts such as eccentric swordsmanships. Rather, that is undesirable as such people won't be able to find employment in such situation for sure. If you are able to do anything, it is considered to be unpleasant. Also, it is a martial arts tournament. Brithilda, it is divided into divisions for swordsmanship, spearmanship, archery and hand-to-hand combat techniques resembling unarmed fighting with a covering for the back of the hand and wrist. I got as explanation from Margrave Brithilda. Personally I belong into the bow category. Wendlin, the distinguished masters of the kingdom and their likes weren't conceited, but I felt like leaving behind the least objectionable results. How regrettable. It is indispensable for the heir and head of a noble household to participate in the swordsmanship division without exceptions. Brithilda, it seems to always be the swordsmanship division since nobles are, I shall wield my sword. It can't be helped. I will give it a try since I have nothing to lose anyway. Wendlin, wait. If I can strengthen myself with various spells. I should tell you. The usage of mana or magic is prohibited for all divisions. To the last it is tournament for the sake of watching genuine techniques. Brithilda, my last hope made a sound of grumbling due to Margrave Brithilda's words. The martial arts tournament, huh? I entered it once in the old days. Armstrong. After excusing myself at Margrave Brithilda's location, I have returned to the mansion in the capital by teleportation magic. Armstrong Daoshi was gracefully drinking mate tea there while stuffing his cheeks with cookies. In reality, this person is often eating them since he is fond of sweets despite it being contrary to his appearance. And, with him on that seat, the topic of the martial arts tournament appears. There, magic ban means that it will be difficult for me. Wendlin. The majority of people can't use magic after all. Armstrong. Given that it is a tournament to watch the true ability and experience, it seems that magic and mana aren't brought in there. If Daoshi makes a serious effort, any swordsmanship master will end up being crushed with a snap as well. But there are also vague parts within the rules. Armstrong. There are many whose mana quantity is ordinary or nothing more than a little bit. But there are also people existing who use that mana to skillfully add power to their physical abilities and such. Even so, given that such ability is partially instinctive, it will be complicated to suddenly tell them that they can't use it. Since even the spent mana amount is low, such people are tolerated. The judges will measure the mana capacity, and if they confirm the usage of mana capacity exceeding the amount of an average ordinary person, they will be disqualified. Armstrong. What a troublesome matter. Wendlin. We will end up being disqualified if we only use just a little bit mana. Only pure swordsmanship. I will lose in the first round of the qualifiers. Wendlin. If they luckily pair me up with a similar noble, who participates for the memory, I might win. But as for the other professional soldiers participating regularly, the knights attached to knight orders including the Royal Knight Order and young people spending all their time tempering themselves strictly every day as apprentices. Besides, there were also a great number of those wanting to gain fame. Retired adventurers and ronins appear. Only 128 will be able to pass the qualifiers. It was a harsh tournament where you won't break through the qualifiers if you don't win against at least 7 opponents. Adventurers and ronins will enter it with a lot of fighting spirit. Armstrong. If you achieve high results, it will be easier to be noticed by scouts from the nobles. They will work as guards and battle-ready forces for a few feudal lord troops. In this warless period, it might also be the only chance to serve a noble household as stranger. By the way, how did it go for Daoshi? Wendlin. I also got stuck with appearing as swordsman following my father's words. Armstrong. It seems Daoshi is weak at swordsmanship as well. But since he has power, he lasted until the 4th round of the qualifiers. That's amazing. 4th round of the qualifiers. Wendlin. Certainly, the 4th round was terrible. Armstrong. Furthermore, right then, Eric Nissan's group, who was preparing our mansion for the wedding, make their appearance too. Paul Nissan and Helmut Nissan currently spent every day busily with the goal of being adopted, and the marriage ceremony isn't even 4th round great. I was defeated at the 2nd round of the qualifiers. Eric. At the time he had just become a junior governmental official. Rudiger-san, who was at that time just his superior, told him to participate with the words, because it's obligatory. The opponent in the first round was an heir of a certain Earl household. That part saved me as well. Eric. It seems he won because the noble Bochan was horribly weak. Certainly, I didn't know if Eric Nissan's skill in swordsmanship might be worse than even my own. By the way, what about Paul Nissan? Wendlin. I lasted up to the 3rd round. Paul. Amazing. Wendlin. For me it was tournament luck as well. That was Paul. It appears his opponents were apprentice guard members, just like him, and a noble's heir. There is a mountain next to the tournament. Unexpectedly a number of participants were seeded. Amongst them was the successor of a baron household. Paul. Even so it doesn't change the fact of him breaking through the 2nd round. Me, Eric Nissan and Helmut Nissan gazed at Paul Nissan with a look of respect. As expected of our Bourmester household, the level is frightfully low. Eric. In addition, our parents haven't trained us zealously as it is done in great military families and such. Apparently that's the reason. I will mention it as reference, but I was defeated at the 2nd round as well. My opponent in the 1st round was a guard like me who was far weaker than I. Helmut. And it looks like Helmut Nissan passed the 1st round. I felt a little bit of pressure. What should I say? It's a story that doesn't make your heart throb at all. I want to pass the 1st round. Wendlin. If I had moved up to the 3rd round like Paul Nissan, it would have been a big deal. But in reality I was at that level. Helmut. Reaching this easily the main round and attaining the championship in the final round, That's like a hero from some saga. Such thing isn't that easy. For me such scenario is impossible to begin with. I have understood it at the time of seeing such people like veteran adventurers. Even those guys lost quickly in a flash. In the first place, appearing in the main round is a miracle. Paul. Moreover, even such master becomes powerless against the violence of numbers. It was also the biggest reason why such talented people only hope to not be placed at the front of the army. Even if you consider us brothers to be at such level, haven't Erwin, Inaju and Luizu taken lessons? Helmut. If it's Erwin-kun, I think he will be able to advance up to the 5th round of the qualifiers. But it also depends on his tournament luck. Eric. It looks like it is necessary to pass the 4th round of the qualifiers to catch the noble's attention. Saying it on the contrary, it might become hopeless if you don't pass the threshold, Paul Nissan says. I wonder whether it won't be a good merit for the Vils Rising Baron household. If the junior commander, Erwin, leaves disappointing results behind, the application rush might intensify again. Eric. I should be able to use a long-standing junior retainer of such degree. Rather than obtaining results, there is the possibility of some among the employment-seeking lot to push for it. But aren't they only strong at swordsmanship then? Wendlin. It is dangerous to only place such people close to oneself. Eric. I also couldn't imagine something like a future where I would be stabbed to death with a sword just after having them employed due hostile nobles instigating those Rounins, excelling at swordsmanship, to become assassins. Anyway, it will be unacceptable if Erwin-kun doesn't work hard. Eric. And then we talked for a while afterwards. I went outside, after my 3 elder brothers decided to go home, seeing them off and saw Iryu eagerly practicing his swordsmanship in the garden. It's because the tournament is close. The goal is to break through the 5th round of the qualifiers. Around that, will you pass the 1st round? Owen. Yes, at least one victory. Wendlin. While watching Iryu's practice, I am telling him about Eric Nissan's words and Iryu suddenly raises his voice. I am aiming to pass the qualifiers. Owen. Judging from the point of Iryu receiving lessons from warrants and belonging to the Royal Knight Order, it seems essential for him to achieve good results in this tournament. What a lofty goal. Wendlin. Even in us practicing earnestly, Luiz does so as well. Owen. With the nature of fighting only using techniques without being strengthened by magic, the tournament has become a tall hurdle for In and Luiz too. In those two's case I also have a feeling that they don't particularly need to go too far in order to obtain good results. I have to win. Owen. Is that so? Wendlin. We will send encouragements to Iryu, who is frantically swinging his word, in our mind. However, the wall of the 1st round. Wendlin. It will be fine if Vil has tournament luck. Eric. Right. That's the only way. Wendlin. Although Eric Nissan's statement could also be interpreted as quite the impoliteness towards me, I didn't mind it at all since it was the truth. And then the opening day of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Interlude 17, Performance at the martial arts tournament. Wendlin. Wendlin-sama. Elise. I am looking forward to enjoying today's Bentu. Wendlin. At last it began. The first day of the martial arts tournament. Today it was planned to get through the majority of the qualifiers. At any rate, there are many participants. It is impossible that they finish the qualifiers in one day since there also are the divisions of spearmanship, archery and weaponless martial arts. The main matches will be performed at the Royal Colosseum, where I previously had my duel with Duke Arthur. Given that it will be the final selection, those matches will slowly be performed over a period of 2 days. Therefore, the people who will be able to have a match here will only be the participants of the final selection. Also, the qualifiers will be carried out at designated places such as dojos and training grounds in various places of the capital. Rather than the Bentu, worry about the state of the matches. Owen. I don't have any kind of motivation towards a match I will most likely lose. Wendlin. Are you that sure of it? Owen. Iryu was astonished. In the morning we have departed from the mansion. Me and towards the swordsmanship division's qualifiers, Ina towards the spearmanship division's qualifiers and Luiz towards the weaponless martial arts division's qualifiers. Although there is a gap between the number of participants between each division, it has been arranged that the people, who previously lost, return to this Colosseum. That's because it is planned for the first round of the final selection for the weaponless martial arts division, which has the least amount of participants, to be held in the Colosseum today. And then, after about 2 hours, lad, Have you lost in the first round? Armstrong. Yes. Wendlin. Since I am more or less a baron, I purchased a box seat for the interval of the 3 days long tournament so that their parties concerned can get a seat without difficulty. If it's this box seat, it easily allows for around 10 odd people to watch the matches from a special seat. It was possible to order drinks and meals from the vendors coming and going, but amongst us there is the professional at making tea and meals, Elise. It seems she got up early in the morning to prepare a large amount of bentos and sweets of various kinds. I heard it. Warren Sama's opponent was Helmut, something like the commander of the Royal Chivalric Order. Ville's tournament luck is Paul. I have ended up being matched against Iryu's swordsmanship master, Warren-san, in the first round of the swordsmanship division with its myriads of participants. Really, I wonder if it's fine to encounter such misfortune. It is to the degree that even Paul Nissan and Helmut Nisn were lost for words as to me having so much misfortune. It has been a disadvantage for me, not being able to use magic, to go against Warren-san, who is a magic sword user. I was also the same, thus the conditions were even, but I was surpassed by the difference in the possessed techniques from the start. After all, it's not like his real skills were for show, as he was recommended to the highly valued Royal Chivalric Order. After several seconds into the match I ended up surrendering when I noticed the point of his sword thrust before my throat. If only magic was allowed to be used, I would have first off defended against his attack with my magic barrier, but this thinking is usually called being a poor loser in society. Eto, it appears that I have nothing left to say but thank you. Wendlin. Ha ha ha. You have magic. Warren. It is great enough to defeat a dragon. Wendlin. The conversation with Warren-san after the match was empty. Even the audience at the venue has been dumbfounded by the dragon-slaying hero, being the topic of talks, losing too quickly in the first round. But my skill in swordsmanship is something like this after all. The practices I performed in the early mornings at my home was undoubtedly basic endurance training. To begin with, there aren't such people who have expectations in your swordsmanship from the start, boy. How about Erwin boy? Burkhart. Although Burkhart-san's remark had been quite merciless, I couldn't deny it at all since it is the truth. He won the first round with leisure. Wendlin. I explain Iryu's state to Burkhart-san, who sits in the same box seat as us. It completely has a feeling of being a picnic. While he is eating the side dishes suitable as snack from within the bento Elise had prepared, he continued drinking the sake I had produced myself while being a bit tipsy. Is that so? Burkhart. You are completely drunk. Wendlin. Today you haven't been dragged into some calamity, boy. As it is, I can enter my rest mode. Burkhart. Do you expect something to happen again? Wendlin. No clue. Won't we be alright since we even have Daoshi besides us? Burkhart. Such things as being challenged to a duel by a ridiculous duke, being dragged into nothing but purifications for a shady realtor, and being requested to protect a weird hippopotamus. Truly, we have been involved in only good-for-nothing situations at our stay in the capital. In addition, there was Daoshi. He is also eating the sweets made by Elise in the very same box seat while gulping down her mate tea. Where Daoshi is concerned, it is a quite excellent tea, and yet he is gulping it down like water from a well. Even the way he eats the sweets, he is stuffing his mouth relentlessly with one after the other. Looking at it gave you a slightly sour stomach. You ended watching Erwin boy at around the first round, boy, huh? Burkhart. Erwin lad put in great efforts. I am certain that he will bear the fruits of it. Armstrong. Although I wondered whether it would be a close match, as Iryu had been pitted against a mainstay-leveled veteran adventurer in his first match, he sent the opponent's sword flying quickly after a few minutes. As I haven't seen Iryu's usual training routines, I was truly surprised of him becoming this strong. First off, has he won properly? Burkhart. Even though there was also the reason that it was demanded by His Majesty, it seems that Iryu has talent in swordsmanship, just as Warren-san has been saying. In a bit more than a year after coming to the capital, it was something I had to agree with, as he had also obtained skills making someone like me already no match for him. Not only because his sensei was very good, but also because I didn't put in considerable effort in swordsmanship before that, which was a large aspect as well. Except the boy, no one has returned. Burkhart. Please don't tell me that. Wendlin. However, as the time passed 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Louise is the first to return. Without even changing her reluctant-like facial expression, She sat down on top of my lap. She acts completely like a kitten desiring affection. Without using magic, I think it is a handicap for someone having learned a magic combat style. Louise. Until now Louise earnestly learned only a type of magic combat style and fought with it. Since her body hasn't even small power, she relies on her speed by running continuously and toying with her opponents by using their own strength against them. Thanks to that she reached the 4th round of the qualifiers, but at the 5th round she ended up being defeated by a veteran of the same school, she explained in frustration. At 13 years old, reaching the 4th round as debut is amazing. You are 4 times more amazing than the boy. Burkhardt. As she remained this far, I heard that it is at the level that she has been put on the list of wanted people to be employed as retainers for night households, associate baron families and their likes. She is a talented young woman and has high potential as such. She has been raised into a talented person corresponding to her family's tradition. It seems that there are nobles in this world that do something resembling recruitment of inexperienced people and recent graduates. No matter how powerful, there are many who are difficult to handle due to their bad habits as elder veterans. I don't think I have to tell you, but you are covered all over in wounds. Wendlin. Because it is the weaponless martial arts division, there were many cases where you end up getting grazed by the opponent's attacks in the long run. On Louise's arms and face small bruises and injuries were left. Vul, heal me. Louise. Although it would have been fine if you had received a healing from the priests at the venue. Wendlin. Given that there are many people who receive injuries during the matches, several healing magicians are dispatched by the church and are waiting on standby at the venue. I merely thought that she certainly has received healing from those magicians. Just be obedient there and say that you want to heal your cute fiancé. Louise. Yes, please let me treat you, Oju-sama. Wendlin. There are also injuries within my clothes. Do you want to see them? Louise. Before I knew of the place. Wendlin. However, your true opinion is? Louise. I want to see them. Wendlin. I healed all of Louise's injuries in one go with my water healing magic. If it's Vul's healing magic, it is approximately as effective as Elise's. Louise. Wendlin-sama has mighty magic power after all. Elise. Although there is also the problem of efficiency. It should be a lot more effective to use 10 mana instead of 50 mana. Since Louise's injuries are at a level of scratches, I healed all of the injuries without having any particular troubles. You want to improve your mana efficiency? Then you have to continue the required practice. Burkhardt. I am well aware of this. Wendlin. Nay, Ina-chan returned as well. Louise. Considering the timing she came back, she should have advanced up until a quite good rank, but for some reason she floated an unconvinced facial expression. Ina. Wendlin. The 6th round of the qualifiers. If I had won it I would have advanced to the final selection, but I lost. Ina. She had tournament luck as well. But it looks like Ina has also improved her skill to a considerable degree in the year here. Although you might be reluctant about it, for your debut fight you achieved excellent results, don't you agree? Wendlin. That is, well, it's true, but Ina. Then, what are you unhappy about? Wendlin. Do you call it dissatisfaction or rather not accepting it as valid? Ina. The opponent of Ina in the 6th round apparently was that full-power spearmanship guy, Chunibyo Abe, who continued to appeal for being employed in front of the mansion for a period of time. Moreover, he was quite strong. My spearmanship sensei doesn't think that I have lost either. Rather, I might be stronger. Ina. To think person was that strong. Wendlin. Due to the performance pulled by a certain someone with common sense, he hasn't been chosen for the Lord's troops formation last time. After that he continued to appeal for employment in front of the mansion for a little while, but we deliberately ignored him, although it would have been fine to apply normally without doing such a performance. Wendlin. There are such types occasionally too. Despite having fairly high specifications, those are people who don't achieve their goal due to having made some kind of mistake, I guess. Because of that we had a talk after the match. But Ina. The name of that full-power spearmanship guy seems to be Roderick-san. Furthermore it appears that he is the relative of an unexpected personage. Finance Minister Ruckner. Wendlin. The younger brother. He seems to have been born by the daughter of a merchant. Ina. As a result he can be called the minister's nephew, but as his mother isn't an official concubine, he can't be entered into the noble's family register as being a descendant of a noble either. Considering the story, He is an unexpectedly talented person. Wendlin. Given that he has been first brought up in the store of his mother's home, he is able to carry out all of the usual work of a merchant, like reading, writing, calculating, keeping an account book, dealing with the settlement of accounts and all kinds of tax calculations. He is also well informed about such things as the laws regarding trade and commerce. In a certain sense, he really is finance minister's nephew. No. However, why did he choose spearmanship? Wendlin. Since he had a weak constitution in his childhood, he used the spear for the sake of tempering himself. Wendlin. Also, why is he aiming to serve as a retainer? That is, his mother's elder brother has already been inaugurated as successor of the company. The nephew isn't a person hitting it off well with that uncle, as he wants his own children to succeed. Therefore he ended up being treated as hindrance. I hear that it was a thoughtless decision without even considering whether Roderick-san was able to do it or not. The uncle thought it would be embarrassing if he took over, even though he was the subordinate of his son. Also, it is difficult for him to receive support from Finance Minister Ruckner. They say it would be complicated to inherit the peerage and property. The bad relationship between Finance Minister Ruckner and his younger brother is famous within the royal court. It's no wonder he doesn't possess a single letter of introduction. The world of merchants is hard as well. But, is he participating at the final section for the sake of training his body? Wendlin. Looking at it from the view of a person staking his life earnestly on spearmanship, he might be seen as slightly disagreeable person. For example, even if the person himself has no evil intent. I have lost to such a guy. Eto, it can't be helped that you met an unforeseen talented person. Wendlin. But, he is an odd guy, right? Certainly, I still only saw him from far away. But he was quite an incomprehensible person who did giant swings with his spear. With his height of around 180 centimeters, he was a medium build while also having a visibly well-tempered body. I can't see him as anything but a good young man with green hair, which is rare in this world as well. He must also be an extremely lively person considering his shouting of full power spearmanship. Eto, he looks like a usable person, so let's keep him, okay? Wendlin. I knew Val would think so. Thus I gave him our contact address. Since we will become adventurers once we turn into adults, we had been searching for a person to entrust the capital's mansion with. As he can count money and also has good physical strength, I think it is fine to consider him as candidate as well. While we are at it, why don't we have him teach you spearmanship as well? Blue eyes. If it's that person, I will die. Wendlin. With him going all out during the matches, they will end up leaving gaps. If it is a normal person trying to mimic him. Doesn't know what school he has learned either. Most likely it should almost all be original, I suppose. It's not something an ordinary person can copy. He was able to advance to a good rank. Wendlin. That is true as well. Though I don't know about the next round. Wendlin. At least I don't have a next round. Or rather, it wasn't even necessary. By the way, how did it go for you, Val? I am glad that you have asked. Wendlin. Lord Warren, Commander of the Royal Chivalric Order and Master at handling a magic sword, has been appointed as my opponent. Without even a single speck of hesitation he used his sword skills without any mana. Right from the beginning of the match he wielded his sharp sword. Due to that excessive speed. Still, every day for 6 years. Although I took a day off once in a while, I tackled the basic training of swordsmanship at my home. You lost, right? I was far too quickly defeated. Wendlin. I answer with a calm expression to who listens with a calm expression. In the first round? It has been settled like that, no? Wendlin. Don't immediately reply as if boasting about it. Trying to think about it, there isn't anyone, except the second son, Herman, with his slight strength, in our family who excelled at swordsmanship. Even while you can call it a self-training handed down for generations in the Bormister household, it is truly only basic training for about an hour in the morning. If it's to such a degree, you can call it a standard in the severe world of sword users. I guess it was at the level of Tai Chi Kwan, Chinese elders do in the morning, and radio calisthenics in Japan. No matter what, it is necessary to put great effort into learning something. If it's magic, I would spend as much time as possible every day to practice until it gets dark. It is a mistake in itself to put me into the swordsmanship division. Wendlin. Certainly, That's true as well. But I have never heard about such thing like a magic division. There is a reason for that, Armstrong. Armstrong Doushi addressed Ina's doubts right away. In his hands he was grasping a large teacup, for exclusive use by himself, and Elise's deluxe scone. There are only few magicians, therefore it is impossible to gather such great number of them at the capital. Armstrong, since they are entrusted with many jobs even though their numbers are few, it would be a waste of precious mana and time for them to compete at who's the best in a tournament. Also, it is also possible that some may die. Armstrong, although there are also situations where someone dies in sword competitions and such, the number is overwhelmingly lower compared to magic competitions. Furthermore, for exchanging magic shots within the venue, it is absolutely necessary for the personnel to prepare by deploying a powerful magic barrier. Such things are high hurdles to tackle for holding a tournament. I can consent with that, but how did it go for you? He should still be remaining, but Wendlin. During the time I am answering the first round of the weaponless martial arts division's final selection began at the match venue. Since there will indeed be complaints from the spectators if there isn't a match in the Coliseum on the first day, it looks like they are carrying it out. Isn't there a difference in physical strength from the start? It cannot be compared with the martial arts matches in my previous life. Although the intensity of the matches built up, it wasn't possible for me to get into the flow as there wasn't any particular acquaintance participating either. Somehow there are many elderly participants. Wendlin. They are competing with techniques. Louise. According to Louise's explanation, the tournament has a tendency to have comparatively many veterans remaining because the importance of skill is high in the end. Especially there are many martial arts instructors left in the weaponless martial arts division. That trend is quite obvious. But the real strength is different. Wendlin. The majority of the final selection's participants have no intention to lose. But Louise. She has an amount of mana ranging from intermediate to high level. You could say that it was only natural as she is even able to use it for her magic combat style. Then, tell me, why does this tournament exist? Wendlin. Our general fighting power is lacking, but if we diligently temper ourselves every day, we can surpass this with technique. That explains the purpose, I think. Louise. It is as Louise says. If we fight with all our strength, creatures such as humans won't win at first. Armstrong. Also, in addition, the matter with exceeding skill is, if you entrust these people with a task or employ them, it will become a matter of leading other people. It is a self-promotion for unemployed ronin and an appeal for instructors to teach the next generation their skills. It seems these two things are the main objectives of the participants. Now that I heard this, it somehow became boring. Wendlin. Although you should usually get excited at these kinds of martial arts tournaments, it strangely killed my interest just as I learned of the circumstances. My mind has started inclining in the direction of the bento which Elise made, especially the roasted wild boar meat preserved in miso soup rice as side dish. I am certain it would be delicious. By the way, it was me who taught her the cooking method. That's because you lost in the first round, I guess. Boy. Burkhart. There is no such thing. Wendlin. I am enjoying myself fully. Burkhart. Given that in Burkhart-san's case everything should be fun, if there are delicious snacks and alcohol, he was really unreliable. Also, the only concerned party left is you. No? Wendlin. You know, it's difficult for me to interrupt you while you're talking, but Owen. You were there, Iru? Wendlin. It looks like Iru came back unnoticed by anyone. Furthermore, he wore a slightly apologetic facial expression. Did you lose? Wendlin. I ran into Warren-sensei in the 6th round. Owen. You too, huh? Wendlin. As expected, he couldn't yet win against his master in swordsmanship due to the difference in experience. For me it is, how exceedingly will he win? Such is my level. Somehow I am full of emotions now that it ended. Wendlin. The feeling is like the sensation immediately following the defeat in the qualifiers for Koshien of my high school baseball club in my previous life. I wonder if it's fine to say this. Isn't there no problem with you advancing to the 6th round? However, why does everyone seem to be so joyful? Wendlin. In the fantasy novels or manga I read in my previous life, a martial arts tournament was something swelling in excitement and becoming a big deal. But, in this world, where you can't use magic in the martial arts tournament, it is somehow insignificant. Nevertheless, The spectators are holding their breaths watching the results attentively. I felt slightly strange. In this martial arts tournament, the kingdom has placed huge bets at the bookmakers. Apparently the earnings will be used for charity work. Burkhart. It would have been fine to not learn of this. Wendlin. On the remaining 2 days all of the matches of the martial arts tournament finished as planned. Apart from my feelings that couldn't really rise in excitement, Louise was the only one who jumped in joy. Hurrah! I won the bet of the weaponless martial arts division. The bet will be factored by 23 times. Louise. You placed a bet? Wendlin. After that the matches of the second day also came to a close without any kind of troubles. Speaking of the things we did, sitting together with only the people allowed to come into the box seat of the match venue, it became a party location for enjoying the Isekai prepared alongside the tea and bento especially made by Elise. The matches changed into mere parts of the scenery. However, don't look this way with weird glances, you lot appearing at the matches. Wendlin. That is, they want to be employed by you, boy. Burkhart. I don't need such simple muscle brains. Wendlin. What I want is a capable person to command the servants and maintain the capital's mansion. No matter how excellent their skill with the sword is, I am certain these guys are a mismatch for the job. What about that full power spearmanship? Burkhart. It looks like Burkhart-san also saw full power spearmanship-san swinging his spear in front of the mansion previously. He made an unexpected appearance when we were talking about the manager of the capital's mansion. That person can also keep such things as account books. He doesn't look like it going by his appearance. Wendlin. The things I gained in this 3 days long martial arts tournament were a manager for the capital's mansion and the actual experiencing of the proverb you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 40, Turning 15 Years Old. I am worn out. Wendlin. Me too. Louise. I don't feel tired at all. Well then, this is my best attack. Armstrong. It's been around 2.5 years since we settled down in the royal capital. I turned 15 years old a few days ago. Today, I am working hard at my training with Armstrong Dashi alongside Louise. Damn it. What kind of serialized battle manga is this? Would be the way to describe those 2.5 years, but the fruits of my labor have appeared to an extent. If there wasn't any improvement, my mental health would have ended up taking a disastrous blow. I continued increasing my mana pool just like I have been before coming to the capital. Furthermore, I learned heaps of new spells as well. Among these, there were 3 you ought to pay particular attention to: the super physical enhancement, high-speed flight and the mobile magic armor and helmet taught by Armstrong Dashi. The spells consume a ridiculous amount of mana, but their power is guaranteed. As I received a passing mark from Armstrong Dashi a few days ago, it can now be used in actual combat. Personally I usually prefer finishing things off by using long-range magic without having to get up close and personal. Or rather, I don't want to encounter an enemy that I can't fight without having to use the spells taught by Armstrong Dashi. And, as Louise received the same coaching as me, she also successfully learned 4 spells: physical enhancement, high-speed flight, mobile magic armor and helmet, and meditation. Influenced by the expansion of her mana pool by quite a bit, she's advanced from her previous state of only being able to enclose her own body with magic power to her current abilities. In addition, she even acquired the original magic, meditation. This could be called a magic to heal your own wounds through meditation while on the move. It is quite unique as even Armstrong Dashi and I aren't able to learn it. Although it is regrettable that you can't heal others with it, it should be considerably convenient during battle as you're able to heal your own injuries. Even from the perspective of other party members, it is very reassuring if she is able to somehow handle things by herself, although several of the members might be injured at the time. Such were the circumstances as mentioned above. As for the last concluding part of our training, we carried out a mock battle today. No, I think I should use more accurate words. For the last 2.5 years, the 3 of us have, almost every day, carried out mock battles under the pretense of them being mock battles in the wastelands found on the outskirts of the capital. Consuming huge amounts of mana while fighting to our physical limits, our mana capacity has naturally had increased. To increase our mana capacity, we used huge amounts of mana fighting to the limit during our mock battles, since it was better to perform other training regimes after our mock battles have ended. Speaking of a soul miscalculation, given that you destroy the army's training grounds whenever you train, We wish for you to practice at a deserted location is what the important people of the army told us, I guess. Even so, since there are as many uninhabited places on this continent as one likes, there was no problem with it at all. Therefore, even though we didn't lack a place to train, Armstrong Daoshi, being the original instigator of the problem to begin with, was in an abnormal state of high tension. Armstrong Daoshi's magic is beyond normal anyway, though he used his mobile magic armor and helmet and changed his cane into a hammer with magic power. He could still hit a dragon with his bare hands, flinging it away by grabbing its tail and defending against the dragon's breath with his armor and weapon by transforming their materials through magic power. He ended up tearing the dragon to pieces. Of course, even if he taught this to someone, those are things that one simply can't copy. Even if he forcibly taught those methods to other magicians, they would end up being in trouble instead. As he doesn't possess the normal amount of mana that most magicians have, they would run out of mana right away if they tried to follow his instructions. As such, he continued to devote himself to his own studies until Lu Eyes, who at that time had a high amount of mana without being able to use it after studying at her home's dojo in the magic combat style, and me, whose mana exceeded his own, appeared. Lu Eyes and I were thrown into rigorous training drills almost every day due to him being really delighted about this matter for the past 2.5 years. But this will end today, because Ina, who is the youngest in our party, finally turns 15 tomorrow. We will be able to start our adventurer activities at last. As such, we carry out one last mock battle with Armstrong Daoshi today. Though it has only been a few minutes, Armstrong Daoshi was filled to the brim with adrenaline as he was filled with the will to fight. Anyhow, due to the rapid consumption of mana, Lu Eyes and I couldn't withstand the approaching exhaustion. Your best attack, Wendlin, Vul. The practical problem is that I have already hit my limit on the number of attacks I can do. Lu Eyes. Well then, shall we kill him? Wendlin. Lu Eyes. No, it's pointless to proceed without such intentions. Wendlin. Lu Eyes and I were floating in the sky above the wasteland located at the outskirts of the capital while squaring off against Armstrong Daoshi. Since we continuously attacked him with all the techniques we possessed, it seems that Lu Eyes, having the lowest amount of mana among us, will hit her limit soon. If that's the case, there is no other way but to hurl all of our remaining mana at Daoshi with the intention of killing him. That doesn't mean that I actually bear a grudge against Daoshi, although he is a person that has various qualities to him. He isn't a detestable person. Even now, he is looking after us after all. Thanks to his magic martial arts, even my original physical ability has been boosted. I don't think I would pathetically lose in the first round like I did in the previous martial arts tournament now. Given that I plan to never participate again, it can't be helped that I won't be able to confirm this. We even received coaching from Daoshi for 2.5 years. For that reason we will to return this debt of gratitude by using all of our power in order to beat him. Wendlin. Or rather, if we don't go to the extent of using all of our power, it should be impossible to defeat Daoshi in combat. If you want to know why, it's because he took lessons from Lu Eyes in things like the method of moving efficiently and various other techniques. As such, he has become a lot stronger than he was before. Since he even ended up increasing his mana by matching his capacity with mine, he has become an even more formidable enemy. Even this is for the sake of returning Daoshi's kindness. Wendlin. And the real motive? Lu Eyes. For those last 2.5 years we were even enlisted into the military. Entered dojos as new disciples. Let's beat him and disappear from here in the ensuing confusion. Wendlin. Even though I became strong by receiving his kindness, because Armstrong Daoshi's style was nothing but combat training by fighting outdoors rigorously, quite a bit of resentment has gathered within me. Though I decided to lie to myself about not bearing such a grudge. Barker tilde. Wendlin. Vul, you are no child, therefore. Lu Eyes. Going so far as to have us procure lunch from the outdoors every day. I even thought to myself, are we some kind of ranger corps? Well, how was it for Lu Eyes then? Wendlin. As expected, it was quite painful for me too. Lu Eyes. Since it was to the extent of Lu Eyes, who received magic combat style training since she was a child, calling it painful, it was even more painful for me who was a former modern person. I think it isn't good to make light of the weak mentality of a former modern person. Lu Eyes has even less mana than Daoshi and me. Wendlin. With only that amount, It is hopeless for her to oppose the power of Daoshi while trying to conserve her mana. If it's that, I will somehow manage. By the way, how are you faring, Lu Eyes? As long as I can somehow deal with the physical fatigue, I should be alright for a few more minutes. Wendlin, recently you are showing more and more sign of becoming a monster. Lu Eyes, you should say this to the person in front of us too. Also, even Lu Eyes Wendlin, actually, only talking about Lu Eyes' mana capacity, who has practiced for 2.5 years. Her mana capacity has risen up to a level close to being considered high-ranked. By matching her capacity with mine, her mana capacity has increased. Although she can use only few spells, she might even be able to send a dragon flying single-handedly nowadays. Originally it is important for an instructor of magic combat style to possess ability. Making use of her overflowing mana, she strongly raised her offensive and defensive power even more so than the likes of Armstrong Daoshi and me. Her fighting style has become very skillful, efficient and proper. Let's restrain him by you firing highly concentrated mana bullets, Vil. Afterwards, I will attack him with all my might and inflict damage by kicking, I think. Lu Eyes. It is the safest and the most reliable strategy. Wendlin. Recalling the spell for the mobile magic armor and helmet, Lu Eyes' whole body was enveloped in thin armor as she suggested the strategy plan to me. Her magic mobile armor and helmet has the lowest defense strength among the three of us. It is like that this due to the effects of her maintaining her mana. As her kinetic vision and physical ability are superior, she basically evades the enemy's attacks. The magic mobile armor and helmet being her last line of defense is an important point. The order of mana pool sizes in descending order goes, me, Armstrong Daoshi and Lu Eyes. As for close combat ability, the order is Lu Eyes, Armstrong Daoshi and then me. You could call it an obvious choice of role division between the two of us. Make it flashy with the highly concentrated mana bullets now. Lu Eyes. Understood. Wendlin. Since it would also be disadvantageous for me to challenge Armstrong Daoshi in close combat due to the difference in experience, we decided that I would stop his movements with highly concentrated mana bullets from a distance. Before, when eliminating the Great Grand, Armstrong Daoshi fired a highly concentrated snake-shaped spell of the wind system at it. From my point of view, I didn't understand the reason of expressly transforming the spell into a snake, but since the spell suited the image of the person itself, its effectiveness was greatly boosted. Therefore, this snake-shaped highly concentrated mana bullet matches him well, I guess. In my case, as I am usually also influenced by my previous life, my highly concentrated mana bullet has the shape of an ultra-focused cannonball. Generating several tens of them, I release them all at the same time. Each of them clashes with Armstrong Daoshi one by one. I am not inferior in the ability possessed by Daoshi in regards to such magic. As usually your attacks haven't a shred of mercy. Armstrong. While saying this, Armstrong Daoshi ended up repelling them with both hands as if he was swatting flies successively. The repelled, highly condensed mana bullets poured down onto the wasteland. The entire place ended up being riddled with craters as if it was the aftermath of a battlefield. But currently there was no one here who would complain about it either. I was told that this wasteland would apparently be reclaimed afterwards. Even if the soil is dug up, there will be no problems, it seems. As usually you aren't affected by the limits of mana. Armstrong. Although I've already forgotten how many hundreds I have sent off, Armstrong Daoshi was still calmly repelling the highly concentrated mana bullets with his hands. Has this person really crossed the age of 40? Wendlin. As his mana keeps growing even till today, his combat ability, in proportion to that, looked to be evolving into that of a monster with each passing day. Is there really a person able to kill him in this world, I wonder? As expected, slowly the state of my mana depletes to dangerous levels, but it seems I am slightly superior with regards to mana capacity after all. Looking properly, I could gradually detect cracks in Armstrong Daoshi's mobile magic armor and helmet. Finally I hit the limit of my mana. And then Lu Eyes moves at last. Lu Eyes. It seems the technique has no particular name, or more precisely, since it is a waste of time to shout something like the name of a technique, I have never seen martial artists doing anything of that sort in this world. Although Armstrong Daoshi follows Lu Eyes' movements, the instant a gap appears due to her onslaught, Lu Eyes enters his blind spot and delivers a kick charged with all her magic power onto Armstrong Daoshi. Receiving the kick, Armstrong Doughty's mobile magic armor and helmet breaks. He ends up being blown off to the ground. As he fell to the ground, a grand cloud of dust was kicked up and a thunderous roar can be heard. One can see a large crater where Armstrong Doughty has landed. Unfortunately, I ran out of mana. Wendlin, for a normal person, you would doubt whether they would be able to survive this level of damage. For Armstrong Doughty though, even without his mobile magic armor and helmet, he has been influenced by the powerful physical enhancement spell on him. As such, this degree of damage shouldn't even faze Armstrong Doughty. While shaking the soil off his dirtied robe, he called out to us. As expected, I am at disadvantage in a 2 versus 1. Armstrong. I wonder about that. Wendlin. And yet it takes 2 people just to knock him down. This is definite evidence proving that this person is just that much of a monster. Or rather, both Louise and I are close to collapsing from fatigue and drowsiness anytime soon because of our gamble. As expected, it looks like I have overused my mana in a short period of time today. You pass, but the lad and I must not stop forging our mana even more. I can't wait for a rematch. Armstrong. Although Armstrong Doughty and I had earnestly enlarged our mana capacity as much as possible in these 2.5 years, we haven't yet hit our limits either. Because I am only 15 years old, it isn't strange for me not to have reached my maximum mana capacity, as it was rather normal for magicians to not hit it before an age of 20 years. Therefore Armstrong Doughty is a rare precedent, as he's still able to enlarge his mana. No, maybe there is also the possibility of him changing into an atrocious monster due his mana going out of control sooner or later. Of course this is just a light joke. I will watch over you attaining great accomplishments as adventurers. Armstrong. Although I felt like there was no particular need to watch over us, we managed to escape his rigorous training for the time being. Louise and I show an expression of relief. However, I am dead tired. Chapter 41, Adventurer Registration. Well then, we are finally also treated as adults by having become 15 years old. Let's take our first step in advancing as adventurers. Wendlin. Even though we enrolled at the Adventurer Prep School in Britburg, for some reason the possibility to return ended up vanishing after coming to the royal capital in order to attend Eric Nissan's wedding during our summer vacation. Since I was in fact worried about the residents in Britburg, I periodically returned using teleportation magic, but I didn't visit the prep school at all. That is because I am already regarded as having graduated, although it is lucky in a certain meaning. In exchange we got stuck with receiving even more strict training for around 2.5 years. Was coached in sword art and combat by the company commander of the Royal Knight Order, Warrant San. Likewise Ina was coached in combat with spears by spearmanship masters affiliated to the Royal Knight Order. And then, it isn't known whether Louise and I had possibly drawn the most unlucky number in some way. In spite of him being the head royal wizard, we received intense training in combat styles by Armstrong Doughty almost every day except one free day per week. While Louise and I thought something like, that person is good enough that he doesn't even have to show his face at the royal palace often, we had to tackle training that could only be seen in fighting scenes of battle mangas in my previous life, as his prided magic was based on physical enhancement, high-speed flight, and the mobile magic armor and helmet. Furthermore, the nature of Armstrong Doughty's teaching methods was nasty, since he also aimed at something like raising my magic capacity. His appearance is that of a muscle doyaji, and although you wouldn't guess it from his usual speech and conduct, he is also evidently quite stubborn as a matter of fact. As both of us haven't reached our limit of growth in magic capacity yet, this also meant that we had to devote ourselves to continue practicing even after this. But now comes the adventurer registration. To become an adventurer, it is necessary to first register at the Adventurers Guild. It is wrong to go hunting and exploring equipped with armor and weapon as one pleases in a style of self-proclaimed adventurer. However, there are also many smaller half-hearted parts in the management there as well. The farmers went hunting in the forest close to the village I used to live in. You couldn't particularly blame them for selling those spoils in the city's bazaar. Even I did this in Britburg with only the license of the Commerce Guild at the age of 7 years. A temporary permit for hunting was passed out in order to hunt as soon as prep school ended in my days at the Adventurers Prep School in Britburg. But there wasn't any particular problem as long as we didn't enter the monster domain. Probably, going by the stance of the Adventurers Guild, they don't have the margin to enact strict control, I guess. Also, because of the increase of monster domains, there isn't much room left to work with animal husbandry on this continent. The spoils obtained by hunting being a precious source of proteins, they don't hinder the people coming to sell those as much as possible. This appears to be the real situation around here. But, is it really fine to register at the Adventurers Guild's headquarters in the capital? Wendlin, I inquired of Burkhart-san, who came along as a chaperone. Since it had been arranged that we had graduated from the Adventurers Prep School in Brittberg more or less, I ended up thinking something along the lines of, isn't it better to go register at the Brittberg branch? There isn't any particular issue where you register at, Burkhart. This was Burkhart-san's answer, but it seems he was quite troubled being stuck between a rock and a hard place, satisfying both his lord, Margrave Brithhilda, and the nobles of the capital in regards to our case. Though it doesn't appear he feels pressured at all, because he has already given up completely. At the time you return to Brittberg, the headquarters will report your arrival. Because of the Brittberg branch will be aware of your base of activity having changed to Brittberg. Burkhart, that's how it works. Wendlin, that's how it is. Now, hurry up and register. Burkhart, as we entered the guild's headquarters together with our guide, Burkhart-san, the interior seemed to be completely like a public office. At around 10 reception points, young women were sitting. They gave various explanations to adventure-like people, accepted their documents and handed them some documents in reverse. It was completely like the service booths at public offices. Next person, please. Receptionist. After a while of waiting in line because all of the receptions were occupied, our turn came up at last. It's the registration of a new adventurer party. Certainly. Receptionist. The Dragon Slayer hero Wendlin-sama. Receptionist. The young blonde Nissan at the reception gave the documents I brought along a glance. She appeared to be surprised by the contents described in them. Since I even defeated 2 dragons before, I ended up becoming a quite famous existence. Please take these blank forms for individual adventurer registration. I will verify the items mentioned right away. Also, the number of people for the new party is 5, right? Receptionist. Yes. Wendlin. Although we had in reality planned to construct a party of 4, Ina, Louise and me, the amount of party members increased to 5 due to various unavoidable reasons. Are you Elise-sama? Receptionist. As expected, even the guild's receptionist apparently couldn't hide her astonishment about Elise, famous as Hohenheim's saint, on the streets, registering as adventurer. Because it wasn't a particularly rare occurrence for clergymen to register as adventurers, it doesn't mean that it is a problem. Yes. As I am also Wendlin-sama's fiancé, I decided to become an adventurer together with him. Elise, because this girl is a good child, there isn't any hidden truth in her remark at all. She earnestly wants to be together with as my fiancé. In these 2.5 years, Elise and I went on dates and such at least once a week. Since the other time was completely committed to Armstrong Daoshi's training, there weren't any other women, except In and Louise, I spent time talking with. But Elise, because there are many beautiful women in the capital as well. It is a fact that I regretted it a bit, but it would lead to an amount of various troubles if I went to take a stroll by myself imprudently. There are nobles trying to introduce their daughters no matter the method, and also merchants and commoners aiming for the course of becoming a mistress after being hired as a maid or such. Also, in addition, there are many people trying to gain profits from me, nobles trying to drag me into their own faction, people wanting to become my vassals and such. As a result, in order to have my peace during my days off, I had to rely on Cardinal Hohenheim, Eric Nissan and above that the appointed nobles of the financial affairs group. Well, in a certain sense it went along within Armstrong Daoshi's predictions, I guess. Killing time by indulging myself in training in order to hone my skills, other women couldn't approach me, and for the remaining off days, I always met up with Elise. Since we lived together, even on a regular day, I received her assistance, like having our meals together in the morning and evening. Now I am completely depending on Elise on those parts too. Also, at the times I wasn't with her, Louise and Ina kept me company. It is no exaggeration to say that cheating would have been impossible, although that doesn't mean that I even wanted to do it. The other nobles were also grinding their teeth out of vexation due to the financial affairs group of appointed nobles and Daoshi's interference. Eric Nissan mentioned the degree to me before. Dragon slaying hero Dono, I want to invite you to my garden party this evening. Baron Bormester Dono is busy in the evening today. He had been invited to dinner by his fiancée's home, the Viscount Hohenheim household. Even adjusting the schedule on that day, it seems that Muscle Dowsey didn't neglect to do so. Running counter to his appearance, this was a point you couldn't take that Muscle Dowsey lightly. Eto, the party's name is Dragon Busters. Receptionist. The Anisan at the reception asked for confirmation with a calm voice after looking at me. Being an adventurer is a compelling job, causing the country bumpkins and port to aim at becoming rich and famous. Therefore, there are many groups bragging with such things as their party's name in this manner. Each time this also caused a lot of derisive laughter amongst the people at the reception and the adventurers in the vicinity. But, because I already killed 2 dragons, the receptionist Anisan didn't appear to particularly consider it ridiculous. I thought her calmness on this matter resembles quite well a governmental official. The leader is Wendlin Sama. Receptionist. I had grown in height up to 175 centimeters in those last 2.5 years. My face could be called to be in the category of ma. It's alright for my medium build, I think. Things appear to be headed in a good direction given my home is that provincial Bormester household. By the way, I have an average height in regards to this world. The equipment I wear is such things like the expensive robe and wand master left behind. But I ended up having to adjust its size at an armor shop since the robe was tailored for master, who was even approximately 10 centimeters taller than me. I remember the owner of the armor shop being strangely persistent in asking me to sell the robe at that time. As far as I understood, various valuable raw materials were woven into the robe, such as the feathers of a phoenix and the first fur of a water dragon child. It seems that attacks using mana from monsters will be reduced quite a bit. Since the shop owner told me it is even fine if you give me the scraps of the robe at the time it is cut, I was given 5 gold plates and the adjustment of the robe became free of charge once I agreed to it. Even the scraps, if you wove them into other defensive armament, it would become something completely different, close to the strength of a magical armament, I was told. The scraps of the robe will also be fine since they will become raw materials again. Owner. That is Wendlin. It turned into a situation of me reaffirming my master's greatness. Next is Irwin-san. Receptionist. Yes, Owen. Iryu had obtained a good teacher and became a sword expert. Although I am not able to grasp to what degree, since my knowledge is at most to the degree of my own sword skill. It seems it is even up to the extent that he was asked, "Since I will recommend you, won't you join a regular night order?" by Warren-san, from whom he received the instructions in sword art. Because he couldn't suddenly join the Royal Night Order, the top of the organization, he would accumulate experience at a regular night order first and then enter the Royal Night Order after getting a recommendation from there. This kind of career path was offered to him. Sorry, I am the junior leader of the vassals of the Baron Bormester household. Owen. That's why I only offered it to you with fleeting hope. But it's regrettable. Warren. Iryu declined the invitation from Warren-san. In those 2.5 years he had grown to a height of around 180 centimeters. Though slender, he is muscular. He dons plate mail, reduced in weight magically, and holds a bastard sword in both hands. Also, on his back he carries a round shield, which is also reduced in weight magically. Even a normal longsword is visible being holstered at his waist. Iryu can use a two-handed sword or a one-handed sword depending on the situation. It is a skillful feat I won't be able to perform in my entire life. Next is Ina-san. Receptionist. Ina had grown into a beautiful person with a body build resembling a panther in flexibility and conspicuous red hair that looked as if it is burning. She was around 5 centimeters shorter in height than me, but I feel that there is an aura. As for weaponry, she uses a spear as her main and has 2 short swords equipped at her waist. Apparently she will fight by dual wielding at the time she loses her spear. She received guidance in sword arts in her free time, it seems. Also, her main armor had become half-plate with magically reduced weight. Luiz-san. Receptionist. Yitilda-S. Luiz was, together with me, a victim of Armstrong Doushi. Although her height had increased to the extent of around 150 centimeters, her figure is still childlike. Without change, the person herself is boasting surprisingly there are breasts, but as anyone can see, that is unbelievable. It isn't like there is nothing, but it feels very minute. But, you shouldn't mention that. Coming from a martial arts family, her body possesses a degree of strength you wouldn't believe to be there. Honestly speaking, Even Armstrong Doughty and I would end up having our weak points exploited if we didn't use such things like magic, receiving her surprise attacks while she erased her presence. She wears a doogie that uses fine raw materials, turning it into a magical armor. Both her hands are wrapped with a covering for the back of the hand and wrist. Her appearance was indeed one you could call a practitioner of martial arts. Although there were adventurers making fun of her appearance on the way, they retreated to the back after suffering Louise's glare. You could even say they were lucky, as they would have naturally received at least bone fractures if she had hit them. That is, it seems Elise is last. Wendlin, seeing my written application, even though the Anisan added Elise to the party, it didn't feel strained. She quickly progressed through the formalities for Elise as well. Elise's height increased to around 160 centimeters in those last 2.5 years. Too. She grew into a beauty suitable for being called a saint. Also, there is special worth of mentioning her breasts after all, I guess, although it was estimated to be an F cup at the time she was 13 years old. Now it had even grown into an estimated G cup. As for equipment, since she wears her learning outfit, which excels at magical defense strength and which she had received as a present from the Cardinal, it usually became difficult to grasp the body shape. However, due to her mighty self-asserting breasts, their volume was completely visible. She has some things like a mace and a knife equipped for weapons. Looking at such Elise, she has surprising strength. Because she also took lessons from the Church's Templars in things like handling weapons, she is far more powerful in that area than a novice adventurer. At the very least she should be able to protect her own body by herself. Otherwise she couldn't expect to be allowed entering the party either. And the Templars that she left previously are simply put guards established for the protection of the church. Since they aren't attached to the kingdom, it is officially correct to call them guards rather than a knight order, but with the motive of protecting the church, that yields authority being appointed as state religion, there is a tacit consent allowing them to be called a knight order. There is also the reason that it is a popular place of employment for young nobles. There are 5 party members. With this the registration is complete. Receptionist. Thanks to the Anisan, the formalities concerning the official papers successfully concluded briefly, to the degree that it was too quick. Because this place is the headquarters of the guild, the number of newly formed parties and debuting adventurers every day isn't few either. I guess it wouldn't be good if they spent a lot of time on each and every of them. Please look at the booklet here for things such as the fine regulations. Receptionist. No sooner than finishing the registration, each of us was given a booklet. The registration was quite quick. After the registration, we were reading the booklet at a cafe close to the guild's headquarters while drinking tea. Ina has a facial expression showing that it would have been fine even if there were even more various procedures to become adventurers at long last. Rather than the receptionist giving us a long explanation, it is fine this way. Wendlin. That is, you are certainly right, but the rules etc. written in this booklet were known to us as we had already been taught them beforehand. The majority were ordinary things people had no choice but to follow in order to protect their lives. Don't obstruct other adventurers. Don't steal property or kill. Don't cause trouble in villages or towns you drop by en route. Don't commit crimes. Because adventurers have a tendency to be a gathering of talented people from anywhere no matter what, there are many facts written down for caution's sake. T/N, anywhere here was written from thousand seas and mountains. Interpreted it. Also, since adventurers are a kind of dissatisfied youth attracted to equipment in this warless period, they are people having an inclination to gather and do rash things. Next is the ranking system. Wendlin. Even if I say ranking system, it doesn't particularly mean there is a ranking from S to F like I read in web novels in my previous life. It is just a record about the personal and party achievements written on the adventurer card, listing the number of successfully completed requests, the number of failed requests, and the total sum of rewards earned. In a certain sense, it is a scary system. The majority of an adventurer's work is gathering or hunting in a place hostile to humans. Also, powerful adventurers and parties obtain good rewards entering the domains where monsters live, hunting expensive monster raw materials, and gathering valuable items there. Although there is also the matter of the guild occasionally recruiting for such things as stockpiling raw materials involving dangerous fights where you usually hunt and gather at places fitting your own strength while selling the spoils to the guild. In addition, The number and type of defeated monsters and animals is recorded on the card, and only the total sum of the obtained rewards is written down on the card. In a nutshell, being an adventurer is all about hunting and gathering, right? Louise. Just as Louise said, there isn't anything like miscellaneous requests as I have seen in games, and etc., in my previous life. Stuff like searching for a dog, repairing a roof, or looking after a baby. There are plenty of other people for those kind of jobs that aren't adventurers. Rather, given that there are also guilds for handling such kind of jobs, it is better to go registering there if you want to do such jobs. For walking dogs there is the guild related to pets, though it is small scale. For repairing a roof there is the Carpenters Guild. For taking care of a baby there is a guild divided into dispatching maids and babysitting. Therefore it would end up in picking a fight with them if adventurers got involved in those jobs. There is also the investigation of sealed historic ruins. As the sole exception, I guess there is the exploration of dungeons and structures created by the ancient magic civilization. For some reason, the majority of them are infested with domains where monsters dwell. Because there are troublesome traps and powerful monsters roaming among those, they usually are prohibited to be trespassed due to the kingdom's decision. Although a new one occasionally gets discovered as well, it seems there are many cases of those who raided it without having prepared properly never to return again. As for sealed historic ruins, as soon as the request for exploration of the kingdom reaches the guild's side chooses appropriate adventurers or parties to perform the investigation. Wendlin. In other words, there is no other way but earning income by just hunting many powerful monsters as achievement for the historic ruin investigation request. Owen. It is as Owen Boy says, just that Yugi's situation is a bit different. Burkhart. As Burkhart-san, drinking coffee together with us, said this. He held out a piece of paper. There, in big letters, was the request enforced by the kingdom written down. Enforced request by the kingdom? Don't tell me. Wendlin. That's what I am saying. It ended up in your party being nominated for exploring the historic ruins by the kingdom. Burkhart. Don't you leave such things to veterans usually? Wendlin. Usually you would be right, but, Burkhart, with us being currently novices having just done our adventurer registration and party creation, we were entrusted with quite a dangerous investigation of a sealed historic ruin by being nominated as the exploration party by the kingdom. If you think normally about it, there shouldn't have been such a stupid decision. Even our group should start by doing such things as gradually hunting in a nearby place. No? Owen Boy, your opinion is correct, but, Burkhart. Since it doesn't mean that he was the one giving the order, Burkhart-san was cringing while answering Aryu's and mine questions. It's because the boy has defeated 2 dragons. Burkhart. Even if you say that, that's still no reason to suddenly toss us, who just became adventurers, into a sealed historic ruin. No matter how much you talk about my magic killing a dragon, there is no guarantee that I can unconditionally use such powerful magic within the historic ruins. Even though I strove to advance individually by training for around 2.5 years, it is pointless to move ahead without practice fighting in coordination with a group as we wanted to do from now on. Burkhart-san, you have become the chaperone of fresh adventurers, right? Ina emphasized while asking. Chaperone is a system that has been established as there were relatively many casualties during the early stages of adventurism. For around 3 times a veteran adventurer or party would come along as instructors while a new party entered a domain, where monsters dwell, for hunting. And then the adventurers, getting through the period of being rookies, would be designated as instructors by the guild to teach other rookies hunting. In such way, the death in the early stages of being an adventurer is being avoided as much as possible, it seems. However, despite that the rate of death among the new adventurers is high. It was similar to any kind of business spending time to get used to the most dangerous period. Of course you will accompany us as instructor, right? Wendlin. Ah, a veteran adventurer, Burkhart. Is this possibly? Louise. Yes, it is. You aren't really new anyway. Burkhart. Following Louise's worries, it has been decided that our instructor would be Burkhart-san before anyone became aware of it. Because it should have been quite the surprise for Burkhart-san abruptly retiring from the adventurer occupation, we proceeded to start preparing for our departure silently without meddling in any way. If it turns out to be hopeless, let's escape right away. Wendlin. That judgment is right, Boy. Burkhart. That's okay. Owen. Fool. A dead adventurer won't earn a single cent, right? It is the basics to retreat if things are in vain. Burkhart. Hearing. Is it alright to escape? From Eru, Burkhartson shouted at him. Since we were designated by the kingdom and the guild to such a hard request right from the get-go, there isn't any reason to follow the request's instructions to the death out of obligation. Chapter 42, The Dangerous Adventurer Debut Fight. Burkhart-sama, these historic ruins, if I'm not mistaken. Elise. The investigation of these historic ruins by the Academy's scholars has already finished long ago. Burkhart. It took approximately half-day using teleportation magic and going by foot from the capital. Our new adventurer party, Dragon Busters, and Burkhartson arrived at the ancient historic ruins within the Pulkania grasslands where I subjugated Great Grand before. For those 2.5 years the Pulkania grasslands were flourishing with many people who have continued to work on cultivating the land on a large scale. Also, in addition, with the advancement of constructing roads, towns and farm villages, the extent of the economic effect was immeasurable. Those ancient ruins, while also being in the Pulkania grasslands, they are relatively close to the royal capital. The appearance of the historic ruins was like several built temples using structures of slightly weathered stone. The upper part of the historic ruins has become partly a tourist attraction. Burkhart. Though it couldn't be said that it was a fresh experience to have an acquaintance around in our situation, either. Burkhart-san was answering Elise cordially because his glance occasionally wandered towards her breasts. If you watched closely, women are defined by their breasts after all, I guess. In that respect I won't deny doing the same either though. I don't want him to stare at the breasts of someone's fiancé with a jiro, but he isn't staring at them directly either. Even in my case, if I come across a woman with big breasts, I will end up turning my gaze that way. As man, like him, what kind of complaints can I even tell him? I wondered. If it's those ruins, my friend also went to investigate them scientifically some time ago. Elise. Apparently historic ruins are the gateway to success for newcomers. Burkhart. These ruins here were a safe place the students of the Archaeology Technical School, existing in the capital, could make an excursion to for the sake of writing their reports, but when a certain student for some reason touched something appearing to be a stone of the ruins, an entrance to the underground of the ruins was suddenly opened. It seems, since there was a rule called, "Don't touch the ruins," for the time being, it means that this student had acted against the rules. But, as it could even be said that thanks to this the road to the underground of the ruins had been opened, it looks like that student didn't receive either a rebuke nor a commendation. Currently the ruins are as you can see them now. Burkhart. Because there is no guarantee that monsters won't gush out from the opened entrance. The current situation is that there are several soldiers guarding the center of that entrance. Of course the Adventurers Guild immediately made contact with parties that could be sent in. Burkhart. Even within the guild, 2 parties, having quite the competency, were combined. It seems there were 11 people in total sent in. Didn't they come back? Wendlin. Otherwise your group wouldn't have received such a compulsory request, boy. Burkhart. Wendlin. Certainly. It is as Burkhart-san said, but naturally the emotions displayed on the face of all party members, including me, showed that we couldn't comprehend this at all. If the ruins harbor such danger, they should dispatch an even more experienced veteran party. It would have been good if the Adventurer Guild learned its lesson with the first failure. As for the Adventurers Guild, they are afraid that the kingdom's side will throw in Armstrong Doushi. Even if that's not the case, the Adventurers Guild pride was hurt considerably due to the case of the adventurers not being able to defeat the 2 dragons 2 years ago. That was the story we heard from Burkhart-san. But, if it's Doushi, he is a former adventurer. Blue eyes. Isn't it different now? While we're talking about it, I'm a former adventurer as well. Burkhart. Moreover, I, who was sent to participate in defeating Great Grand due to the obligation of a noble, was also only a halfway done apprentice at the Adventurer Prep School in Brittburg at that time. It seems to have considerably provoked the guild's side. Having said that, I can't go ahead and offend them by stating this either. Therefore, it has been decided that obstinately sending in a second combined veteran party this time would again lead to the repetition of the same failure as before. Because there was the previous failure, they dispatched a superior party with more accomplishments next. Burkhart. 3 parties combined, In total 13 people. Just by their achievements, they apparently were only top-class parties. Perhaps Wendlin. It seems none of them came back. Burkhart. As expected, they couldn't shut their eyes towards losing even more veteran adventurers. The Adventurers Guild told the kingdom that the exploration is impossible. The kingdom's side, receiving this information, deployed soldiers to the ruins here for several weeks in order to ascertain that no person would come and enter them. You are throwing rookies into such a perilous underground. Wendlin. You can't really say it's a mistake either though, right? Burkhart. The missing adventurer parties were proud to be the foremost combat force within the guild. It seems, considering that several of them dived in and didn't return, the Adventurers Guild reached the conclusion that there is the possibility of that monster, devil/demon, existing inside. At the least there must be a dragon who just came out of its larval state. Burkhart. When it comes to defeating a dragon, at the very least a single magician possessing at the lowest above intermediate level of magic is indispensable. The other members are also required to hold quite the fighting strength. As for the two combined parties, there wasn't a magician, possessing above intermediate ranked magic, amongst them. Burkhart. Due to the rate of occurrences related to magicians not being high, it seems to be a lot if a normal person even sees several of them during their lifetime. Furthermore, there isn't any other party who also has 3 magicians like Elise, Louise and myself either. Such fortune is impossible, is what Burkhart-san told us. Even if a dragon comes out, if it's this party, there is plenty of margin to cope with it, I believe. Burkhart. And, since even Burkhart-san is here, I guess we have a surplus of magicians. Given that it isn't Armstrong Daoshi, I didn't even feel the slightest worry. That person's usual words and deeds are like that. But he is the single lead in regards to combat power in the kingdom. Me becoming your instructor was completely decided by my lord and his majesty. I, who is serving the court, have no say in this matter. Burkhart. If us rookies had an unknown self-proclaimed veteran adventurer join us, I fear we wouldn't return from the ruins either. After the two people consulted with each other, they had Burkhart-san temporarily returned to active duty as an adventurer in a hurry. Of course, the guild's side wasn't happy about this, I hear. Usually they would be able to say that our discretion was being violated by this. I don't understand parts of the upper echelon of the guild. However, the other side hates me. Burkhart. If it's about the actual amount, Burkhart-san has made many appreciative friends in his long career as adventurer. There are many amongst the magicians who appear to have received his guidance as pupils, albeit only for a short time. Even amongst the staff there are people he is on good terms with. He had received these information from those people. But it looks like he is on extremely bad terms with the main faction of the current leaders of the guild. I am told that those guys frantically pushed for expelling him from the guild as they willfully feared the danger of Burkhart-san stealing their seats as leader after retiring from active duty. As I hate such things, I am bad with the capital's guild headquarters. I am not like that with those of the non-main faction and the fellows at the branches. Burkhart. Just at that time, as he was also dealing with the unnatural death of his master, he became an employee of Margrave Brithhilda, considering it to be his fate. Is it alright with such sort of group? Wendlin. As for hunting in normal monster domains with those guys, there isn't even any kind of problem. Burkhart. But on the other hand, Burkhart-san told us that he ends up being dispatched when it becomes a state of emergency like now. To put it simply, he is a government official. Differing to his time as young rookie, the lot, becoming the staff at the Adventurers Guild, have become conservative, being able to part with anything. Given that the Adventurers Guild itself could be called a large company in my previous life as well, it seems to be that sort of state of affairs in the end. T/N. Conclusion from the previous sentence, meaning large enterprises don't give a shit cutting things off as long as they reap profit. Even if we continue to talk about this, we won't reach a conclusion. Either way. Burkhart. That's true. Shall we enter? Wendlin. There isn't even the slightest feeling of irrationality, but we shouldn't try to cut corners here either. Showing the degree of His Majesty to the soldiers guarding the entrance to the underground of the ruins, we proceeded to enter the underground. As it is, there aren't anything like monsters here. Wend, don't you sense anything with your detection magic? No, there aren't even small fry monsters around. Wendlin. In total, the 6 of us had entered the underground of the ruins, but actually even after entering there wasn't any traps, let alone a single monster. Although Ina's inquiring about the result of the detection magic, I can't even sense the presence of monsters. Just moving through the stone labyrinth, it had become nothing more than the task of drawing up a map. Are there any traps? Burkhart. There aren't. Wendlin. I see, there aren't. Burkhart. By no means expecting this kind of development, even Burkhart-san didn't understand why the adventurers had gone missing in this stone labyrinth. From here on there will be a plaza. Elise. Plaza? Wendlin. We were moving and advancing through this gloomy underground for about 30 minutes, but we roughly followed a curved road without coming out at a huge space either. It's spacious. The length and width of the plaza was several hundred meters, and it probably also had a height of 50 meters. Being only covered in neat walls and floor made out of stone, there wasn't anything else there at all. However, Blue Eyes. Apparently it was Blue Eyes who discovered something good first inside. Since there was a single entrance after walking inside for a little while, it was obvious that this underground was constructed having a direct, non-forked path. However, before that, there was something huge standing in the way. It is a large metal statue of a dragon, Wendlin-sama. Elise. While looking up at the dragon statue, Elise raised a voice of admiration. But, in contrary, Burkhart-san exposed a facial expression of wariness. Everyone, withdraw. Burkhart. Burkhart-san. Wendlin. Boy, get ready for combat. Burkhart. This is an artificial product. Wendlin. Burkhart-san orders us in a calm voice to get ready for combat while retreating from the dragon's statue. Although we felt like questioning this, his words immediately proved to be the right decision. Abruptly the dragon's statue raised a roar. It is a legacy of the ancient magic civilization. It was built in order to defend this location. A draconic metal golem. I have seen it described in documents, but it is the first time for me to see the real thing. Burkhart. Hey, Burkhart-san, isn't this thing somehow clumsy? Owen. Since it has already defeated high-leveled combined parties twice, you have to prepare yourself. Owen boy. Burkhart. Such debut fight is unreasonable. Owen. The moment everyone finished their combat preparations, the metal dragon fired an intense breath towards us. This is troublesome. Wendlin. Around 1 hour after the battle began, we ended up being troubled by the battle progress having completely turned into a stalemate. Its outer shell is made entirely out of mithril. Burkhart. As Burkhart-san says, this dragon golem's outer shell is entirely covered in mithril. Our magic doesn't breach it at all. Furthermore, because it is continuously spitting out a strong breath attack, we are currently huddling together in a state of being protected by Burkhart-san's magic barrier. We can defend against the breath attack and such things as its physical attacks with its tail using the magic barriers of Vol and Burkhart-sama. But what will we do from there on? Blue Eyes. As Blue Eyes says, although we are completely protected from the dragon golem's attacks like this, it seems to be displeased that we aren't dying at all. It is firing breath and tail attacks in rapid succession as if it had gone mad, and thus it was preventing any chance to leave and attack it. However, it is quite good to be able to spit out breath attacks like this continuously. I guess there is a very excellent magic gem embedded inside. Owen. In order to address Iryu's question, Burkhart-san begins to explain. The race called dragons, with the exception of the small wyvern types, all are potentially capable of spitting breath attacks. And as for the origin of those breath attacks, they seem to be possible due to the vast amount of mana a dragon possesses. Even if it is a fire dragon, that doesn't mean that it is storing large quantities of burning material within itself. To put it in the words of humans, a fire dragon is something like a magician excelling at fire magic. Burkhart. If its mana continues to last, it can apparently spit as many breath attacks as it likes. Moreover, even if that mana runs dry, it looks like the dragon will end up with full mana after sleeping for about 2 days. Having built it using the body structure of such dragons, that dragon golem works like that as well. Burkhart. The essential point is the magic gem being embedded within, right? Elise. That's how it is. Burkhart. But how can this thing last as long as this? Wendlin. If it is a living dragon, it can recover its mana by sleeping. But, I wonder, from where is this dragon golem recovering its mana? That is, probably from that weird mirror-like device. Burkhart. Looking closely at it, there was something like a solar panel object affixed to the dragon golem's forehead, the part around its ears, the back of its neck and a part of its back. I guess those things are gathering the mana dispersed in the air. Burkhardt. Even this seems to be something written in documents. Even though I was aware that there are minuscule amounts of mana drifting through the air originally, currently there isn't any magic crafting method established for gathering and using this mana. Therefore this dragon golem is definitely a legacy of the ancient magic civilization. But, is that minuscule amount of mana in the air sufficient? Wendlin. I suspect it won't be able to fire the breath attack if invaders continue to come here. Burkhardt. No matter how ancient this magic civilization might be, I think it would be impossible for them to develop a device that supplies the used-up mana right away to the dragon golem like this. That's because the quantity of mana floating in the air is really small after all. If this is a measure against intruders coming once every several years, this is plenty. Burkhardt. Certainly, it is as Burkhardt-san says. In reality the veteran parties, which had gathered powerful adventurers, had been annihilated by the dragon golem. I have no doubt that this new breath attack is the reason for their annihilation. Surveying the ground properly, there are small remains of equipment items that survived the fire visible. I confirmed them having fallen down at several places. However, what a breath! In the case of humans, their bones will be reduced to ashes by it. Owen. Look here. Isn't the magic barrier to a certain extent a magician's forte? Shouldn't we be able to plunge into combat with as well? Burkhardt. And what will you do after that? Wendlin. Nothing in particular. We will just continue to defend from the breath attacks, taking turns afterwards. Burkhardt. You're aiming for its magic to run dry, right? Wendlin. It is decided. It is futile to simply fight this monster straight from the front anyways. Burkhardt. Luckily Burkhardt-sans and my magic barriers are able to completely invalidate the dragon golem's attacks. But even like this, shooting magic at the dragon golem will end up being repelled by its mithril plating. Inat tried to throw a spear loaded with magic for testing purposes once, and that spear broke through the mithril plating, but it ended up being repelled by the plating layered below the first layer. Going by Burkhardt-sans deduction, there is a orichalcum plating spread out underneath the mithril plating. Something like a composite plating of mithril and orichalcum. In case of this setting being shown in a robot anime in my previous life, it might be interesting, but it was nothing else but a source of trouble if this was your enemy. However, it is a bothersome, overly strong, strategic weapon. Wendlin. But even then, it was still preferable to a tactical weapon. Even its strong firepower is of the strongest class, it is still limited by its order to obstruct intruders. I don't know whether its mana consumption was good or bad, but since the method of replenishing mana was poor, there was a possibility of it ceasing its function soon. By the way, Burkhardt-san. Wendlin. What is it? Burkhardt. If it's like this, for how long will it be able to continue moving? Wendlin. Who knows? I'd like to know as well. Burkhardt. Wendlin. And then, after around a half day, the dragon golem finally ceased moving. Although it stopped moving, there is still the fear that it will resume gathering mana from the air. Wendlin. If that's what you are worried about, then it is alright. Blue eyes. Why? Wendlin. I will tell you what. There is a switch underneath its stomach. It switched to off. Blue eyes. Such a thing. Isn't that a toy? Wendlin. After about half day of Burkhardt-san and me continuing to defend against the attacks with our magic barriers had passed, it finally ceased its activity after having its mana run out. If it was something much like a light novel from my previous life, it would develop into the reader's dashing out complaints since it completely failed to be a decent fight as well. But in reality we were risking our lives here. As we had picked reliably safe methods, there was no reason to state any complaints. There is nothing better but to leave such flashy fights to that Armstrong Doushi. Although there was also the danger of it resuming to gather the mana in the air once again, since Luis discovered a stop switch at the abdomen part of the dragon golem. This worry was suspended. It was decided that it was fine for now. Given that the combat golem's task was protection, I guess it could be expected to at least have a stop switch. Actually, it is possible to change the switch to on and off. Luis having changed the switch to off, we decided to enter the open door in the back the dragon golem had protected. I felt uneasy about the things that the dragon golem was protecting. Will it be safe? Elise. The mana in the air is infinite, but the amount within a specified space is extremely small. Even if it gathers the necessary amount to resume its operation, I reckon it will at least take several weeks to do that. Burkhardt. Even in the unlikely event of the stop switch being a fake, The dragon golem will apparently take time until it starts to move once again, as consequence of excessively using the breath attack against an unexpected enemy like us. It ended up squandering its mana in one go and thus coming to a standstill. And yet, after attacking with all its power for half a day, you could definitely call this golem a nasty weapon as well. As for the occasionally arriving intruders, I guess it finished them off in a single breath attack up until today. If it's one shot of the breath, the necessary mana can be saved up within a few days, too. Burkhart. However, it was only the previous invading adventurers who fell prey to it during their investigation before the dragon golem was suspended. These ruins being completely concealed, you can compare it to a miracle that the student found that open switch for entering. Of course, even that dragon golem hasn't been active continuously for more than several thousand years. Certainly it was in a state of being close to full of mana, I guess. By estimating the amount of remaining, unburnt equipment of the pitiful victims being scattered around on the ground, it became apparent that this place really was an underground ruin that hadn't had its treasures robbed yet. Well then, the problem is that room lying ahead. Burkhart. The dragon golem with its intense breath attack was posted in a spacious floor. By stopping its activity, it somehow became possible for us to relax our minds. Aware of the fact that the missing adventurers had met their demise here, they must have ended up lowering their guard thinking that there wouldn't be anything beyond this point. I wonder whether there are also treasures? Owen. Since a dragon, albeit being an artificial construct, was defending this place. Towards Erwin's words, even Ina, who usually is seriously cautious in her everyday life, isn't very vigilant and ends up opening the door lying behind the dragon golem. At this point, for the two people not having found any abnormality either, it wouldn't be agreeable to turn their backs on it. You two look around for something like the existence of traps a bit more carefully. Burkhart. Following the two, Burkhart-san also goes through the previously opened door. Elise and I are following him. At last Louise, guarding the rear, enters the room. A dead end? Wendlin. This room was around 10 meters wide in all directions. The room was empty and the ceiling, wall and floor were completely made out of stone. A dead end, is it? Owen. Don't tell me. Burkhart. Burkhart-san. Owen. Leave the room right away. Burkhart. Towards Ryu, who is carefreely talking about it being a dead end. In the back, Burkhart-san launches a loud voice. What the hell has happened? Owen. Listen, hurry up, Burkhart. But it wasn't in time after all. Suddenly the entire floor of the room is shining in a red pattern similar to something like a circle while the pattern rose upwards from the surface. As a matter of fact, even if we are told to escape, since we can't move similar to completely having your foot's sole affixed to the floor by instant glue, the choice to flee disappeared. A magic square. But it was impossible to detect it. Burkhart. There are many traps, using magic spells, existing in the historic ruins from the time of the ancient magic civilization. Naturally we were taught about a majority of them in the lessons at the prep school. If it was a trap using normal magic spells, it might be possible for a magician's, having a certain degree of competency, to detect it. TSK, we were careless. Burkhart. Burkhart-san. I can't move my feet. Wendlin. Sorry. It appears my intuition has grown dull compared to the time of my active duty. Since I don't know to where we are going to be transferred, do not release your battle stance. Burkhart. Have you given up already? Wendlin. At the same time Burkhart-san finishes to say this, I sense the same feeling when I chant the teleportation spell. It was a feeling like being sucked in somewhere. No sooner than that I ended up losing my consciousness. This place is? Wendlin. Who knows? I don't know anything but the fact that we were forcefully transferred. Burkhart. Although we were successful in stopping the activity of the dragon golem in the underground ruins located in the Palkania grasslands, we were moved to some place by the forced transfer magic square that was impossible to detect due to our careless advancing beforehand. This was my understanding of the current situation. When I woke up I was reminded of this by Burkhart-san. Surveying the surroundings, I also confirmed the appearances of all the other party members. It appears that we have avoided being in a situation of being transferred to different places. That magic square, it seems to be a type of mana-absorbing magic square. Burkhart. Mana-absorbing type. Wendlin. Yes. Burkhart. As for mana-absorbing types of magic squares, even if it is something drawn in, usually it is something you can't perceive. It is impossible to be seen by the naked eye. On top of that, If a magician, possessing mana above a certain specified amount, comes, it will trigger the mana absorption. It's a deadly trap dedicated to magicians. Wendlin, it isn't a type that directly kills you. Isn't that nice? Burkhart, there appear to be cases of some magic squares amongst the mana-absorbing types to suddenly cast something like offensive magic. However, if that's the case, dealing with it will become simple. Conversely, Burkhart-san tells it will end by defending against the offensive magic with a magical barrier. Burkhart, and, thanks to that offensive magic being a one-time only thing, it appears that the magic square will break after that. Rather, it looks to me that the method of the forced transfer magic square this time is much more of a threat. This place, where might we be? Elise. It was a place with approximately the same size and a not overly much different structure of the previous room. The sole difference was something like an installed plate in front of an ascending stairway. What's written on the plate? It has written, "Welcome to the Deadly Inversion Regulation." Wendlin. The language and characters from the ancient magic civilization period isn't that different from now. For example, I was we and E was we and such. Also the phraseology was to a certain extent old. Considering all that, there is a rumor that the results of the professional research by the Royal Academy are only few. If you look at it calmly, it isn't that awful, but since it is a place of employment for nobles and the prominent young people, it ends up as a gossip of bumming around idly in society. Because they aren't able to irresponsibly make publications either, there are also many replies such as, "under investigation," and "unknown." Because of that there were many sarcastic people calling it, it's at the level of telling fortunes with a crystal ball. Deadly Inversion Regulation, it is? Owen. This thing can certainly be called something resembling the journey to the other world, death. Like this, being forcefully transferred from the underground ruins to another place, it is impossible to return from there alive without breaking through it, with the derivation of inversion regulation. Even if we originally went downwards descending the underground ruin, we wouldn't survive without heading for the lowest floor in order to jump to the surface. To be honest, even I don't know about this one from only the historical documents. Burkhart. At least, since it is a large-scale trap, people seldom stumble upon it apparently. Even Burkhart-san obtained his knowledge to the last only from historic books, it seems. Given that it is such a fearsome trap, it is possible that there are treasures ahead. Burkhart. Since it was such dangerous trap, it is also possible to obtain this before ending up dying. However, even talking about treasures and such during such time, Burkhart-san was after all a through and through an adventurer, I guess. Of course, only while ascending to the top. Wendlin. Yay. It is common sense that there will have to fight monsters. Seeing the golem dragon in the situation here. Burkhart. Because the person having built the underground ruins was someone who had considerable confidence in the golem, I have no doubt that he should have deployed golems here. The golem, constructed in the time of the ancient magic civilization, is able to execute more complex commands than the devices nowadays. The installed artificial personality is overwhelmingly superior. Then we are aiming to ascend to the surface, right? Since we have fainted for around 3 hours, the mana should also have recovered to a certain extent, shouldn't it? As for me, Wendlin. Hey, you don't have to worry so much about it. After all, we will repeat this a few times. Burkhart. The meaning of what Burkhart-san is saying, we would get an understanding of it immediately after that. After several more hours we were taking a break from climbing the stairway until the mana had almost recovered fully. Beyond that point, there was a small room once again having a door. Opening it, there is once again a vast floor like the one where the dragon golem had been stationed. As if filling the place completely, more than several hundreds of golems, which could be considered to be a soldier type with certainty, lied in wait for us. Made entirely out of metal, their appearances like soldiers wearing armors, it was a crowd of golems. They were equipped with weapons such as swords, spears, battle axes, flails and bows. Amongst the dozens of golems only one knight type, straddling a metal horse and preparing his lance, existed. Indeed, it really feels like a golem army. That's harsh. Wendlin. Their nature is a lot more vicious than regular military forces. Burkhart. Since they are artificial, they don't feel things like fear. They will fight until the last golem. They won't do something like deserting if the morale collapses like human troops. No matter how many victims occur, the golems won't get shaken or such. Because they don't feel any pain, something like small injuries won't even hinder them to keep fighting as long as the artificial personality is safe. In other words, it was necessary to annihilate all of them. Besides, even the material. Burkhardt. The soldier Guillem's material seems to be steel mixed with very small amounts of mithril. Burkhardt-san, capable of using detection magic, appears to have recognized it immediately. They are a poor match for Erwin's group. Unless you attack them with magic above a certain level of power, it won't even be effective. Burkhardt. Since it is a large number, it will become a matter of unnecessarily wasting mana on the long term. Additionally, the commander class Knight Golem on the horse seems to have a higher ration of mithril mixed into his materials. Looking for him with the spell, detection, his reaction is weaker compared to the soldier Guillem's. Finding out the contained percentage of mithril, which has an anti-magic property, from this weak reaction was the domain of a veteran. Even I had reached a point where I was able to do that to a certain degree, but it didn't reach Burkhardt-san's level yet. Well then, from here on it will be impossible to go backwards. Although it is uncertain how many days the capture will take, we won't be able to do something like resting up completely. Burkhardt. Are you for real? Erwin raises a surprised voice in reaction to Burkhardt-san's statement. After the forced transfer, there wasn't any absorbing mana square. In summary, it totally is a one-way transfer. Can't we return using teleportation? Boy, explain it. Burkhardt. Ina's opinion is that we should swiftly escape from this dangerous underground ruin. Fortunately it is different to the two previous party, who had been wiped. Since I have teleportation magic. However, I can't use it. There are many people who are misunderstanding it. But there are two requirements to use teleportation. Wendlin. Alongside completely grasping the target location of the transfer, I have to know where I am currently. It is necessary to know more than a certain accuracy. In the normal case, there aren't any people who don't know where they currently are. Therefore there are unexpectedly many people who forget about this condition. After having been transferred forcefully, where is this place? Assuming it is the underground in the Palkania grasslands, I don't know the precise coordinates. It might also be another underground. Wendlin. The opponent knows very well how to deal with magicians. He made the trap for the sake of killing the magicians. He knows so well. With it. It was a feeling that this underground ruin was made from the beginning with such image in mind, but at the same time some feeling of discomfort also started to surface. And this was similar for Louise and Elise as well. Nay, then why was the transfer point safe? Louise. Just as Louise says, the room we were transferred to didn't have any Guillems intruding. If the creator planned to kill us mercilessly, he should have deployed Guillems who would attack immediately following their transfer. The room of the transfer point was safe. I slept there for more than 6 hours. As for the creator of the underground ruins, maybe there was someone created to capture it as well? Elise. Assuming it is as Elise says, the requirements are pretty harsh, right? Louise. Like Louise says, it isn't impossible to capture it even if the requirements are unreasonably severe. The hours we have survived until now, even veteran adventurers, above us by months and years, didn't reach this place. The probability of capturing the ruins, I wasn't aware that the possibility of that happening wasn't high at all. We have to try it. Wendlin. You could say that. Burkhardt. The transfer point is what you would call starting point in a game. Therefore there aren't any enemies there. I see. Such way of thinking is possible as well. Beyond that it is very likely that there aren't any safe zones similar the starting point. And, at the time we entered the first level, the option to use that starting point also disappeared. Just now Burkhardt-san realized that he couldn't open the door connected to the level with the starting point. If we blow away the closed door with magic, can't we return to the starting point to rest up? Owen. The Guillems will surge forward through the broken door. I think we will be cornered on the contrary. Burkhardt. The first resting area is a courtesy of the creator of this underground ruin. You can leave it only once. Burkhardt-san countered Erwin's comments with a contradictory point of view. It might be unknown to what floor we have to ascend. Combating is quite efficient, especially me, the boy and Elise. Burkhardt. Elise and I can use healing magic and Burkhardt-san can transfer his mana to others. Fighting while saving mana to the utmost, depending on the situation it ought to become necessary to have a compulsory nap of around 3 hours. Napping while your companions are in battle in front of your eyes? Wendlin. That's right. even if you have to let go of your consciousness forcefully by using sleeping magic. Burkhardt. Empirically, mana recovers around 30% within a nap of 3 hours. But, sleeping while Erwin's group of Vanguard members crosses their swords with the golems right in front of one's eyes, that should be emotionally quite difficult. When will Erwin-san's group take a rest then? Elise. Going by my calculation, it will only be once for 3 hours a day. Burkhardt. Only that little? Elise. In the kingdom's health regulation for the army, the obligatory sleeping time during a campaign is reduced to 6 hours once per day at the lowest for soldiers. Iru's group has only half of that sleeping time. Elise Juchan. Isn't there also a spell to reduce fatigue within healing magic? Burkhardt. If you use reduce fatigue, a person will be able to continue battling for about a whole day, but there is no effect on the mental weariness. It becomes impossible to move for several hours on the next day in the end. Rather than reducing the fatigue, the correct method is to accelerate the time of vigor. In the time they can't move, the boy will cut their consciousness forcefully with sleeping magic, while Elise Jouchen will repeatedly cast recovery magic at the same time. Burkhardt. Wow, that's physically considerably strict. By doing so, they can return to the battle after a forced nap of 3 hours. Such extremity can't be continued infinitely, but if it's for around a week it will be alright since they are young, Burkhardt-san concluded. Also about the emotional aspect. If it is a first-class adventurer, they also have to endure such extreme situations occasionally. Burkhardt. They will cease to ensure an adequate sleeping time. It seems to be hard on the body, but they survive by decreasing the sleeping time by using doping through magic or drugs. I am certain that even during Burkhardt-san's time of active duty there were such situations. We won't do such things if there is a space where you can sleep peacefully like the first room. Burkhardt. But the reality isn't as easy going on us. I guess that's the core of the matter. For the vanguards, Iru, and Louise, there won't be a time slot where two of them take their nap at the same time. Although me and the boy are the middle guards, we won't overlap our nap time with the vanguards. Nevertheless, if our mana runs out, it will forcibly cut our consciousness. Burkhardt. What about me? Elise. Of course Elise Juchan has the same terms. Burkhardt. Her task is to guard the members who are napping and to preserve her mana in order to always be ready to cast healing magic. Also, there were simple tasks like preparing easily digestible combat rations. Though it is difficult, I will also assign Elise Juchan to attack the golems. Burkhardt. It's not so bad if the opponent is only one, but it is impossible for Elise because there are several hundreds, thousands of golems. Besides, if our healing magic practitioner dies, it will ring our demise. Concerning the preservation of mana, there is no way I can be in charge of healing while also participating in attacking. That's how it is. I leave the logistical support to you. Burkhardt. Yes. Elise. For the Vanguard members, as also the boy and me, it will be our defeat if Elise is attacked by the golems. Burkhardt. While on a small scale, this pseudo-military structure is similar to a campaign of annihilating the enemy. If we let the stronghold called Elise fall, we won't even be able to take a break afterwards, deciding our defeat. Given that our opponents are artificial creatures that don't even feel fear, they won't retreat either. Our victory condition is without exception the total annihilation of the enemy, though that's quite harsh. The Baron Bourmister household's founding head's inauguration term had better be a long one. Burkhardt. At the current point in time, there is no chance for the Baron Bourmister household to go extinct. In addition to the other siblings existing, Eric Nissan's family wants to give birth to children in the future as well. That's obvious. For that reason I will risk my life here. Wendlin. Even I don't want to die before my marriage. Louise. Though they won't flee if the morale drops, it is nice that I don't even have to feel any guilt over tearing apart their bodies as they are artificial. I am also looking forward to my marriage with Wendlin's armor. Elise. If that's the case, the enemy in front is quite efficient. Eliminate them as if it is work. Burkhardt. With a stern voice you wouldn't usually imagine at all, Burkhardt-san gives us his directions. Iru, and Louise, the three vanguards, simultaneously assault the golem who is the first of the front row. Burkhardt-san and me, awaiting an opportunity in the rear, let offensive spells explode amongst the golems. At last the capture of deadly inversion regulation had started. Oi, boy. Burkhardt. I wonder if I really have recovered 30% of my mana. Wendlin, with the mental weariness you will only feel it slightly. Keep up your motivation. Burkhart, I deployed offensive magic that was quite efficient in annihilating the Gillums, but the number of opponents were many. I had a feeling that it didn't end no matter how many of them I even defeated. After 5 days since the commencement of capturing, deadly inversion regulation, I was woken up forcefully after probably having 10 naps so far. Honestly, the awakening is the worst. Although I am recovering my mana the same as always, I don't sense it due to being mentally worn out. Next I am taking a nap. Burkhart, Roger. Wendlin. After Burkhart-san casted sleeping magic, Elise was next to him continuously casting fatigue reduction magic before I realized it. If you cast this magic on a sleeping person, their tiredness is removed for a short time. That's because you won't get mentally tired in the same way as being awake. However, there is no way that this doping-like magic is good for your health if you keep fighting for a long time. It was commonly referred as emergency measure. Wendlin-sama. Elise. I am sorry. Wendlin. As she confirmed Burkhart-san's consciousness dropping, Elise presented the meal to me. Even though I call it like that, the menu was pseudo hamburger and chili water blended with small amounts of sugar and salt. Around 10 meters in front I could hear the sounds of Iryu's group crossing swords with a Gillum. It was difficult to even brew tea. Furthermore, I don't even have such time. I push the pseudo hamburger into my mouth and wash it down with the pseudo water/sports drink within a minute in the same way as I did it in my time as member of the trading company in my previous life. I want to eat something like warm rice soon. Blue eyes. TSK. Has the effect already worn out? Owen. I go out at once and cast a barrier spell of the wind system. This barrier isn't something that can completely prevent the Gillum from advancing, purposely making a hole in one part. It is allowing the Gillum to intrude from the little by little, narrowing down the number of Gillums like that. The 3 vanguards are in turns crushing each of them. At the beginning I had cast offensive magic at the Gillums standing in a rear, but since it was futile I already stopped that. If you want to know why, except for their numbers they also had a terrifying special skill. Even if I defeat them, there will still Gillums come out. Wendlin. There is a secret workshop producing them in the back. Blue eyes. That's it. Wendlin. On the first level we ended up wasting quite a lot of time until we actually noticed that, first off, of the numbers of Gillums on standby on the level, only around a fifth was deployed on the floor. Even if you defeat them, there will appear reinforcements from holes in the floor and through the walls of the floor. To continue, as there are the remains of crushed Gillums, there exist Gillums who collect those periodically. They bring those back to repair them. If it's like that, it will be endless. Owen. Do we have to destroy the artificial personality embedded in the head of the Gillums? There is an even simpler method. Just like humans, they will cease their activity if they are beheaded. The artificial personality is equivalent to what is known as brain for humans. It is useless unless you behead them. As Ina thrusts her spear, she is pondering about the point of individual Gillums, who had their crystal containing the artificial personality embedded in the Gillum's head destroyed, not being collected. It seems to be necessary for the repairs that a certain degree of body is left for the artificial personality. At the least the head will be collected. Wendlin. You raise the hurdle. Owen. The battle is continuing with nothing but short naps. Iryu's soul was screaming. After that, as we collected the crushed Gillum's artificial personality, this time we aimed at the stairway leading to the next level. I even collected the other Gillum remains and tossed them into my magic bag. It is for the sake of avoiding the nightmare of those remains reviving and swooping down on us at the upper levels, but thanks to that our speed of progress is also dropping. In those 5 days the number of floors we captured is 9. Gradually the ratio of the horse-riding night Gillum is rising as well. All members are close to their limit of fatigue degree, too. It will be nice if it ends with this. Burkhart. It was as Burkhart-san said, having awoken after about 3 hours. The 9th floor has been cleared. I really wish this is the last floor, I thought as I climbed the stairway to the upper level. Thereupon, as for the 10th floor, it wasn't completely packed with soldier-type and horse-riding night-type Gillums. Is this the end? Owen. Iryu had a facial expression as if it was disappointing. But all the other members knew that they didn't want to know the truth in the end. Inside the vast floor once again that was enshrined, before the forced transfer it was driven into stopping its activity due to running out of mana. Well, I couldn't avoid doing that. It was the huge form of the dragon golem. After getting this worn out, once again deploying something like a dragon golem. The character of the creator of this underground ruin can definitely be called to be warped and poor. Perhaps its performance is even higher than the ones before. Or other than that, it has been placed here later. It wouldn't even be a wonder if you think like that, I guess. Certainly it might be like that. But at the current point of time I wished you hadn't said that. Because it is a situation where we have to somehow support the willpower of everyone amidst their fatigue due to lack of sleep. Theoretically our bodies are completely replenished by such things as fatigue reduction and recovery magic. However, it seems the human mind doesn't think so. With the mental tiredness of those 5 days, it looks like we will collapse soon. Anyway, unless we defeat that, we won't be able to sleep in a bed. Burkhart. In the end there wasn't any time to sleep normally in those 5 days. Bringing down all of the golems on the floor, we continued to ascend the stairs leading to the next level. Thereupon, at the time we ascended the stairs they would vanish and the floor would close the hole. In the end we lost the possibility to go back to a lower level. We even considered forcibly breaking the floor with magic in order to take a rest on a lower level, but if we did that, we wouldn't be able to defend against the golems surging forward from the upper level. In the end we could hear the gaka sounds from the lower level again. Apart from laying traps, golems are deployed once more. When you spend time on capturing one floor, it seems to be an arrangement that golems are stationed again. Without doubt this is Tiger at the front and Wolf in the back. There wasn't any choice for us but to advance. At any rate, that breath will be trouble. Same as before. Wendlin. The second dragon golem noticed us advancing to this floor and spit out an intense breath attack. After all, it was like an ill-mannered, powerful battery. If we move, will it pointlessly end up using mana? As usual its mobility is close to non-existent. But even if it were to be able to freely move on this floor, it would only blow itself up with that large build. I think. In that case the method of continuously spitting out breath attacks is much more of a threat, I suppose. The power has risen. Although its outward appearance hasn't changed, the dragon golem's breath attack had become a lot more powerful. As a matter of course, the mana required to keep up the magic barrier will accordingly increase as well. And at the time that mana runs out, there won't be any means for us to protect from the breath attack. Just like with the 2 veteran adventurer groups, we will end up being burned down to our bones. What shall we do, boy? Burkhart. Should we once again wait until its mana becomes empty? Wendlin. No, that is impossible. Burkhart. Burkhart-san pointed in front. There was a cable connected to the golem dragon. To put it simply, this means that there is an external energy source attached this time. Given that, it is receiving mana supply from a magic gem outside. By looking at that crowd of golems crossing a number of 10'000, this underground ruin is bound to store large quantities of mana in some way. Wendlin. Leave it to me. It doesn't have a reserve magic gem equipped and yet it hasn't stopped moving. You can't consider it to be a good thing if only the mana supply from outside is gone. Wendlin. It would have been most satisfactory if it stops its movement once the cable is cut, but it doesn't seem to be that easy after all. As I am feeling disappointed, Burkhart-san calls out to me in order to cheer me up. Now it is just a test of endurance. Burkhart. But once again the progress of the battle has ended up becoming a stalemate. Also, the dragon golem will continue to fire off high-powered breath attacks for more than a half-day. Burkhart-san and me have to keep defending against those with our magic barriers. Although the other members took turns at getting a rest during that time, there isn't any sign of the dragon golem ceasing its activity. Despite having its external mana supply cut, it is a situation where it is continuing to spit out even more powerful breath attacks than the first dragon golem using the same time without stopping. I guess it has a very strong, huge magic gem embedded. Can you still hold out? Elise. Well, my sense of time has disappeared. Wendlin. Should I say that until now the only thing I was doing was nothing but defending against the golem dragon's breath? We seem to have provoked the wrath of the lunatic who created this underground ruin. Suddenly the stairway to the lower floor, that had vanished before, reappeared. Furthermore Burkhart-san confirmed the figures of lined-up golems on that side. This time from below. Burkhart. It was a large quantity of soldier golems, whom we had continuously destroyed for several days. Upon the order of the creator of the underground ruin, they had finished replenishing those losses. It could be said that they were moving to remove us, who were continuing to defend against the Golem Dragon's breath and thus kept up a pointless battle. The Golems are ascending the stairs in a horizontal line. Ew. Wendlin. Really? The wolf at the back came out. Owen. Because they took a rest before, the three, in and Lu eyes, full of spirit, are taking their positions in the vicinity of the stairs. While there is a sound of gaka from below, the Golems, climbing the stairs, are entering the battle. In front of the stairs, in and Lu eyes form a line, and while destroying the Golems risen from the lower level, they are pushing them off down the stairs. But it seems, even if they are defeated, new Golems will one by one come climbing up the stairs. Gradually their facial expression became flustered and a worn-out look began to reveal itself. Vul, as it is now we will be annihilated. Damn it. We were cornered. Wendlin, thoughtlessly applying the previously successful plan of enduring it until the Dragon Golem runs out of mana just like the one before might not have been a good idea. Or rather, there weren't any soldier golems at the time we fought the previous Dragon Golem. Despite the precondition being different, I chose the same battle strategy. That's my mistake. If we had gone into the offensive by accepting a bit of danger. Wendlin, boy, don't lament. Even if we were to use valuable time to go on the offense, there would be the possibility of failing as well. Rather than that, you should think about what we should do now. Burkhart. Even in this critical situation, Burkhart-san stayed calm. As one would expect, that was something only a first-class adventurer, who had been active for a long time, would do. I honestly admired him. The three in the back won't be able to give support for an extended period of time. Burkhart. Given that they are preventing the invasion while crushing the soldier golems, who had climbed up the stairs one after another, in turns, they will approach their limit of stamina soon after 5 days of battling. It wasn't beneficial to shave off sleeping time with doping by magic and drugs during those 5 days either. Elise has been casting fatigue reduction on the three from the rear, but it already doesn't have the same effect as in the beginning. As I am the same, it had become impossible to fight for a long time as I already am reaching my mental limit. If that's the case, let's defeat the Golem Dragon quickly. Wendlin. There is no other way left, I guess. Burkhart. If we defeat it, we can even run away in the worst case. Maybe defeating the Dragon Golem will meet the clearing conditions. Although it was a kind of gamble, the prospects of victory may be higher than continuing to defend against the Dragon Golem's breath attacks. I have decided to resolve myself. I will dissolve the magic barrier. Wendlin. Is that alright? Burkhart. Burkhart-san is worrying, but of course I want to receive his assistance. The breath the Dragon Golem continues to spit out, fundamentally uses mana of the void attribute as substitute before it is spit out. Even so, it is spitting out the mana at ultra-high speed, which causes its state to change into ultra-high temperature due to the friction as it travels to the targeted opponent. Something like humans won't even leave bones behind. Looking at the fate of the annihilated two combined adventurer parties, that is quite obvious. We will strike the Dragon Golem when it is reproducing the breath. Forcing the breath back will cause its head to be destroyed. Wendlin. Even for mutual magic power of the void attribute, if two breaths of the same attribute clash with each other, they will generate a vast amount of heat. Therefore, I'm planning to have Burkhart-san protect me from this. If I quickly force the Dragon Golem's breath attack back, it should decrease Burkhart-san's burden accordingly. From the start, Burkhart-san has defended against the breath attack of two Dragon Golems with his magic barrier, thus he won't be able to sustain it for a long time in regards to his mana capacity. But it will be plenty if he copes with the heat for a short time. I am alright, but how about your remaining mana, boy? Burkhart. As the 5 days here were excessive, my capacity should have risen somewhat. However now, with also having the magic barrier deployed for an amount of half a day, there wasn't more than 20% of mana left. Is it no good? Wendlin. Boy, it depends on you pushing back the breath a long distance quickly. No? Burkhart. Besides, the necessity of Burkhart-san to deploy a magic barrier would vanish. Also, if that's the strategy, it should be fine to receive mana sharing from Burkhart-san. I will cast a boost at the beginning. Wendlin. Saying these words, I took out a single magic gem from within my magic bag. Considering the worst case, I had stored my own mana. Once I had some time. As a matter of fact, I already had 4 of them, but I emptied out 3 of them by now. In the battle against the Golem armies, I ended up using them when there wasn't enough time to recover. After this, Wendlin, I wonder how many magic stones, of those I had collected from the monsters at the Palkania grasslands, were remaining. Although it is a huge loss if you think one-sidedly about the energy efficiency, it doesn't turn into life. Magic stones that aren't processed into magic gems will lose their strength after using all of their mana. They will end up grumbling, reaching the point of completely turning into ash. A second use won't be possible. In the end, I wasn't able to supply more mana than only 1/20th of the originally stored amount. Wendlin. Even with that, the guys at the guild and royal palace will demand them. Burkhart. That's right, isn't it? Well then, I am off. Wendlin. At the same time of giving the signal, I have resolved my magic barrier first while Burkhart-san is deploying his magic barrier with all his power at the same time. Boy, if it's at this power, I won't be able to sustain it for long. Burkhart. Understood. Wendlin. I am easily remembering the Dragon Golem's breath attack. Let's reproduce that authentically. It was indeed a performance without rehearsal, but I naturally wasn't anxious. Although there wasn't any basis for that at all, I believed that I would be able to do it. Come to think of it, even Master was all right. Wendlin. Because I don't want to spit out magic from my mouth. By no means. I turn the palms of both hands towards the Dragon Golem. Simultaneously I am accelerating the mana within my body while imagining to be released forward. Thereupon magic of the void attribute resembling the breath attack is emitted, crashing into the Dragon Golem's breath. No more than dazzling light is shed. Boy, raise the power of the magic. Burkhart. As it is, as Burkhart-san says, it won't be good if I can't force back the Dragon Golem's breath with my void magic. At first I release the remaining mana without holding back, then I extract the mana of the only magic stone left and use it. Although my void magic is gradually pushing back the Dragon Golem's breath, my consciousness becomes hazy since the mana consumption is extreme. Boy, get a grip of yourself. Burkhart. While vaguely hearing Burkhart-san's yelling, my memory temporarily jumps back into the past. In regards to magic, an adaptive nature is very helpful. If you see a hostile opponent trying to use magic, what will you do? Alfred. It is my childhood. Although it was a short period, I wouldn't forget those memories. My everyday training with Master. I had been asked like this by Master during my break time. Master occasionally threw questions at me to cause me to brood over them, defend myself and wait and see. Wendlin. At the beginning that's enough, but without having any options after that you will sooner or later run out of mana and be defeated. I wonder, what will you do? Alfred. Wendlin. The circumstances of a fight constantly change. Poor thinking is equal to not doing anything. As for a single answer, there is the option to strike your opponent with the same magic after having seen it. Because it is an adaptation, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was a look-alike. Their advantage in this case is, Alfred, it will induce unrest within the opponent. Wendlin. That's how it is. And you will also be able to recollect yourself and think about the situation. For example, about what kind of magic attribute the opponent is using. Alfred. That attribute, should I switch over to an opposing magic attribute? Wendlin. That's correct. For fire magic you use water magic. Against earth magic you use something like wind magic. However, once Vil becomes an adventurer it is possible to meet Alfred. As for the adventurer's work, there is also the matter of investigating historic ruins from the time of the ancient magic civilization. And in those ruins a certain unique enemy exists. The ancient magic civilization concentrated its efforts on advancing magic engineering as far as possible. There should be existences that are commonly called golems or also artificial life forms, moving by using mana as energy source. As they are ruthless mechanical weapons that don't know fear, they are protecting the ruins and the things gathered there from intruders such as adventurers. There are even some amongst the golems who can use magic. Alfred. To be precise, it should be said that they are casting magic by distributing mana to the magic tool embedded within them. Amongst those, the most spread magic attribute is the void attribute. Alfred. Since they are only hurling the accelerated, saved mana at the enemy at ultra-high speed, it doesn't seem to be a complex magic tool device. If it's the other magic attributes, I hear that the necessary magic tools structure realizes that attribute and the used mana gains in quantity. As for the void attribute, it isn't a powerful attribute, but that doesn't mean that it is a weak attribute either. Alfred, no matter what attribute an opponent uses, you can expect a fixed effect. Is it in relation to the darkness attribute? Wendlin, no. Darkness is different. They are merely hurling mana that had an attribute attached beforehand. Darkness is treated as a legend, however I think I can change it into proper darkness attribute. Alfred, I see. Then what's the method to cope with the void attribute? Wendlin, since there aren't any strong or weak attributes, you have no other choice but to negate it with high power of any kind of magic attribute, right? In a certain sense it is troublesome, but since Vols has a lot of mana, the possibility to survive is high. Also, it will be good for Wend to try firing void magic. If it's magic of the same attribute, the magic consumption efficiency will be fine as well. Although it is little, this might become the key to survival. But, the void attribute is conversely difficult, although it isn't to the degree of holy. Will you refuse learning it, I wonder? Alfred, thinking of it, I didn't use it at that time in the end, but it seems to unexpectedly reach the point where I can use it due to the approaching danger to myself. Master, it came out, the void magic. As I was thinking that, my shoulders were shaken suddenly causing me to open my eyes. Boy, was your consciousness cut due to mana deficiency? Burkhart, ... I am sorry. Wendlin, no, you did move your body properly. Besides, there hasn't even passed a second since your consciousness blacked out. Burkhart, before I knew it, I was on one knee, but just as before it was released from the palms of both my hands. It seems that I continued to fire void magic while I blanked out. And, it was essentially magic power, but thanks to pushing back the dragon Gilem's breath considerably, the necessity of a magic barrier has disappeared. Burkhart-san, placing both his hands on my shoulders, was in the middle of supplying me with mana. Burkhart-san. Wendlin. Even I have used up all of my reserve magic gems. Now that it has become like this, there is no help but to transfer my mana to you until I faint. Burkhart. I understand. Wendlin. Burkhart-san and me don't have that much of mana left anymore. Will I be able to force back the dragon Gilem's breath and destroy its head before we exhaust all of it? If I am not able to do that, the now pushed back breath will annihilate all of us until only bones are left. If it's mana, then, Blue Eyes, it's useless. Wendlin. Because Louise is a cornerstone of intercepting the Gilems, who are climbing up the stairs, which will also be troublesome if she comes over here. There is no point if we are overrun by the Gilems from the rear before destroying the dragon Gilem. At the same time, Iryu and Ina don't possess mana to the degree of being able to share it with me either. To begin with, even if they transfer all of their mana, it won't add much either due to the conversion efficiency. I am currently calculating calmly. The mana might not be enough. Wendlin. At least concentrate on the front. Please take care of me after I have transferred all my mana to you. Burkhart. At the same time he says this, Burkhart-san ends up losing his consciousness and drops. With this, it became only the mana that I am still possessing. As I am continuing to emit void magic from my palms, I am slowly pushing back the dragon Gilem's breath. By now there is around 10 meters left until reaching the target, the dragon Gilem's head. However, the dragon Gilem, sensing the impeding danger, increases the power of its breath attack even more. It also uses a large amount of mana for the sake of defeating me with that. As I increased the used amount of my remaining mana, I became quite panicked within my mind. I sensed the mana gradually decreasing, but thanks to the training for 2.5 years, I had reached a keen comprehension. How unskillful. Anyways, I have to push it back completely even if it a second earlier. Wendlin. Even so, it isn't something I can force back entirely no matter how impatient I get. As the creeping sense of danger is becoming stronger, someone is once again placing their hands on my shoulders. Wendlin-sama. Elise. Those were Elise's hands. The time has come for the ring you bought for me previously, to be helpful. Elise. Which reminds me, right after the engagement I gave her a mana-saving ring as present. Now I remember it. At last. From Elise's hands I can sense mana gradually pouring into me. It appears that I avoided the state called out of mana for now. However, it's not possible to push it back at all. Wendlin. Although it was unknown whether the artificial personality has a mind of its own, the dragon Gilem increased the power of the breath attack by 3 times. Perhaps it didn't want to be destroyed. Or rather, I wonder just how big is the magic gem embedded within? With the cable, externally supplying mana, being severed, it has no choice but to persistently rely on the mirrors for gathering mana from within the air installed on each the head and back. Only that served as proof that there was a huge magic gem embedded. How unlucky. The mana is still. Wendlin, as Burkhardt-san has already fainted and without knowing how much mana Elise herself has left, even if she is an expert at healing magic, I have heard before that she isn't proficient at mana transfer. Therefore, even if I receive a normal mana sharing from her here, it won't be much of a help. Wendlin-sama. Elise, perhaps it is being pushed back. Pull back Burkhardt-san out of the line of the breath attack's fire range. Air group as well. Wendlin, if I force back the breath as it is, I will definitely be burned to cinders down to the bones, but I think I will be able to get the Gillums, climbing the stairs in my back, involved at the same time. Beside, the Dragon Gillum shouldn't have something much like a surplus of remaining mana capacity no matter how you look at it. If I played it cleverly, only I would become a victim while all of the others should probably survive this. Such a thing. Something like leaving Wendlin-sama behind. Elise, it's fine if Wend escapes as well too. That's impossible. After all, we are both releasing mana in order to destroy the opponent using all of our power. Wendlin, in order to escape, I have to also lower the mana released a bit. Not gambling upon pushing back the breath for even a second will cause me getting burned in the end. As escaping also means death, seeing that I am heading towards death as well, I shouldn't be negligent in decreasing the casualties even by one. Take my mana after all. Blue eyes. Keep it. Wendlin, as Burkhardt-san is out of mana and isn't conscious either, it is the basics of the basics for Elise to preserve her mana for the sake of using healing magic. Since it is like that, after I died, the one having the most proficient combat ability, Blue eyes, shouldn't be too exhausted either. Wendlin. Ina seems to be eagerly thinking of the best way while she is also defeating the Gillums. Although you can say that this is just like her, we already ran out of plans. I wonder if I can once again learn magic from Master in the Netherworld. Wendlin, don't utter such disturbing words. Owen is enraged, but no matter how I calculate it, it seems I am missing a bit of mana. Exhausting my mana will happen at a place around 1 meter from the Dragon Gillum's head. Because the calculation might be incomplete, the despair was large as well. Wendlin-sama. Elise. Because of that villainous grandfather, the kind Elise constantly had troubles. Even if I died, it should still be fine for her to marry into family she likes since she is as of yet only engaged. Something much like accompanying me into death here isn't an option. Death. Wendlin. It will be a lie if I said it isn't scary, but it's not like there isn't any possibility of me awaking as Makoto Yakinomiya once again. With this Wendlin von Benno bore missed her being a long dream. Won't I return to my life of being a salaryman at a second-rate trading company? I have a feeling that this might happen. Wendlin-sama. Elise is a beautiful person. Even if she doesn't keep me company here, she can marry into any other family she likes. Wendlin. No, I will become Wendlin-sama's wife. Therefore, Wendlin-sama, don't give up hope either. Elise. Wendlin. Even I didn't expect Elise to raise her voice in such way here at the least. Then, Elise's face is covering my field of vision. Using both her arms to turn my face to the back and bringing her face in front of me, she plugged up my lips using her own lips. In other words, you can say she is kissing me from behind. Why? Elise is quite bold. How enviable. Blue eyes. Due to Elise's sudden action, Iru's group couldn't hide their surprise. Wendlin. At the same time I am continuing to be astonished. I can feel mana surging out from deep within myself for some reason. Why? If it's Elise, the ability in magic transfer is Wendlin. Even if Elise pours all of her currently remaining mana into me, it shouldn't even restore more than 1% of the whole since the conversion efficiency is bad. Nevertheless, I felt like I am currently experiencing more than 20% being recovered. Wendlin-sama. Elise. Wendlin. Elise, separating her lips, seems to have a vague half-consciousness. With a voice, close to vanishing any time now, she talks to me. I used, Light of Miracles, but I have completely run out of mana. Elise. That how it is, Wendlin. As for, Light of Miracles, it was the highest kind of healing magic within the holy system. It uses a huge amount of mana, but even if close to death, it will completely recover someone as long as they are alive. Even in the church, it seems to not be guaranteed that there are even more than around 50 users. Naturally, Elise is also one of them. And that magic has another effect. The mana of the one it being cast upon is recovered to about half. This magic, it is also possible to cast it on me even if I am not particularly seriously injured. Because a non-existent injury can't be healed, the mana is used in vain. Though it doesn't look like there have been people using it like this until now. Only for the sake of recovering my mana, Elise used this magic. I think, in a certain sense it could certainly be called a blind spot. With this a bit of mana, Elise understood. Elise can go sleep with a peace of mind. Okay? Wendlin. Yes. Elise lost her consciousness at the end of those words. Starting to raise a sleeper's breathing, she was sleeping peacefully in a state as if being carried on my back. Although the effect usually was around 50%, it appears that, light of miracles, took away all of Elise's remaining mana. Elise, I didn't apologize for giving up. But, it's all right now. Wendlin, while gently calling out to Elise, who is resting on my back as is, I am slowly raising the power of the void magic. With the precious mana obtained at the very last moment I am freely releasing all of my power to destroy the tin-plated dragon in front of my eyes. For the current me there wasn't anything that I couldn't do anymore. Fortunately, thanks to the kiss, the current me was quite excited. Die having your head blown off. Wendlin, I wanted to avoid falling into a condition of mana deficiency once again due to being strangely stingy with mana here or such. Although I was worried about the massive golems in the rear, I had no choice but to leave it to Ur's group. At worst, I want us to escape before they became a burden. While thinking about such things, I exhausted my mana by releasing it in one go. Within a few seconds in front of the comma, as my void magic forced back the breath, it penetrated the mouth of the dragon golem and violated the interior. The interior of the dragon golem's mouth cavity should also be coated with mithril armor, but in the narrow mouth cavity my void magic clashed with its breath resulting in an explosion. No matter it being mithril, it shouldn't be capable to resist this destructive power. How pitiful. With the dragon golem's head busting and scattering, it ended up ceasing its movement. While making a loud metallic sound, its body pitched completely forward and collapsed in the end. And then the headless dragon golem died with a slight tremor. And then, even the golem's movement has stopped. Owen, is it okay to call that dragon golem the boss? I guess that's how it is. Wendlin, even the soldier golems, who had been advanced up until now, completely ceased their movement. Below the stairs, which were completely covered with corpses as remains of the battlefield, silence spread. We did it. Right? Owen. Yeah. Wendlin, at last being freed from the threat of the golem mass, being relieved, is calling out to me. But even I, having used up Burkhardt-san and Elise's mana, would soon lose my consciousness. It seems my consciousness is already becoming dim. I leave the aftermath to you. Wendlin. Even Vil has hit his limit. Leave it to me since even the troublesome golems have stopped moving. Owen. Is that so? Then I am relieved. Wendlin. As I was relieved to have destroyed the enemy in front of my eyes, after hearing Ur's words I ended up losing my consciousness as it is. Editors TL:. Doctor note for this chapter, entered ruins, found missing adventurers, all dead. Fought an ancient dragon golem, physical and magical attacks can't really hurt it, by purely defending while letting it run out of mana after half a day. Was transported by a teleport trap, stuck for days fighting non-stop, while finally fighting an even stronger dragon golem along with the endless waves of regular golems. Only lived because MC did his own breath attack with a new type of magic, void magic, that he had learned but never used before. Chapter 43. The loot from the underground ruin. New. Armstrong. King Helmut. Yes, Armstrong. Are you worried? King Helmut. Only a bit. Armstrong. It is right at the time when Wendlin was successful in destroying the second dragon golem. In a private room of Helmut the 37th within the royal palace, Helmut the 37th and Armstrong Dowsey were once again drinking wine and having a talk. The irresponsible, talkative folks within the royal palace are already discussing whether Baron Bormister passed away. That person is particularly kicking up a fuss. King Helmut. It's the head of financial auditing Ruckner, right? Armstrong. While being together in the financial affairs department, it is a famous story that the older brother, who inherited the Marquis title and serves as finance minister, and the younger brother, who didn't inherit the title and acts as head of the financial auditing, don't get along very well. In the first place, Based on both's official positions, you can't even expect them to be on good terms. The finance minister, who organizes and distributes the budget, and the head of financial auditing, who points out the waste by investigating the situation of the budget utilization. Lately the attacks of the younger brother against his older brother are becoming even more fervent as well. While persistently investigating the squandering and misses of his elder brother's protégés, being in the same faction as him, he uses his own faction and protégés at his own discretion. And, in reverse, that is pointed out by his elder brother. It is at a level that their peers are thinking that those two will continue to compete with each other like this until their death. Furthermore, those two showed a totally opposite way of treating Baron Bourmister. Baron Bourmister is fated to be connected with the elder brother, Finance Minister Ruckner. King Helmut, on the contrary, because head of financial auditing Ruckner wasn't able to form a connection, thus he turned hostile towards Baron Bourmister. It isn't like he is particularly bearing a grudge against Baron Bourmister, who can't match his decent face, either. Instead, he should be in Baron Bourmister's debt since he accepted the employment of his child who he didn't acknowledge, but for some reason he is antagonizing him. His hatred against his elder brother is extremely strong. It seems he says I hate everything about that person. Also, he is gathering the guys who are holding animosity against Finance Minister Ruckner for the sake of improving the opposing faction. King Helmut, both being at the financial department, head of financial auditing Ruckner desires to kick his elder brother down from the position of finance minister. For that reason he wasn't able to stay on good terms with Baron Bourmister and his dependents. Returning to the topic, it is exaggerated to condemn them for not getting in touch for around a week of historic ruins exploration. Armstrong, as experienced person, is that what you think? King Helmut: yes. In case of a large-scale underground ruin, you will keep diving in there for at least this much time. Armstrong: I see. Then head of financial auditing Ruckner is a sinful man. King Helmut: if one were to speak of what he is sinful about, there was a report that he got in touch with successor candidates because Baron Bourmister might have died. Successor candidates? Armstrong: though he is unmarried, there are brothers amongst his siblings, too. King Helmut: but, Armstrong, thinking about the worst case, Baron Bourmister has told Armstrong Doushi the order of successors. There is a testament in the mansion as well. The butler Roderick, being a child of the head of financial auditing Ruckner, is leading and controlling the employees firmly. Roderick should be the child of head of financial auditing Ruckner, but, with head of financial auditing Ruckner not acknowledging him originally as his face doesn't even get close to matching his, Roderick doesn't seem to think of him as real father at all. As outcome of irresponsibly giving birth to him and then neglecting him, Roderick bears a heavy grudge against him without even a speck of gratitude. Therefore you could say it was next to impossible for him to turn traitor. Rather, he might be delighted to become the enemy of his real father. Although it is a sad story, some amongst the nobles irresponsibly make children with commoner girls and then neglect those children without even acknowledging their existence. There are many of such people. It is said that blood is thicker than water, but there are also cases where the hatred between blood relatives is amplified in its depth. As for the elder brother's children, they seem to be granted the right of succession following the order of their age. King Helmut, as for the first place in the inheritance right, it is John who was born as eldest son of Eric just a few months ago. After that it will be the soon-to-be-born children of Paul and Helmut, who are currently in the wombs of their wives. If the born child is female, there won't be any problem either as long as she picks a husband. From the point of view of the surroundings, as it will be troublesome if Baron Bourmister dies now, he at least wanted to leave behind a will in preparation for the worst case. As a result, it also was a premature testament. Although it isn't unusual either if it's royalty and nobles, there occasionally are family heads suddenly dying while having forgotten about the testament. Since there are also cases where this caused needless strife, you can say it is a necessary measure to leave behind a will. Well, actually, it looks like he got in touch with the eldest son at his parents' home. King Helmut, the one in the southern sticks? Armstrong: that's right, the home of Baron Bourmister. King Helmut: because the place being at that location it should take time until the message reaches them. Moreover, Though the eldest son has 2 boys, they aren't even mentioned within the succession order of Baron Bourmister. Even though they would be at the top of the succession order if there wasn't any testament, they have no chance at succeeding in the first place because it exists. In other words, it could also be said that head of financial auditing Ruckner is running rampant. Or rather, he has no right to meddle in the inheritance of the Baron Bourmister household. It was a complete grandstand play. How pathetic. For the eldest son it will be a short-lived elation. King Helmut, either of your children will become the heir of the Baron Bourmister household and its assets. Leading him around by the nose by telling him such a lie is the sinful noble of the central government. Head of Financial Auditing Ruckner. Head of Financial Auditing Ruckner doesn't even really care if the eldest son's children don't succeed the household afterwards. The eldest son being cheated. If he throws that anger at Finance Minister Ruckner and his dependents, it will create confusion. Even if Baron Bourmister has died without doubt, their succession order will change to Eric's child. That's how it is written in the testament in the mansion. Since its transcription is deposited at the Noble Pedigree Department of the Kingdom's Public Office, even if it is objected at first, that objection won't be allowed. Of course, head of financial auditing Ruckner, being part of the central government for a long time, is plenty aware of that. It's a safe bet that he will spread a rumor of that decision to the eldest son, who will bear dissatisfaction. The inheritance of the Baron title by your child is being thwarted by your brothers who left the family. They hate you, who became the legitimate successor due to being the firstborn son. Ruckner tearing up the relationship between siblings of another family and using that to plunge his real brother into chaos. You can even say that he is a terrible fellow, but something like that isn't particularly unusual for the lot of the appointed nobles of the central government either. It was always something as if reminding you of a particular season. Though they are in a remote place, he is toying with people who are inheriting a regular peerage. That man is considerably sinful. King Helmut, that man, at first glance it looks like he is moving following the nature of a noble, but in reality it is only due to his hatred of his elder brother, Armstrong. Although he views himself as superior, the Marquis household and its assets were stolen by his elder brother. With hardships he became an appointed baron, but he is always hindered by his elder brother. With nothing but such hatred, because he is hostile towards his elder brother even at an age close to 50 years, head of financial auditing Ruckner is a passionate man. In a certain sense. Though it could also be called a passion that is very annoying for other people. To begin with, that Burkhardt is accompanying them, so it shouldn't even be possible for Baron Bourmister to die. Don't start such pointless actions. King Helmut the 37th resolved himself. Because of one fool, it might cause some strong disturbances in the south. No matter whether Baron Bourmister is alive or dead, you can expect this to happen in the future with certainty. The eldest son, remaining at his family's territory, will have a small questionable quarrel with his brothers, who left the household. With only this it will turn into a vague truth, even if the people themselves are careful. With someone instigating the surroundings, it become like this. If someone ends up being deceived by this, Baron Bourmister is already an adult. I fear that will also cause the eldest son to unnecessarily feel insecure. King Helmut, although it will be fine, if he stays docile. Armstrong, as for the person himself, I guess he would obediently seclude himself. But with a fellow instigating from outside, he might move haphazardly since he has no ability to resist this. Moreover, he won't even be able to notice that it is his own stupidity. King Helmut, without instigation, he might not move. Armstrong, my guess is that it's impossible. Therefore, for the sake of the long-time progress of the kingdom, I intend him to become a small victim. I guess a bit more waiting time is necessary. King Helmut, as for me, I will still pray that the eldest son won't act trashly. Armstrong, even for me it would be easier that way. King Helmut, both of them drink their wine while continuing the conversation for a while after that. And then, 3.5 days later, they received the information that Baron Bourmister's group had safely captured the underground ruin, while at the same time also thinking that there will be fellows who won't be settled down with this. Owen Poff -8 Vil is heavy. Owen Vil is a man, so he has to be heavy, right? That's true. In case it is Elise, there is also something of worth to carry on your back. Owen, I will tell that to Vil. How unfair. Owen, Burkhardt-san, Elise and Vil. While the three magicians had spent all of their mana and are unconscious, We walked to the door behind the dragon golem, which had its head destroyed, and were transferred. Vul, having his mana to a certain degree replenished by that Elise using the holy healing spell, Light of Miracles, put all of that mana into his void magic and clashed it against the dragon golem, forcing back the void-attributed breath, spit out from the dragon golem's mouth. He forcefully pushed in the void magic into that mouth cavity in reverse. Of course it became a matter of the dragon golem's head being plastered with many explosions and then completely blown off. Furthermore, it seems that the dragon golem's head was equipped with the artificial personality. It stopped moving right away and the golems, we were continuously defending against in front of the stairs, stopped moving at the same time. Somehow it looks like that dragon golem was a cornerstone of the defense system of this underground ruin. What is clear is that us three people, who can still move, wouldn't have survived if they had to carry the three, who are still unconscious, while escaping this mess in the end. Frankly, in those 5 or 6 days spent here, our fatigue had peaked out. We will explore the underground ruin once Vul's group wakes up. Right. Before that, we have to secure a place where we can take a proper rest. Also, I wonder whether an exit to the surface exists. Luckily there already isn't even one unit of that existing large quantity of golems that moves. Opening the door laying further ahead, a living space, as if a person lived here until just now, spread out, although it is an ancient room of the underground ruin. Louise seems to be surprised about the study, living room, kitchen, bathroom and such, which haven't a single speck of dust. But, since it is a historic ruin of the ancient magic civilization, it isn't something that unusual either. I hear that it apparently is because of the state preservation spell that has become lost magic by now. With this spell showing its effect, it seems that even thousands of years old things won't deteriorate at all. Anyway, it is necessary to lay down the 3 of them. That's true. Since we discovered 4 beds set up in the bedroom, one of them went to Burkhardt-san, who was carried by I laid down Vul, who I was carrying, on another one. U-N, because he is the person who redeemed himself this time. Louise. Continuing, Elise was shouldered by Louise. After being slightly worried, she put Elise down next to Vul. You are kind, aren't you? Though I am slightly jealous, thanks to Elise's Light of Miracles, everyone has survived. Louise. Certainly, if Elise hadn't been here, the party would have been completely destroyed. Even if only Vul were to be sacrificed at that place and let us survive temporarily, we wouldn't possess any aspirations of future development at all. Light of Miracles, that's an amazing spell, right? That's obvious. It is a magic at the level of having the believers revere them if there even is a single person who can use it within the church. Because it can completely recover a person's health in one go no matter what kind of severe wound. It has a powerful impact in any case, Ina explained. For example, a mother carrying her child, who had been ran over by a carriage and was on the verge of death, while rushing towards the church. While weeping, the mother will desire her child to be saved. And then Light of Miracles, user makes their appearance, swiftly healing the child. It can run around full of vigor again. It is also recorded in the biographies of saints published by the church. In reality it is a wondrous scene that will occasionally occur as well. Since it is an apparent miracle, it also is a popular situation for the believers. Although one might say it supported the popularity of the church, it wasn't an exaggeration. That's how it is. But, isn't that strange? Louise. What is? If it's Light of Miracles, won't it not be effective without a kiss? Louise. Now that you mention it. If it doesn't get invoked without a kiss, the composition of the aforementioned miracles is odd. Maybe the magicians, who can use Light of Miracles, kiss the children while using the spell. It might become a homosexual type combination that is a taboo in the church too. With this the saints' biography publications would become filth. I forgot about it in the confusion. Louise. Or rather, is there such a thing like kissing in magic? Not only Louise but Ina also unusually raised her voice loudly. It appears that Elise shrewdly used that critical situation to kiss Vul. With that in mind, she seems to be fascinating. Additionally, before fainting she devoted herself completely to mana replenishment by using all of her remaining mana. I don't think there is any man who won't fall for her after having that done to him. At the very least I felt greatly envious of Vul. It was a scene as if Elise was a real angel. If it's Elise, as a matter of fact, She is understanding her own excessive female charm quite well. Owen, conversely you can say that it also feels as if that Vil won't be able to escape from Elise anymore. Since Vil basically likes Elise as well, the person herself doesn't hold any doubts or unhappiness either, I guess. Cardinal Hohenheim, you haven't made a mistake in educating your granddaughter. Owen, being totally immersed in Elise's charm, Vil hasn't even any intention to slip out from there. My best friend and lord, Vil, is halfway through the process of being dominated. How pitiful. It is already a different world from the one I live in. Next time I will have Burkhart-san take me along to an enjoyable adult shop. Of course Vil won't participate. Owen, thinking about this, I will somehow also able to enjoy their remaining stuff to deal with afterwards. But before that, it was necessary to take turns sleeping now. Being worn out to this point, it would cause impediments in the following exploration work. Because of that, who will stay up standing watch first? Where? Oi. Owen. During the time I was thinking, Ina, who scolded Elise's action, tossed herself on the opposite side of Elise, being cheeky herself as well, and gave off a sleeper's breath of suaya, with Vil sleeping on the bed in a pose of Elise and Ina sleeping on his left and right side using his arms as pillow. It was the same situation as the protagonist in a book I have read in a bookstore just a little bit of time ago. Which reminds me, that protagonist could be seen enjoying a flower in each arm as well. I also envied him very much. While thinking about my jealousy, currently Vil won't be able to recover his mana quickly. Because of that, Louise? Owen, I am not going to sleep anytime soon. Louise, how admirable. Aren't you jealous? Owen, as I am wondering whether she is angry for the two of them picking a position on the left and right of Vil. Louise was, the calmness herself unexpectedly. Until the four sleeping people wake up, she wants to participate in standing guard together with me, it seems. Because of that situation, I had resolved myself to be the only one standing watch. The Dragon Golem has been destroyed and the remaining Golem units have stopped. This residential area is clean without having its state devastated in the past either. The guarding is just for caution's sake. I wouldn't have particularly minded it either if I were the only one to stay up. From the start it was impossible to monopolize Vil. If I am able to stand watch here praiseworthily similar to Elise's previous deed, I can sleep next to Vil afterwards. Louise, is that how it works? Owen. And then, around half day later, until the first one, Burkhart-san, woke up, I killed time by talking with Louise, who found it difficult to stay awake due to her drowsiness, while continuing to stand watch. Oi, what happened? Burkhart. Right away after opening his eyes, Burkhart-san inquires about the situation after he passed out. Together with Louise, we told him the details of the state of affairs. Finally Vil blew off the head of the Dragon Golem with his magic. Owen. What about the Golems? Burkhart. At the same time the Dragon Golem ceased its operation, everything that was moving stopped. Louise. I see. That Dragon Golem's head had a linked artificial personality formula embedded after all. Burkhart. As for that linked artificial personality formula, not just the Dragon Golem itself, but also the Golem troops were apparently controlled by the defense system of the underground ruin. Therefore the Golem's movement stopped alongside the explosion, I guess. Burkhart-san explained. It was installed at a place where it would be the most difficult to be destroyed. The reason is its extreme sensibility. However, we have been rescued by Elise Ju-chan. Burkhart-san glances at Elise sleeping peacefully using Vil's arm as pillow while making an expression as if saying, it can't be helped. From Burkhart-san's standpoint it will be problematic if Elise's position as legal wife becomes too strong. I guess he isn't saying anything since Elise is a very good girl and the degree of her contribution is outstanding as well. Burkhart-san also knows that he particularly was saved by Elise. Or perhaps I should say, it was Margrave Brithilda-sama who didn't introduce a decent girl to Vil at any rate. If you ask me, it felt like haven't you given up already? Now then. All that's left is to explore and search for the exit leading to the surface. Everyone has to get some proper sleep for their bodies. You guys too. Hurry up and go sleep. Burkhart. Honestly, you are saving me here. Owen. I am sleepy as well. Louise. Because Burkhart-san says that he will be fine hereafter even by himself, I approach a vacant bed. Louise, while entering a dangerous spot, namely between Vil's legs of the shape, She immediately raised a sleeper's breathing. Louise, Owen, that position is extremely dangerous for Vol. No matter how much the left and right side is already taken, that place is dangerous anyway. The boy is quite popular. Burkhart. Louise, that place is dangerous. Owen. Only worrying about it is pointless. Is the stimulation too strong for a boy? I will take you to a good place after we return to the capital. Burkhart. Owen. With Burkhart-san having talked up to that point, I was suddenly attacked by drowsiness. I ended up passing out just like that. Wendlin Poff. Having safely destroyed the dragon golem, we arrived at the most inner part of the residential area. It somehow was a narrow escape from death. Immediately following the blowing off of the dragon golem's head, I fainted due to using up my mana. I woke up after sleeping a whole day, with the first decent sleep after a little less than a week. I don't feel any sluggishness from being mentally worn out like yesterday. It's been a while since I woke up this refreshed. And with the mental strain of experiencing a condition of just barely before mana exhaustion several times, I actually understand myself. The feeling of experiencing my mana capacity rising. We were able to survive due to safely disarming the defense system of the underground ruin, although I was burning with the desire to complain to the lot who forwarded such request to rookies without warning. But that will have to wait for later. At any rate, there is a more urgent situation for me to deal with. Wendlin-sama, good morning. Elise. Before I knew it, I was sleeping in a pose on an unfamiliar bed. Neighboring to my right, Elise, who is using my arm as pillow to rest on, woke up around the same time as me. Morning. Elise, are you alright? Wendlin. Yes, I have almost fully recovered my mana. No. I am going to prepare a meal. I am sure that Wendlin-sama also wants to eat some warm rice. Elise. That's true. I got hungry. Wendlin. Because I haven't eaten anything close to 1.5 days. My stomach was continuing to make growling sounds. Vol. Did you wake up? Ina. Following before long, Ina, who slept on my left side, woke up as well. She also seems to have used my arm as pillow. Or rather, I wonder when it had become like this. Vol. Are you okay? Ina. If you sleep this long. How about Ina's side? Wendlin. I feel as if I slept properly for the first time in a long time. Ina. That's right, isn't it? I want to excuse myself from doing such recklessness ever again. Wendlin. Right. Ina. Those two are fine. Both my arms became numb from being used as pillow. But I heard that this was a pleasant numbness as man in my previous life. Actually it was something very comfortable, especially since my only experience of numbness in my previous life was somehow due to Caesar. I think I was able to spend a very good time. But there was only one fellow who was sleeping at an outrageous place. Using my inner thighs as pillow, Louise was raising a sleeper's breath. Honestly, that place was very dangerous. Oi, Louise. Wendlin. Time-wise I think she shouldn't wake up for a bit longer. Burkhart. As Louise was earnestly not opening her eyes, Burkhart-san floated smile, obviously being an ill-natured smirk. Even that person seemed to have completely recovered his mana by sleeping for a long time. Apart from sleeping, the place is bad. Wendlin. As man, just like you, I consider it to be great. Burkhart. Treating it as if it is somebody else's problem. Wendlin. I am sorry to say, but it is somebody else's problem. That is. Burkhart. If Louise shifts her head in that position unluckily, in addition to clinging to my body, I will end up as complete body pillow for sure. As expected of an experienced martial artist. She is an expert at pinning techniques. Burkhart. Burkhart-san. Wendlin. Actually it is a fact that I wasn't resisting Louise's small body in any way either. Being used as body pillow by her, who slept without change, I can't move my body as if unwrapping myself from that would also cause to be completely binding my hands and feet. Furthermore, it isn't like my body is painfully strangled somewhere because of that. Rather, Louise's body temperature and her drifting floral fragrance felt very pleasant. Ina. Wendlin. Even I have experienced the same thing in my childhood. Slipping away is just impossible. Even Ina had Louise cling to her like that while sleeping when she came to stay at Louise's home. It looks like she didn't manage to slip away at all either. It isn't due to strength. You can never slip away since she is pinning down the body's fulcrum. Sleep until Louise gets up. It can't be helped. Going back to sleep is a luxury as well. Wendlin. And then I get stuck sleeping for a few hours while Louise still clings to me. In the end it resulted in me me being the last one to wake up amongst the party members. At last we can get the exploration get going, huh? Burkhart. After enjoying the luxury of going back to sleep, all of you have decided to resume the exploration given that we got plenty of sleep. After getting out of bed, I eat the meal prepared by Elise using the currently normally usable kitchen of the residential area. Since she says that she will also be in charge of meals after the exploration, we have decided to leave it to her and start the exploration afterwards. The interior behind the door, the dragon golem protected, was the last place of the underground ruin. Despite it should be a matter of more than several thousand years ago, the study completely looks as if it had been used by somebody just recently. Also, as for what's placed inside the rooms, it is a water supply, drawing up water from the underground and filtering it, a stove using magic gems, bath and shower, washing machine, refrigerator and such. It reached the point that you could live a secluded life in here. Currently Elise is diligently preparing the meal. The workshop is next door. Owen. The room has 2 additional doors. Reported that a room similar to a workshop is on one side. As he has gone around looking together with Burkhart-san, it seems to be resembling a workshop for producing magic tools just like the once seen in the capital. Magic tool workshop, it is? Wendlin. Seems so. Owen. Ina had examined the books in the study, but only finding one copy of a diary from amongst the books, she gave it to Burkhart-san. Listrabak. Wendlin. Apparently that's the name of the diary's owner, but he is actually quite famous as leading person of magic tool creation in the era of the ancient magic civilization. His even now existing works will get high evaluations. To tell you the truth, the currently operating magic airships are things that have been built following mostly his layouts. Indeed, after creating such dangerous defense system, I am certain that he was a genius. As for the fate of genius in the present world, it looks like they were people with extremely warped personalities. And, have this room and the workshop been cleaned? Wendlin. Although a state preservation spell is being applied, its effect is continuing for more than several thousand years. With only that, it also served as proof what superior magician Listrabak had been. Even the books and such in that study might be connected to technological advancement in magic tool creation if they are researched. That possibility is quite high. Burkhart. When you look closely, there are many books related to magic and magic tools. One part of the bookshelves seems to also be dedicated to thousands of volumes of something feeling like the researchers' notes. Nay, there is one more room. Louise. Continuing on, Louise also comes back from having gone to see the state of another room, but he report had astonishing contents. The room on the opposite side was an entrance to a hangar. Louise. With Louise's guidance we open the door to the other room. There, a huge room, a lot more spacious than the plaza the dragon golem had been placed in, spread out. That room, rather than even being a room, has a structure as if being a complete shipyard. More than 10 docks, used for shipbuilding, are extending in a row. Each of them had several magic cranes, dedicated to lift heavy weighting things, installed. It is a magnificent view. More than half of the docks were vacant, but even so you could count 7 to be filled with magic airships. Their size is almost similar to the magic airship we boarded to use the regular flight. It appears that this facility was dedicated to construction and repair docks for magic airships. Going by their outward appearance, they are completed. Wendlin. The question is whether the large magic gem inside is safe or not. Burkhart. Being a legacy of the past, it is depending on the large magic gem being safe in the engine room whether it is possible for the magic airships to re-enter servitude or not. Since a number of years have passed, there are many situations where they have already broken down due to magic gem of poor quality. With the current technology it is only possible to have the magic airships fly, but producing the necessary magic gems for that is difficult. The technique of creating a large magic gem by using several small magic gems as ingredients, as it existed in the past, has been lost. You can't get hold of them due to their rareness. You can't construct them without the huge magic core acquired from monsters like dragons and upwards. It was also the reason why I was forced to sell the magic cores I obtained after defeating 2 dragons, to the kingdom 2 years ago. We will leave the further investigation to the kingdom. Burkhart. I guess it is not good if we don't go and see the state of the underground ruin as well. Wendlin. Those golems and such, they won't be restarted, right? Who knows? Burkhart. In any case, because there isn't anything like knowledge related to those dedicated docks and the magic airships, we have decided to turn back to investigate their deadly reverse regulation underground ruin now. There is a huge, rectangle, stone-walled room on each floor of all the 10 underground floors. Those rooms are pierced by dozens of passages for the sake of supplying golems for defense duty. On the floors the golems, who had been redeployed after we broke through, ceased their function and stayed at their current place without change. Since there isn't any reaction even if we get close, going by Burkhart-san's deduction, a large part of the defense system had been embedded in the head of the dragon golem. Constructing it with steel containing mithril, a magic gem had been arranged functioning as power source for the artificial personality crystal in the head. Huh? Burkhart. All of the golem units are standing still. I check their internal structure. However, still making this many of them. Wendlin. The problem is the ability of the artificial personality. Burkhart. The appearance of the artificial personality's crystal is close to transparent. It looks like there is a unique spell engraved within using a particular magic language. Of course, if you don't understand the magic language, it will be impossible to tamper with this. Even if you do understand it, if you can't use the recorded spell, it won't be possible for the crystal to show results. Before that, there is no point in it, if you can't make the artificial personality crystal. Therefore, there were very few people who could make it currently. The magic language, being the most difficult part, is similar to what is called computer language in my previous life. But as I am weak in that particular field, it will be completely impossible for me to understand it. It's not the characters. I saw books having closely packed things written inside as if coming up with tens of thousand types of patterns, but only trying to deduce the basic rule caused my head to boil previously. Even Master laughed and said, "You don't understand it at all, right? I am completely no good with this too." In addition, even if I was able to understand them, if it's the technological strength of the current magic tools craftsmen, they won't be able to make the golems, located here, move. The reason is that they can't be used unless for charging in a war. There was that as well. However, what did LNAudioBooks want to protect with all his power? Wendlin. The entirety of these underground ruins, right? Even only the costs for the used mithril and orichalcum in the dragon golem's body are eye-popping. The total amount of soldier golems and knight golems easily exceeds 10,000. By further investigating, we confirmed the installation of an unmanned workshop for supplying and repairing the golems adjoining to a section of the 10 underground floors. The damaged golems were placed there in fractions of a conveyor belt by special transport golems. While the conveyor moves, the golems, tasked with only repairing the upper half of the body, were efficiently and properly performing repairs. The golems, who finished their repairs, used a dedicated pathway by themselves arranged to head towards the level where the intruders were. It is the height of over-technology. It is also a great discovery after a long time, Burkhart. And then we have confirmed the existence of an enormous magic gem, supplying the mana for the sake of moving all of these devices. Its size exceeded the size of the magic core of the ancient bone dragon I defeated before, by leaps. Despite using that much flashy magic power, the enormous magic gem even now continued to glow in a red light. Maybe it compensated the mana by extremely firing itself up. Did LNAudioBooks hide all his research results and everything he owned in this underground ruin? Wendlin. What an eccentric person. Owen, didn't he trust in his family? Wasn't there actually any family? The truth is unknown, but I didn't know that a genius might possibly be such unexpected living creature. You might call this fellow an isolated genius. Although we finished most of the exploration, boy, what do you want to do? Burkhart. Even if you ask me what to do, Wendlin. It reached the point that you could safely enter any places within the underground ruin. As for the majority of the treasures, those are the magic airships, the mithril and orichalcum used, and the enormous magic gem that made the dragon golem move, though you could call its movements clumsy. Also, the left-behind books might end up becoming state secrets depending on the situation. I decide that we will end our investigation at this point. With all of the things in this ruin having already been decided to belong to us, it became necessary for a professional to assess them. I will return to the capital a step ahead. I have to tell the royal castle to dispatch a research party. The boys group, stand watch or something while waiting. Burkhart. Wendlin. In the end, on top of almost dying at this place, We didn't procure anything like gold and silver treasures that would make you excited, either on our first job as adventurers. Apart from that, although we discovered a large treasure, the possibility of converting this into money in the kingdom, which sent forth this request, leaves a nasty aftertaste. And, as for this underground ruins exit, it was found to a degree of being completely too quick. There is an opening device on the roof of that docking dedicated to magic airships. As you operated the lever, the part opened and the daylight shone in. Because it was inevitable that the docks for the magic airships were deep underground as well, you could say it was natural, if you considered common sense. Also, the place of the underground ruin was a location formed within huge rocky mountains closer to the capital than the first historic ruin. Frankly, it did well to not have been discovered until now, I think. Being within the Pulkania grasslands, I guess the development within the grasslands was busy for the past 2.5 years. Likewise, if you think normally about it, no one would suspect such a huge underground ruin hidden below the ground within these rocky mountains. Wendlin-sama, I have finished preparing dinner. Elise, it has a delicious aroma. I'm hungry, so let's eat the meal. Wendlin, I've made miso stew with the ingredients I received from you. Elise, since there didn't exist any threat within this underground ruin anymore, Elise, who remained in the residential area by herself, had prepared the meal. As expected, I want to already excuse myself from only pseudo hamburgers and pseudo sports drinks water as meals for a good while. This opinion was shared by all of us. Except her. Everyone is capable to cook to a certain degree, but the most skilled is Elise after all. There were a lot of situations where she became the one in charge of cooking. I will go out after eating the meal as well. Owen, it is a splendid meal that calms you down by eating it. Wendlin, Val is particular about food. Certainly, you get tired of it if it's bread with meat inserted inside every time, but Elise, next time In and me will make it. Blue eyes, right. It is also wrong to leave it all to Elise. Afterwards Burkhardt-san headed towards the royal palace and the guild to report the capturing of the underground ruin. During that time we were curing our bodies, worn out from our harsh first job as adventurers, by resting. Chapter 44. The overwhelming rewards. That being said, Elise is also quite skilled at making tea. The miso stew for dinner was delicious, too. Even the breakfast is being prepared efficiently. Wendlin, as expected of my niece. I am relieved that she has grown accustomed at being Baron Bormister's wife. Armstrong. Although she was about to die before that. Wendlin. That's Armstrong. For our debut fight as adventurers we were appointed to investigate the underground ruin, where consecutively adventurers were sent in who didn't return. The details of this fight could be summed up to fierce fighting and life-or-death struggle. There was the combat with a dragon golem, equipped with an armor of a mithril and aurichal camalloy. Then we were forcefully transferred to the underground ruin, deadly inversion regulation, by something resembling a teleport magic square and had a menacing battle with massive golem army. And lastly we had mortal combat with a second dragon golem, whose abilities had been risen even further than the first one, while having to worry about the remaining mana. Honestly, it is to the degree that I am admiring us surviving this well. We are mentally and spiritually worn out from battling for about a week while being doped with drugs and magic. Unlike the usual me, I couldn't hide my negative emotions towards the Adventurers Guild and the Kingdom for dispatching us on such a request. Nevertheless, one way or another successfully completing this request, we went to the royal castle the next day for a meeting. Since the loot were discoveries on top of this request, of investigating that underground ruin, originated from their kingdom's government, we were told by the Adventurers Guild to go to the royal castle to ask about things related to the reward. I am having a talk with Armstrong Doushi, whom we met at the front, while heading towards the audience hall. Apparently he has already received a report about how things went down as well, since Armstrong Doushi isn't particularly inquiring about the underground ruin and the combat itself. Rather he was listening eagerly to the usual livelihood of Elise. Probably he wants to prevent me getting angry within the royal castle due to asking me needless things, I guess. Also, it looks like this aspect of his magic using niece weighed on Armstrong Doushi's mind, too. Let's stop this talk around here. Wendlin. Armstrong, There are many within the royal castle who especially listen in on the matters of others in secrecy. The many rumors gathered like that end up in the ears of their respective masters. Therefore it also was a problem if you chit-chat too much. Of course those masters are the nobles, and among those nobles, there are some who are delighted to disagree with the kingdom's side about my case this time. There definitely also exists a group who are considering to use this for something. The prime example of that was the conduct of Minister Ruckner's younger brother. There are such circumstances as well. Armstrong Doushi, as my teacher in magic, is even considering to go around in order to earnestly soothe them. A certain head of financial auditing? Wendlin. You are aware of it after all, Armstrong. It is impossible to not know about it. That is because the person, controlling the servants at the Baron Bourmester household while managing it, is in fact head Ruckner's son. Oh Yakata Sama tilde, question mark. Note, Oyakata-sama equals Lord Sama. We were discovered by the manager of the mansion as we were handed over by the guards, who came from the capital, and thus returned to the mansion. Suddenly the door was thrown open with such a force that I wondered whether the mansion's door will break down, and accompanying this there was an existence hugging me tightly. Ina. I wasn't able to react. Wendlin, and Ina, who were originally in charge of guarding me, were surprised by the quick feat, but that was only natural. This guy, although he is a master spear wielder, he has a lot of other signature moves as well. T/N. Most likely it's that moron who brandished the spear in front of the Brandt's mansion after Eric's wedding party. That person was our Bourmester household's butler, Roderick. This Roderick has been seriously anxious. Roderick. Oh okay. My body's bones will be broken. Wendlin. Although I knew it and saw it after hiring him, Roderick gives the impression of being a person as talented as Armstrong Doushi, albeit not being able to use magic. His muscles aren't built up to the degree of Doushi, but I wonder if he would be called so macho. His strength is a lot more powerful than his appearance gives away. In addition, since his wish to finally find employment came true, he always can't conceal his excessive enthusiasm. He was a type of person causing the other servants to say he has parts you can't cope with when associating with him occasionally. His way of working is excellent and diligent, but with his constant high tension, you will end up being worn out if you associate with him the whole time. Perhaps those parts of his might have been the sole reason for him being unable to find employment. This Roderick is worried. If by any chance something had happened to Lord Sama Roderick. I got it Wendlin. Such person followed up with a terribly powerful hug that could only be described as, break the bones, towards his master, who came home after a week. It's my imagination, right? I have a feeling as if my back's bones are creaking. After having 207 interviews, I obtained this job at last. Roderick. Geez, I already got it. Wendlin. I will say it in advance, but neither me nor Roderick have a trace of homosexuality. Roderick, being overcome with emotions due to the homecoming of his master, is doing nothing but completely going on a rampage. Or perhaps I should say that I ended up becoming aware of it now. Roderick taking part in an employment interview, being ghastly pale like a salaryman who had been downsized in my previous life. If it were my previous life, it would be at the level of him becoming a NEET complaining about the emptiness of the society. As a matter of fact, it seems to not be particularly rare in this world either. In a world without war, excluding a part of people such as those obtaining good results at the martial arts tournament, the nobles' connections of blood relationship, regional bonds and such mean everything. No matter how excellent a person even is, a suspicious newcomer won't be able to obtain a samurai's service post by any means. Especially in Roderick's case, as illegitimate child of a noble, and even more so as he isn't recognized by his noble parent. He is ordinarily avoided by nobles for employment since he is a strange, poor, masterless samurai. Those were the reasons why Roderick, who obtained excellent results at the martial arts tournament, wasn't employed. Lord Sama is my hope. Roderick. Roderick-san. Right now you are breaking this hope. Owen. Roderick. Due to composed words, Roderick at last regained his calm and urged us to move to the living room. A maid immediately brought mate tea. That maid is a chestnut-colored cute girl, who is slightly older than Elise. Her mother is a long-standing maid at the Hohenheim household. I see. I have a feeling like finally understanding why it is necessary to have connections to even find a job. By the way, She says to call her Dominique. It seems that she often played with Elise in her childhood. She is the so-called older childhood friend. Although Dominique is young, she is superior as maid. In no way she receives a favorable treatment just because of her connections. Besides, no matter how effective connections are, if the referred person disappoints afterwards, the person referring them will lose face as well. While it may be true that you can find employment through connections, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is easy. I simply can't win against Elise Sama's broodmate T. But rather than that, once again Roderick Sama is. Dominique. My back's bones. Wendlin. Even though I wasn't injured at the underground ruins temple, why do I have to bear such absurdness in front of my mansion? Drinking the mate tea prepared by Dominique, we felt as if our consciousness was lifted at last. This Roderick was terribly worried. Roderick, in case of a historic ruins investigation, a time span of around 1 week is normal, I suppose. Wendlin. Given that we are adventurers, an absence of about a week should be ordinary. Even if you disregard the absolutely abnormal details, that is true. But Roderick, in fact even Roderick, in order to obtain food in his livelihood as Raunin, registered at the Adventurers Guild and was active as an adventurer. Since he hasn't submitted the notice of his retirement until now either, the official papers still list him as in active duty. This Roderick didn't ever take part in an underground ruin investigation. Roderick. He was job hunting while acting as adventurer, therefore he didn't link up with any parties. Because his signature move is the giant swing within the spear arts, the forests in the outskirts and there, a few years ago liberalized, Palconia grasslands were his battlefields. And as he yielded actual results, it is possible to say he was great at earning income as adventurer considering he acted solo. Having him show me his guild card, I remember being surprised about his remarkable achievements. Also, there was a group spreading the disturbing rumor that Lord Sama might have died. Roderick. This mansion is situated in the high-ranking nobles block where the nobles above baron rank live. For the sake of preserving the mansion, Roderick and the servants have to leave the mansion for business and other tasks. Due to that they have heard various rumors. There are all kind of stores catering the high-ranking nobles, and there are the workers introduced and deployed by the craftsman guild such as carpenters to repair the mansions, gardeners to maintain the yard and such. Furthermore, there are the servants of various noble households, who talk with their fellow servants about the gossip they heard at their employing noble's household without keeping the duty of confidentiality. Occasionally there also are some who are beheaded for breaking their duty of confidentiality, but the majority, objectively judging the circumstances of the noble household they are working at and making sure to not receive any damage themselves due to strange nobles, were also able to make proper decisions. Strange noble households will immediately become the topic of rumors. Although the other party are their employers, even commoners are frantic to defend themselves as commoners. Within such circumstances, Roderick went towards the Craftsman Guild in order to look for a gardener to tend the yard of the mansion. There he caught wind of the rumor of us potentially having died. Also, it seems he was told, despite being a noble, why doesn't your household employ an exclusive carpenter and gardener? But no matter how big the mansion might be, the efficiency of employing those exclusively is bad. A person doing that would be royalty, part of the great nobles, or a noble having gardening as their hobby. For the rest, it was basic to accept the services of skillful people from the Craftsman Guild. Because the schedule of skilled artisans is filled immediately, such people aren't very eager to become attached to a fixed place. The costs will pile up if you decide to hire them exclusively. It also doesn't make sense to employ unskilled craftsmen exclusively. That being the case, normally the easy maintenance is performed by just the servants, leaving the technical parts to a professional. In this way the efficiency is good. Who was circulating them? Those rumors. Wendlin. At first it was anonymous, but Roderick, feeling uneasy, apparently investigated their source of those rumors. And then he became aware of a certain baron household being the source of them. It was that man, Roderick. It was Roderick's genetic father, head of financial auditing Ruckner, being also the younger brother of Finance Minister Ruckner. It seems that the servants of this mansion circulated that this rumor, they heard from someone, was a lie. The expression of Roderick is grim. From his point of view it is of no concern even if Ruckner Atauto is his father, deserting his mother who had a child, Naturally it can be said to be justified since Ragnaroto hasn't even acknowledged the born child. Hey, don't kill off people as you please. Wendlin, even though it is a cruel story, it is complicated if asked whether this can be charged as a crime. In the end, a rumor is just a rumor. It is not like they could affirm the died part in the he might have died. As for the noble's nature, the people themselves are taking that sort of gossip with a grain of salt, only listening to parts of it as well. The level of confidence was as if it was someone from sport from my previous life, although it looks like occasionally there are great predictions too. Isn't the hope of wanting you dead mixed in as well? Owen, did I do anything to receive Ragnar's little brother grudge? Wendlin, number. He isn't pleased with Lord Sama since you are on friendly terms with His Excellency, the Finance Minister, with whom he is on bad terms. Roderick, the elder brother and younger brother, who are on bad terms with each other. In my mind I wonder, doesn't this somehow appear to be somebody else's problem? That's the reason. Wendlin, together with feeling the irrationality, I end up thinking my relationship with that money-pinching old man isn't particularly good either. Such relations are also called inseparable relationships in my previous life, or, the relationship will end if the money ends, I guess. But, seeing that Wendlin Sama returned safely. Elise. Yes, Madame. There won't be such nonsensical rumors anymore. Roderick. Roderick concisely while also politely answers Elise's remark. Although the official ceremony hasn't been held yet, he called her Madame, treating Elise as legal wife. Besides, I retaliated against him in the same way. Roderick. He has retaliated with a likewise malicious rumor against those spiteful rumors. Nobles are such animals. Following the style of nobles, Roderick also spread rumors in reverse. Even so, for some reason Roderick is calling himself with a Seshore. This word also exists in this world, but you can only find it within books depicting things like old historical plays. It was a word you didn't usually hear of while living an ordinary life. Ah, a counterattack. Right? Louise. That's how it is, Louise-sama. Roderick. What rumor did you spread? Ina-sama, that is. Roderick. Since the rumor of I think Baron Bormister's group died since they didn't return from their underground ruin investigation was spread by Ragnaroto. It seems he circulated the rumor of head of financial auditing Ragnar might have something to do with the cause of death. Didn't he somehow influence the Adventurers Guild using his authority? Even this is only a possibility. Therefore it has a question mark attached to the end. As it isn't absolute, Ragnaroto can't complain about it either since it doesn't exceed the level of a rumor. All the more because he's done the same thing before. Furthermore, given that Went has returned safely, everyone will realize that the rumor of the other side has been a lie. Conversely, Head Ragnar's methods are. Owen. As says, Ragnaroto's way of gossiping isn't something that will vanish this easily. Even if I returned safely, it doesn't mean that the possibility of him somehow influencing the Adventurers Guild disappeared. Because Ragnaroto is attached to an official position, his influence as a noble is a lot more powerful than that of an ordinary baron. Given that he is the head of financial auditing, it isn't even strange if he goes to the Adventurers Guild headquarters to point out inadequacies in the budget allocation. If you want to know why, because the Adventurers Guild is serving as institution to catch the young people and the unhappy outlaws of society, the kingdom is providing subsidiary aid. It is something like the employment subsidy for the young in my previous life. I recall it was a sort of assistance payment for the sake of guaranteeing meat for consumption. Also, why was such rumor spread by him? It is possible that he plotted to erase the dragon-slaying hero for the sake of damaging his elder brother's authority, since his elder brother, who is on bad terms with him, is on friendly terms with the dragon-slaying hero. Roderick. A conspiracy theory. Wendlin. That is something where you really can't discern whether it's a lie or the truth. It is an old trick of that man to attack with hostile influence by using such rumors to begin with. Occasionally receiving damage himself in reverse from those rumors will also be a good medicine. Roderick. Even if he hates him, Roderick is obviously understanding the circumstances of his father quite well. Furthermore, he is going as far as counterattacking the hostile influence of his father in the same way. Although you can't say that Roderick himself is angry, I end up feeling that the proverb of blood is thicker than water really fits here. Thanks to me spreading this gossip, he appears to troubled in some ways. Roderick. If it's that man, isn't he capable of doing anything? Wendlin. Yes. Roderick. Regardless of my life or death, I hear that this rumor is seeping through the noble society as carrying some truth due to his wickedness until now. If it was the truth, he might also face punishments afterwards, but now there is no need for a punishment since I have survived. But even then, it might be considered for him to escape the punishment by utilizing his authority as head of financial auditing. In the end, the state of affairs came this far that the rumor he used as a weapon against me damaged himself, although it looks like he completely self-destructed. Wendlin. In the particular case of such fellows, resenting unjustly is also habitual. Lord Sama has to be adequately careful. Roderick. However, I think I would cause the damage to spread if I made a move here. Wendlin. Also, since I have safely returned, the rumor about Ragnar Otto's plot will continue to circulate amongst the nobles' society. He had been cornered into a situation of having no choice but to stay low for a while. Or rather, given that I have never met him face to face, I don't feel like he is a man only kicking up a fuss in his surroundings by moving around rapidly. But such degree of rumor will end up disappearing immediately if its reasoning is cut. I issued instructions to Roderick to not lose Ragnar Otto out of sight for a while. Truly, those nobles, they can't be helped, right? Wendlin. That's bitter. I don't want you to think that all nobles are this heartless. By the way, this is Armstrong. The location being what it is, I think it would be a better decision to stop any more of this dangerous conversation even if we kept our voices low. Is the energy source, being mana, only supplied from the outside to the dragon golem? Thinking about the time the cable is cut, shouldn't there also be a magic gem inside? I don't know, but currently there is nothing left but to sever the cable. While giving another signal, I trust the spare spear, that I retrieved from within my magic bag, to her. Catching it, she immediately threw the spear at the cable after taking aim. For the sake of the spear I open a part of the magic barrier. Even though I didn't tell Burkhart-san anything, he strengthens that spear's power by boosting it with magic of the wind attribute. Because Ina's aim was accurate, the spear splendidly severed the cable. Given that the cable's coating was made out of mithril, the magic's power is limited to the physical strength. Also, considering the cable's diameter, since it shouldn't have orichalcum inserted, the cable was cut as expected. But it isn't interesting to simply hold one's tongue because of that either. Accordingly, a certain book was carried under the arms. The book is called The Culture and History of the Urquhart Holy Empire. It is something I received from Roderick yesterday after I came looking for it. There are unexpectedly few documents related to the neighboring country, Urquhart Holy Empire, with the limiting to the surroundings of the royal capital for the foreign trade and interaction between people. They aren't even simply informed about the other side since they are thought of as hypothetical enemy for the time being. Both sides should be bringing in some people such as spies even in peacetime, but obtaining information is loaded with hardships. Both countries' governments didn't appear likely to simply proclaim this to society either, especially in the provinces, as it has gone to the extent of me occasionally seeing imported goods when I was in the south. I wasn't quite aware of it until recently either. But according to the book, their political system doesn't seem to be different from ours. Since the next emperor is chosen by a vote of the parliament, it could be seen as slightly close to democracy, with the majority of the members of the parliament being nobles and members of the imperial family. There isn't some act like having a commoner come forth since the candidates for the post of Lord Emperor are also chosen amongst the imperial family. Essentially, it isn't very different from our political system. Even if I migrate there, I won't be bewildered by a change of environment either. Isn't it a bit cold during winter because it is in the north, although it would be fine if we went there for a trip or such? Wendlin. No, foreigners can't leave the vicinity of the imperial capital. Therefore, Armstrong Doushi was sweating for some reason while he answered my question. You are quite knowledgeable about it. Wendlin. I happened to go there as member of a friendship building group around 10 years ago. Armstrong. It is more than 200 years since the ceasefire. Both countries dispatch a friendship building group once every 5 years. At that time the king and the emperor also deployed diplomatic corps and such in substitution for each other. Or rather, as expected of Armstrong Doushi. For no special reason he was chosen as member of that important friendship building group. By the way, how about entering there as political refugee? Wendlin. It isn't as if something like that hasn't happened. Armstrong. What was the reason for seeking asylum? Wendlin. Armstrong. We had arrived at the audience hall a while ago already. We were merely waiting for His Majesty to make his appearance afterwards, but during that time Armstrong she kept wiping his streaming sweat with a handkerchief from his forehead. "We have put you through troubles." We heard it was various and serious troubles. Was that so? King Helmut. Yes. I expected us to die. Wendlin. Is that so? King Helmut. It can't be helped even if I told a lie here. I explained the outline of the desperate fight in the underground ruin when His Majesty made an appearance in the audience hall. The summoning this time was judged to be necessary by the kingdom's side since there are some discoveries, such things as the magic tool workshop, existing in the underground ruin, and the construction and repairing dock, exclusively for magic airships, should be purchased by the kingdom without a doubt. Even if they entrusted it to me, I honestly won't know how to deal with these things properly. That was also the reason for this decision. To the last I am a skillful magician in relation to magic with a highly risen mana capacity. I didn't have any talent in such special fields such as magic tool construction. Although I made something like a magic bag only usable by magicians once, it is already out of my reach to make a general-purpose item of expensive value even usable by ordinary people. Because I obtained my knowledge from a few books and such, I guess it would be better to accept buying things with reasonable value. Also, it is prohibited for anyone owning a magic airship with the exception of the kingdom's government. Or to be more precise, it is prohibited to own a magic airship above a certain fixed range of size. Given that it is even difficult to secure magic gems to move small vessels, it was limited to a very few nobles and the merchants owning one. And, as for small vessels, the highest available movement distance is around 300 kilometers. Important nobles only used it for moving to people and places in the vicinity. It seems that there also exist cases of shared usage between several noble households in the neighborhood. Because it isn't suited for long-distance transport, they arrived at the conclusion that it would be better to travel the sea by boat excluding the inland areas that have no rivers. Actually, even Margrave Brithhilda and his likes possessed a great number of regular-sized types of ships. I hear that none of the previously sent adventurers returned alive either. King Helmut. Yes. Wendlin. All of the Senpai adventurers, who had previously been sent to investigate, had been burned to nothing by the breath attack of the dragon golem. The corpses were thoroughly burned down to the bones. We didn't discover absolutely anything that could prove their social status from the remains which dropped to the ground. Having discovered that actual scene, there was nothing but some metal equipment pieces and such that escaped being burned. It might not be nice to take a straight look at corpses throughout the debut fight, but we would end up like that if we made a mistake. Considering it like that, you could even say that it was a debut fight that made you think about it very seriously. Is that so? We shall pray for happiness in the next world for the victims. Even so, we ended up exposing you to danger by erring in the estimated combat potential. We can do nothing but asking for your forgiveness. King Helmut. Your Majesty. Noble Kun. Although a part of the nobles refrained themselves from raising their voice in astonishment, it is certainly rare for the ruler of a nation to apologize towards his retainer. It's fine. If we aren't even able to apologize for making a mistake, the king will be nothing more than an arrogant dictator. King Helmut. Be that as it may, His Majesty's apology apparently was in alignment with the rules. With only a part of the vassals surprised, Finance Minister Ruckner and his likes appeared to confirm something within the documents with a nonchalant air. However, it was your first battle and you ran into such a complete extremity all of a sudden. King Helmut. This is also the fruit of my bad luck. Wendlin. It certainly was bad luck. If it was another regular adventurer, they would have ended up dying without obtaining anything. King Helmut. Even all of the famous high-ranking adventurers within the Adventurers Guild didn't return alive. I wonder what would be fine to call it without marking this as bad luck. Alongside the instructor, the party members were also superior. King Helmut. Now that you mention it, it is your first time meeting them with the exception of Elise. Wendlin. Of course all of our party members are also waiting in my back, but none of them can even mutter a single word. Since everyone hasn't had the chance to meet the ruler of the nation yet, they haven't changed their tensed expressions from before. Because even Louise, being the boldest amongst the three, is like that, it means that the King Sama is a person that much above the clouds to them. Even Elise, although she met him a few times in the past, I thought her facial expression was a lot more stiff than usual. Isn't it the first time in around 3 years, Elise? King Helmut. Yes. It's been a long time. Elise, you've become beautiful. How is your future husband? Baron Bormister. King Helmut. Yes, he is an exceedingly kind gentleman. Elise, is that so? I am glad. King Helmut. Although His Majesty calls out to Elise, it is as expected of the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim. She is answering him faultlessly. Also, Erwin von Armin and Ina Suzanne Hildbrunn, Warren's group has praised you highly and are anticipating your future. King Helmut. I am much obliged to Warren. Ina. It has been a great privilege. Erwin. Not only was His Majesty aware about the matter of those two coming and going at the Royal Cheval Recorder for practicing, but instead there even was a passage about him tolerating it. You over there were Louise Joel and Ophelia Owen, right? It is a big deal for Armstrong to have an eye on you. King Helmut. I had the honor to receive a good guidance from Doushi. Louise. The ability of Louise to use mana in hand-to-hand combat had been taught by Armstrong Doushi and even was at their level of having been approved by him. Unable to use many spells although being blessed with a high amount of mana, she had obtained a strength to the extent of being even able to beat a dragon to death. Also, seeing that she can safely interact with His Majesty even if she is nervous, it looks like Louise has also been the most careful about handling this part amongst the three. From the outward appearance you couldn't see anything but a 12-year-old girl no matter how you look at it. Aren't these considerably excellent members you got there? We are expecting a lot of you. King Helmut. Since His Majesty is a busy person, he seems to be unable to spend a long time for us. Finishing the standard light greeting at an audience. The next topic was the real issue at hand, the treatment of the underground ruin. In the end it didn't become a case of having died at the underground ruin, thus I wasn't able to complain overly much either. I was able to complain to Armstrong Doushi for a bit, but as His Majesty ended up apologizing right away, the petty bourgeois personality within me ended up succumbing to the atmosphere during the audience. Upon reflection, in my case I guess it is impossible for me to object to His Majesty if I haven't reincarnated as royalty. And even though the audience is today, Burkhardt-san is absent due to something much like his physical condition being bad for some reason. I am told that since he has received a minimal reward for being an instructor from the guild, he wouldn't apparently participate in the reward splitting this time. Certainly, if that's the case, there might not be any particular necessity to meet His Majesty while being tense. In my view he was quite the compassionate person. No, there is the dock for shipbuilding and maintenance of magic airships, but Wendlin. In the investigation afterwards they confirmed the part of the roof that can be opened at that shipbuilding facility, and it is possible to construct airships quite efficiently except the magic gem part. It is a dock that surpasses the existing facilities by far. It appears to be a splendid facility where you can also easily take care of the shipbuilding and maintenance. Currently there is a plan to transfer the base of the Air Force to that specific dock. King Helmut. It is even close to the capital. It seems they are planning to move the current harbor of the departing and driving magic airships to the inner Citadel docks facilities. We are considering whether to remodel the ground dock referring to the discovered dock or to transform the current facilities, responsible for departure and arrival, from main to substitute dock. King Helmut. The regular Air Force has become the main in the repairing and maintenance of the magic airships as well as in the business of goods and passenger transportation. Therefore, while enhancing the functions of the departure and arrival harbor, we got down at the beginning of our stay in the capital, they will improve the existing adjoining dock on the basis of the discovered dock. As substitute dock it will be strengthened as base of the military Air Force. Although it's still something belonging to you, the kingdom has priority on anything related to magic airships. We wish for your forgiveness on that. King Helmut. That's fine. Wendlin. If I started to make individual use as private owner of the large dock and the 7 magic airships, the number of nobles whispering Baron Bormister is dangerous into the ear of His Majesty should increase without a doubt. Most likely the method of quickly selling them off should be safer. Related to the construction of a new method of building magic airships, the manufacturing technique of magic gems is still in research, but the magic gems, used in the engine part of the 7 magic airships anchored at the shipyard, are safe. As long as we fill them with mana, they are available to be used right away with little maintenance. King Helmut. Even related to the production of huge magic gems, because we found the workshop and study filled with books of earliest Trebak, it was possible to advance the research. Apparently they are currently advancing the investigation and analysis at a quick pace. Also, We have disassembled those 2 dragon golems since they are dangerous and are studying their interior currently. King Helmut, using an abundant amount of mithril and orichalcum as materials, it looks like the interior mechanisms are making use of a structure that hasn't been discovered up until now either. Also they are using quite the big magic gems, it seems. Which reminds me, as for the 2 dragon golems, there was a cable attached to them for the sake of providing mana from the outside. There also is such a thing as the unmanned workshop where dedicated golems had been working on the repairs. In order to move those, there was a main and sub-extra large magic gem installed as battery. As for the ancient craftsman Erlistrabak, he apparently had a character which was hard to please. After all, he ended up building such an underground for his exclusive refuge, investing astronomical amounts of money. We were saved by those magic gems since they can be used to restart the other magic airships. King Helmut. Next was that large quantity of suspended golems. From some, which were extremely damaged, to some, which simply stopped moving. The total amount is even more than 10,000 golems. Currently soldiers are counting their numbers by lining them up in the open underground ruin area. In general, the units were attached to the magic gems, making it possible for them to operate for a long period of time with an artificial personality crystal. King Helmut. We had confirmed this as well. I guess the artificial personality crystal will become a cornerstone of research afterwards. In the end, it is also possible to use the magic gems normally if you detach them, although they couldn't be used for the large magic airships as expected. As many as possible are desirable since they can be attached to magic tools of the kingdom's infrastructure systems and as ingredients for magic tools. The Magic Tools Guild got wind of it right away. They have been annoying us to sell them. King Helmut. The most troublesome part of general-purpose magic tools is the production of the magic gems applied as battery parts. Actually, there are already more than 10,000 of those as well. Thus they want to shorten the time to obtain a large amount of these by even a single day. That mana recovery panel is a simply magnificent accomplishment as well. King Helmut. It was that panel which gathered the mana dispersed in the air at the end, but it apparently used a more simple structure than I thought. Currently there were talks of beginning the research of its functions and building a prototype. If the mana consumption is of the degree of a magic street light, then it will become a cost reduction to install the panels on top of street lights. King Helmut. The magic street lights, spreading in the capital and major cities, have the necessity of a magician periodically recharging the magic gem with mana. If that effort can be saved, then it should become a considerable cost reduction. Besides, the work of the magicians, who are currently recharging the mana of the street lights, won't decrease anyway. There is a large amount of other magic tools in the infrastructure systems the magicians have to recharge with mana. Due to the lack of magicians, the recharge interval is long, causing periods where the tools aren't operating. There was a large amount of things that haven't been installed, although they are necessary as well. Also, there is another thing they want to purchase. It is that enforced transfer magic square of the mana absorption type that lured us into the deadly inversion regulation. By advancing the research of that, it might become possible to freely transfer several people thanks to the magic square. It seems they want to buy it using a large amount of money for the sake of monopolizing it, although it has that cursed magic cut-off. Given that it was simply a deceiving trap from our point of view, it wasn't something we actually felt like possessing either. You ended up suffering a disaster due to our ineptitude, but as for your adventurer debut, it is the best outcome. Concerning the discovery accomplishments of Baron Bormister's group, the kingdom has decided to buy everything off you. Although we feel guilty of troubling you, that's the best we can do for you. King Helmut. Certainly. Wendlin. Like this, my third audience with His Majesty ended, but I wonder if it is a luxury to hope for returning to our regular adventurer life soon. No matter how much magic I use, it isn't possible to break away from the fetters of society by any means. It appeared to be the proof of being unfortunate no matter which world it even was after all. Concerning the purchase assessment, we have decided to entrust it to Finance Minister Ruckner. King Helmut. In spite of his younger brother spreading weird rumors, a certain finance minister looks at me telling me the result of the assessment while friendly grinning. Particularly, that was how I ended up feeling. Ito. With 7 usable magic airships and a price of 1,500 platinum coins per ship, the total amount is 15,000 platinum coins. the 2 dragon gillums with their mithril and orichalcum materials and the type of mana gathering panels, it adds up to 8,000 platinum coins. As for the gillums, there are 12,500 soldier types and 850 knight types. Concerning the assessment of these, there are some that are damaged so badly that we can't use anything but the metal materials. But since there also is the unmanned repair workshop with a great number of new types of artificial personalities, the total amount for those adds up to 18,000 platinum coins. In addition, the workshop and study of earliest Shrubak hold a huge amount of research material. The dockyard will become the base of the kingdom's magic airship from now on. There are 2 extra large magic gems which were tasked with the operation of the ruins. There is the enforced transfer magic square of the mana absorption type in the underground labyrinth. As for this, the magic guild will buy it for the sake of researching it. Besides, there is an increased amount of reward because the request was enforced by the kingdom. Since the previous investigation teams have been annihilated, the reward from the guild will be increased as well. Wendlin. Finishing the audience with His Majesty, we headed to the guild headquarters. The reception Anisan's face partially cramped up the while I explained the reward this time. I have done well to not bite my tongue either with so much to say at once. Undoubtedly this Anisan is a reception professional. I am certain. To sum it up, how much is it? Anisan. Eto, that is 20,000 platinum coins per person. Wendlin. 20,000 coins. Anisan. Not only me but even Ayer's group was lost for words due to that overwhelming amount of money. I have a feeling as if even the reception Anisan's face somehow became blue. It is the splitting of the 5 members of the Dragon Busters. But the reward will be paid in installments over a period of 20 years. Since it is a payment by installments, please also consider the withdrawing of the taxes and the increased amount due to the interest. Also, the kingdom will be responsible for the governmental fee paid to the guild's headquarters. Wendlin. They would be troubled by suddenly receiving 20,000 platinum coins as well. I have ended up anxious whether the kingdom has this many platinum coins in the first place. Therefore, with the payment in installments over 20 years, we have already paid the troublesome taxes in the end as well. It is also already unnecessary to pay the 20% of governmental fee to the Adventurers Guild. Or rather, I have a feeling that there is something strange. Usually if you obtain a large amount of money, there will be taxes, membership fee, and handling charges. It is the common practice of this world to deduct a large amount. Weird. What's this lukewarm kindness? Or rather, by the way, Burkhart-san's share is that's it. Wendlin. Since Burkhart-san has been an instructor this time. Anisan. Given that an instructor usually accompanies newcomers, there are many cases where the amount of money, after splitting the reward, isn't sufficient. Therefore it seems to be normal for the guild to give the instructor a fixed reward. Thanks to the guild's rule, Burkhart-san missed out on a large amount of money. Wendlin. I don't particularly need it. Burkhart. As Burkhart-san himself appears at this point, it looks like he has no particular regret over the large money reward. Although I have a feeling as if he didn't attend His Majesty's audience due to a bad physical condition before that, anyone could obviously see nothing but his healthy body. Please sympathize with me there, boy. Burkhart. In the first place, Burkhart-san isn't an official member of our party either. For coming along to such an important place, since Armstrong Doushi went with us as guardian instead, he spontaneously faked poor physical health. An old person like me can't use up such large amount of money anymore. Also, apart from that, don't ruin yourself, you guys. Burkhart. There are many adventurers ruining themselves after luckily obtaining a large amount of money. Therefore Burkhart-san is giving a warning to Er's group. On the contrary, the person that goes bankrupt from here on out is valuable. Isn't that right? Owen. I think you will go down in history in a certain sense. Burkhart. Certainly, it is as says. A person who wastes an amount of money equivalent to 2 trillion yen, might be valuable in a certain sense. Or rather, I wonder what would be a good use for it. Covering the entire mansion with a mithril, orichalcum armoring. Given that this doesn't make very much sense, I end up rejecting that imagination immediately. Also, I wonder whether it would be better to eat dragon meat or such every day. I couldn't hit upon a purpose by thinking about the details of our living standard until now at all. However, You definitely have good luck, Burkhart. When I considered whether it was unlucky to receive a difficult compulsory request for achievements while being newcomers, I didn't think that we would end up obtaining a large amount of money by discovering treasures. As Burkhart-san has said, a pinch of luck is also necessary in addition to ability for elite adventurers. Certainly, it was a part one could agree with. You guys are already elite adventurers if you consider this aspect. The lot who ended up dying previously were all first-class adventurers, but they weren't elites. That's how it is, Burkhart. Anyway, with this we have also finished our debut fight safely. It had been decided that we would move our base of operations to Brittburg after 2.5 years. Yet it is still uncertain whether they will let us transfer obediently. Interlude 18, sequel. After capturing the underground ruin, Burkhart don't know. Did Baron Bourmister's group manage to capture the underground ruins? Well, yay, that's how it is. Burkhart. I, who followed the newly formed adventurer party of the boy as instructor, almost died there. Due to the forced transfer to the deadly inversion regulation, by an absorption magic square I didn't even encounter during my active days as adventurer. We had a life-or-death struggle with over 10 golems and 2 dragon golems. Never did I think I would experience the fainting after exhausting my mana, of which I transferred everything to the boy. Something like fainting is usually only done by someone who is a novice as magician. There were several situations during my active duty where I thought that it is dangerous, but I think the danger this time exceeded the risk when we defeated the Elder Fire Drake, and yet we somehow managed to successfully capture the underground ruins. I went ahead and returned to report to the Royal Castle and the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Although it would have been fine even if I had returned together with the boys' group, questions about responsibility would pop up if the matter this time was handled poorly. Since even the boys' group should be fairly pissed off, it would be better for them to cool down a bit. I can see it, something that must not be done like an ordinary boy publicly venting his frustration to the higher-ups of the capital. If his basic personality was careful, he would understand that no matter how wrong the other side was, it would become a problem if he puts his anger in words. However, his discontent with the senior management of the Adventurers Guild and the Kingdom's side was unusual. I guess the adult me should convey the boys' sentiments to the higher-ups here, because I also think that they are at fault here. The concerned parties began to gather for a conference, albeit it was unofficial. It isn't the usual audience hall, We won't be able to speak openly there, I guess. Burkhart. I guess that's the reason. Currently I'm not at the Royal Castle's audience hall but at a certain conference room that has installed counter-espionage equipment. Inside the room there are His Majesty, Armstrong Doushi, Finance Minister Ruckner, Cardinal Hohenheim, the Master of the Adventurers Guild, the Submaster and several of the highest executives. I'm on bad terms with a lot from the Guild's headquarters, but it doesn't look like that those guys have the spare time to be rude towards me. 2 excellent, fused parties were annihilated before. Even for the boys' group it was a situation close to being totally destroyed. This lot of shitheads had planned to make do with a single instructor, who was only a second-rate swordsman. If I hadn't participated myself, His Majesty ended up knowing about that too. However, why did they try to do something this stupid? It appears that His Majesty and Doushi have an idea about it, but it seems to differ from the story I heard from the guild's leaders. Why were they flustered? In other words, since there even was a single excellent magician, a saint who is a master at healing magic and a magic combat style fighter, I would think that their ability is above the skill of the 2 previous parties. No, Ruckner. As for the guild, the difficulties in business operations with the earlier loss is guild staff. Since more than 8 first-class adventurers died, they look busy filling the gaps. It was the management group explaining this with cowering facial expressions. Just who would believe that these guys were first-class adventurers long ago? Their bellies grew since they haven't decently trained after withdrawing from active duty either. They explained the situation with a flustered expression in front of His Majesty for the sake of saving their own grace. For me there was only one reason why I wanted to retire from active duty early. It was because of the problems caused by the senior guild staff, just like these guys here. Isn't that basically your mistake then? Oh well, the aforementioned is agreeable. Leaving that aside, if I didn't push for accompanying them, Bourmister's group would have died as well. Burkhart. Related to this matter, There is no way how we can properly express our apology to His Majesty and Margrave Brithhilda. Guild staff. Of course Burkhart don't know as well. Guild staff. The management lot was bowing while being servile, but I guess their true feelings towards me aren't apologetic at all. It's probably nothing more than humiliation to them. I feel like their faces are somewhat slightly red. The guild's side made an error in the estimation of combat potential. Is that the reason for you becoming panicked by the lack of combat potential? King Helmut. Yes. Guild staff. I wonder about that. King Helmut. His Majesty is still inclining his head to the side. I wonder if he has obtained some other information. Likewise Armstrong Doushi and Finance Minister Ruckner also made a strange facial expression. However, the guilds as well as our responsibility is. Guild staff. Continuing on. Armstrong Doushi is about to make a statement. If I had accompanied them as well. In these 2.5 years Baron Bormister as well as Lu eyes became strong. Therefore I thought they would be alright. Armstrong. If you say this, we have a responsibility as well. Going by only Armstrong's opinion, we concluded that only Burkhart would suffice. King Helmut. Given that everyone bears a responsibility, no one was in a place to question a particular individual excessively. Similarly even I, who didn't ask for an extra helper, am responsible for this situation. Since the boy has talent as magician, I guess I ended up overestimating his ability as adventurer, and thanks to that mistake, I was close to death myself too. By the way, Guildmaster Werner. Ruckner. Yes, what is it? Werner. Finally Finance Minister Ruckner addressed a question to the Guildmaster at this point. It looks like he wants to hear about something. Hasn't a certain head of financial auditing meddled with the selection of the instructor? Ruckner. We, the Adventurers Guild's administration, carefully watch that such kind of interference. Werner. It is an unusually straight question for Finance Minister Ruckner. I guess it's because there is only the few concerned parties in this conference room and the counter-espionage is flawless as well. However, I was surprised for the discord of Finance Minister Ruckner with his younger brother to make an appearance here. That man's reputation isn't very good. His discord with his elder brother, Finance Minister Ruckner, is also well known. Finance Minister Ruckner appears to have a suspicion that his younger brother tried to push for an insufficient instructor for the boy on purpose to attack his elder brother and his faction. But, as expected, this is probably a conspiracy theory. That's because the guild absolutely hates intervention by their kingdom or its nobles. Although I, who already retired as adventurer, became the instructor, these guys opposed it strongly. It's because I followed the intentions of His Majesty and Master. These intentions were insignificant for these people. As expected, despite of bearing the responsible position of head of financial auditing, these guys aren't as weak to yield to the pressures to someone to the degree of a baron either. Although I don't believe this to be a lie, it would be unforgivable in regards to His Majesty's wishes if it is otherwise. Ruckner. I swear upon God. Werner. Guildmaster Werner is fundamentally a coward. It is highly unlikely that he goes as far as lying with his opponent being His Majesty. And, there is no problem for an adventurer to be a coward either. Cowardice is tied to cautiousness. That's a quality for an adventurer which is hard to obtain. Although it will be seen as pathetic if they retire from active duty, that's something inevitable. That man is poor at gambling. Ruckner. Poor at gambling? Burkhart. Finance Minister Ruckner answers my unintentional question. That man wants to take my place as finance minister for himself. Therefore he won't do anything reckless. Ruckner. While protecting his position as head of financial auditing, he is continuing his petty gambling with the remaining things. With the current system his chances to assume the post of finance minister by kicking down his elder brother are low. Since that's the case, he should occasionally place bets even if it causes him to be dyed in the colors of wickedness. As he isn't able to do this, he is bad at gambling. Finance Minister Ruckner explained. That man claims that he is more excellent than me. Ruckner. As expected, that can't be, right? Burkhart. Although he understands that since we are brothers, I don't believe there is such a great difference either. Ruckner. If that's the case, it's close to impossible for him to do something like defeating his elder brother, who has already cultivated his abilities in his position. Therefore his hostile stance can be seen as lingering affection towards the position of finance minister. In my opinion he was an incomprehensible man. And he is only acting like he is really clever because he is in an apparently safe place. Won't he unexpectedly receive retaliation one day? Since his pride is high, I guess he won't say it's impossible after all. The position of finance minister isn't his objective. The goal has become to show a stance of aiming for the position of finance minister. Ruckner, is he maintaining his faction with this? Burkhardt, that's because nobles are such creatures. Ruckner, I guess he has no particular problem as long as he is able to keep his faction together with this. And I think the person himself is still aiming for the post of finance minister deep down in his mind. It seems that's how it is. With his petty gambling there are men who fall prey to it as well, but, oh well, let's postpone this. By the way, Ruckner, although there are troubles, Baron Bormister survived for the time being. Since that's the case, it causes the next problem. Burkhardt, there are no doubts about the things found in the underground ruins, right? King Helmut, yes. Burkhardt, since I also saw it with my own eyes, there is no doubt. There are things like a dock dedicated to magic airships, a magic tool workshop and research materials related to magic tools. Given that there are many things that can't be appraised without consulting specialists, this was also a reason why I went ahead to report. It's a great discovery. Ruckner, certainly, it's as Finance Minister Ruckner says. In case of a normal adventurer, they won't earn enough money by being active until retirement for even a part of the Dragon Guillaume's feat. In such harsh world the boys' groups obtained a tremendous achievement. Even taking away his excellence as magician, that boy might be followed by luck different from other people. The boy himself is someone who often calls it bad luck though. I'm getting often dragged into that bad luck as well. Burkhardt, however, how troublesome. King Helmut, at the same time it also had troublesome parts. If one considers it for a bit, even I, who isn't well informed about the kingdom's financial situation, understand. After appraising that much loot, it's impossible to not pay the estimated value to the boys' group. The royal family is the wealthiest family on the continent. Their amount of assets is at such an unthinkable level that even the Margraves, entrusted with the East, West and South, don't feel like raising a rebellion. Even the only potentially rivaling imperial family of the neighboring country, Holy Empire Urquhart, doesn't reach their level of assets. That country also has 7 appointed duke households besides the selected emperor's imperial family. At the time the next emperor is to be decided, those duke households provide the candidates. A voting will be held at a congress mainly consisting of nobles and wealthy merchants. Holy Empire Urquhart isn't a nation with a firm centralized authoritarian rule to the degree of a royal family. What I mean here is the aspect whether the royal family will be even able to pay the reward for the accomplishments this time. It's not like they can't pay. The bought items will definitely return the invested money to the royal family if used effectively. No, they might increase their assets even more. But, Finance Minister Ruckner doesn't consider it to be a good thing from the standpoint of the kingdom's economy. If large quantities of platinum coins wander into the boy's magic bag for the sake of settling the debt, I guess he won't approve of decreasing the royal family's owned currency assets in one go, even if it is temporary. Will the royalty confiscate it then? Burkhardt, that would be foolish. King Helmut, I guess the boy would lose any connection to the kingdom at that point. From the start, it is possible for him to survive even if left alone in the wilderness without a penny. The boy has indomitable willpower to the extent of enjoying such situation in reverse. Without that, it should have been hard to endure this far, considering the circumstances of his family's home until he became 12 years old. I couldn't hide my surprise after previously hearing roughly about the boy's life at home from Eric Dono. In case of a normal child, it was to the degree that they would have become weird without doubt. I think, if I were in his shoes, it would have been a detestable childhood for me. If the boy's generosity reached its limit, he would abandon something like the kingdom as if it was a bogey. That stems from his trait that he can innocently enjoy the life in a new land at any time. As expected, His Majesty as well as Finance Minister Ruckner are aware of this much as well, I guess. And that new land would become Holy Empire Urquhart without a doubt. Even the other side would welcome an excellent magician with open arms. They likely won't stop laughing at the decrease in war potential of their hypothetical enemy. I'm sure they would receive the boy politely. First, we will dispatch specialists to calculate the estimated value. Ruckner, guards are necessary as well. Burkhardt, there is a maintenance dock for building magic airships and 7 usable magic airships. Especially the former is in a place far closer to the royal capital than expected. If we maintain them there, it will be an important base of the Air Force during peacetime. At the time danger approaches the capital, it would be possible to temporarily relocate the royal palace and the government there. In addition, there is also the large quantity of gilams and that unmanned repairing workshop. Furthermore, there are the goods of those dragon gilams, the research materials of that earliest Sherback and such things like those prototypes in the workshop. Since it would be bothersome if groups plotting to take things out appeared, it was indispensable to strengthen security at an early stage. Those are ordinary trapezoid rocky mountains, right? It was a blind spot, eh, King Helmut? Sure enough, I don't even have the slightest idea how much the estimated value will be. By no means I expected us to discover a treasure at the level of a dream after I retired as adventurer. Burkhardt, controversially, it's too amazing. Thus it will also become something troublesome. Because of that, it will be a reward for Baron Bormister's group. But, King Helmut, how troublesome. Ruckner, they cannot afford to not pay, but they are apparently considering the impact of it. After they groaned for a while, Finance Minister Ruckner sends a gaze to Guildmaster Werner. That gaze caused goosebumps for Guildmaster Werner. The Adventurers Guild hates interference by the kingdom and its nobles. But since this place isn't their home turf, Guildmaster Werner is probably being overwhelmed. Although he somehow was a renowned adventurer during his active duty, Finance Minister Ruckner sighs at his timid manner. As there are many folks who are like, what about the kingdom and its nobles? Eat shit. There are many people who stay like this after assuming an administrative post. You can frankly even say they perceive this as reality. It will take a while to estimate the reward to be handed to Baron Bormister, although the situation after that is settled. Ruckner, Finance Minister Ruckner consults about this with Guildmaster Werner. As top of the Adventurers Guild, he is given an exaggerated title like Guildmaster. The Adventurers Guild has still traces of the time as den of small-scaled, sly outlaws. This was the current predicament. Even so, they are putting great effort into preserving the guild's independence without somehow displeasing the kingdom and its nobles. If one doesn't sense this, it's because they are tormented by being pressured with "I quit" from the lower ranks. Those guys, thinking that would snatch away their positions as executives, frantically maneuvered towards expelling me. Rather than being stuck between a rock and a hard place in such organization, I preferred to get employed. I think it was decided that the guild would collect 20% of the profit obtained by adventurers, but, Ruckner, it is ridiculous in itself that Finance Minister Ruckner confirms such things in detail. Even a child knows about this much. The Adventurers Guild is managing the 20% from the request fees. Their financial situation isn't bad. Compared to other guilds, the concept of being responsible for oneself is strong at the Adventurers Guild. That's because they don't suffer from many expenses except the help for beginners. With the insignificant amount of indemnity sum given for people killed in action, that money can at most be used for a part of the funeral service costs. There is something I want to discuss in this particular case concerning the request fee. Ruckner, Finance Minister Ruckner, is calling it a discussion, but in fact it is nothing but an order. Despite not supporting Baron Bormister's group properly, you lot want to just take the request fee as it will become a large sum? Of course, you will refrain from that, won't you? I guess that's the meaning he wants to get across, as it is a special case, according to the terms. Ruckner, I guess the Adventurers Guild would be in trouble if the kingdom side was to be released from the responsibility here. Guildmaster Werner immediately agreed to the terms. Such parts are the main reason why I hate such petty official-like setting. As expected, if it's zero, it will be harsh for the guild's side. I will bear the responsibility to pay a fixed sum for the royal palace. Ruckner, I don't know how much it will be, but they will be able to cut the payment to the boys' group by at least the share of the request fee with this. Since it isn't like the net income of the boys' group will drop, there shouldn't be anything like complaints from their side either. He says there isn't much difference in ability in comparison with his younger brother, but it seems that it is very unlikely. This man was also terrifying. In exchange for not pursuing the guild's responsibility, he won't give them money. You could even say it was an unreasonable style only possible because he belongs to the kingdom's government. It's nice that the guild's side has accepted the terms. Ruckner. With these words, the necessity for the guild's officials to be at this place vanished. Urged on by Finance Minister Ruckner, their group leaves their seats and exits from the room. Are you glad that your responsibility has disappeared, or are you depressed because a vast amount of money through the request fee has disappeared? I'm not able to fully understand what they are thinking within their minds. Even so, I want you to feel relieved. I'd rather die than have such shitty job. Well then, let's hear about your true opinion now, Burkhart. King Helmut. Once the guild's officials left the room, His Majesty calls out to me right away. True opinion, eh? It's probably about what the boy thinks about the case this time, I guess. Let's start with we seriously almost died. The folks who gave us this obligatory request, and the guild's officials who didn't send any support except Burkhart-san, I'll get them for this. Burkhart. T/N. Obligatory request means a request by the kingdom with an enforcement on participation. But I can't be bothered to type that each time, and I don't see any other smart abbreviation. You heard him, Armstrong. King Helmut. I can't refute to that. Even I would have said the same in the same situation. Armstrong. Anyone will at least say this much if they are in a similar situation. If it's me, I might say a lot harsher things. By the way, who is the person responsible for handing out such obligatory request? Burkhart. Did you think it would be anyone but us? King Helmut. I don't think I did. Even if someone else handed it out, His Majesty himself would become responsible as he gave the permission to do so. Even we aren't an almighty God. Since Armstrong was finished with everything, we arbitrarily judged it to be alright and gave permission. There is no conspiracy or such. King Helmut. By no means I expected the ruins to have such strong defense force. Armstrong. Unexpectedly such reasons might be the truth for most historical events in this world. There might even appear several scholars in the future, who write historical records, wondering where the various dark forces moved to erase the boy. That certain head of financial auditing is Burkhart. That man won't cross such dangerous bridges. Being delighted of the possibility of Baron Bormister's death, the family's eldest son will only have a short-lived elation. Ruckner. That possibility is high. I guess he prepared an escape route even if the letter is used as evidence. Even if there are complaints afterwards, he will dodge it by saying such things as I didn't write that this was the definite truth. You can even say that it will be a good medicine. The eldest son, who is enjoying it prematurely, he damages my yard with the least possible investment. When it comes to this ability, that man is a genius. Ruckner. According to Finance Minister Ruckner, he sent a letter to the family's eldest son at great troubles. Using a magic airship for the sake of shortening the delivery time, he got a single adventurer to cross the mountain range by walking from Brotberg. It's a ridiculous story because even as he is set on shortening the time, it will still take 1.5 months. But you can call that a fast speed of information transfer if it's that territory. At this time the letter still hasn't been delivered yet. However, Baron Bormister is alive. Ruckner. It's fine if nothing strange happens with this timing. The eldest son will think it's a good cover to demand such things like the Baron Bormister household's peerage and legacy. King Helmut. Certainly, Burkhart. If I want nothing odd to happen, there's no choice but to pray to God. It's also for the sake for my master's mind's health. However, it seems my master doesn't really like the eldest son either. We are in the same boat on this. Because it will take time to calculate the reward, we want you to tell Baron Bormister's group to return with the guards and research groups that will be sent in turns. King Helmut. Understood. Burkhart. I had to once again return to the underground ruins after arriving here, but I'm not particularly unhappy about that. Beyond being concerned about the boy with his powerful bad luck, I guess that is fate as well. However, immediately following this, I'm attacked by yet another misfortune. There's no other choice but to pay the reward in installments. Until we finish paying it up completely, the ownership of the historic ruins will belong to Baron Bormister's group. We will add a little extra under the pretext of renting it. Ruckner. It was Finance Minister Ruckner who groaned due to the calculation of the reward to be paid, but he suddenly turns his face to me and starts to talk with me. By the way, Burkhart, that way it will be a heavy loss for you. Ruckner. Heavy loss? Burkhart. At first I didn't understand what he wanted to tell me, but I have remembered a terrible truth right away. It was the matter of the reward for an instructor as regulated by the guild. As instructor you won't take part in the reward splitting of a rookie adventurer party you acted together with. You will receive the reward regulated by the guild's headquarters. The payment for that underground ruin will be split among 5 people excluding Burkhart. Ruckner. There was something like that. Burkhart. In fact this rule was a good measure for both sides, the rookie adventurers and the instructor. The reward a rookie party obtains in their first battle doesn't amount to much. If you were to add the instructor to the splitting, It would be harsh. Therefore it has been decided that the reward for the instructor will be paid out by the guild based on the regulations. Even I don't know the exact regulations. Ruckner. It's 1 silver plate per day. Armstrong. It's difficult for rookies to earn 1,000 cents per day. But, for an excellent veteran, that much isn't any problem either. Although the coaching of rookies is a kind of volunteer work, the guild hands out a reward to some degree, as it would be pathetic to do it for free. Such were the arrangements. Furthermore, the veteran adventurer has to work at least 3 times as instructor for rookies as well. In total it was an obligation to do it well for 1 week and more. I have already fulfilled my obligation during my active days, but you know, Burkhart, I remember it to be a great challenge with a party filled with chickens. Since there wasn't anything like a magician, they only fought against monsters in a suitable, close-by monster domain. That's nothing rare for a party like the boys group. That's right, isn't it? I wonder whether the guild will add a little bonus. Burkhart. That's a definite no. Ruckner. People are evil, even Finance Minister Ruckner. In order to not decrease the net income of the boys group, he declined to pay the request fee to the Adventurers Guild, attached with a glance at the argument of responsibility. The reward of 7,000 cents for Burkhart is lacking. Let's give him a bit from the reserve funds. King Helmut. If you consider restricting the reward to 1,000 cents per day for a week, there isn't any mistake with my reward. There is no mistake, but if think about the hardships, I want to sigh. We will give him some from our remaining annuity. We have the responsibility to do so. King Helmut. Yes. It is very welcome. Burkhart. Apparently that boy is followed by a strange bad luck after all. Originally His Majesty can freely use his annuity, allowance, and thus he has ended up giving me a part of the reward. Going by the nature of this meeting, I guess a part of the money's source will be falsified, but I, who learned about it, have stomach pains. You know, Burkhart, don't put too much burden on the youngsters. King Helmut. Furthermore, I end up being stabbed by the nail. That it would be wrong to tell the boys group about this matter. Really, I have no doubt that I'm unlucky. Burkhart. There is no other way but to accept it. Even if I report it to Master, His Majesty will probably permit it. There shouldn't be anyone to whom he will leak this secret, if it's Master. Do you understand, boy? You will associate with such adults in such den of thieves until your death. Burkhart. Although, it's that boy. No matter how much money he receives, it will probably end up in his bag once again, with him saying that he has no use for it anyway. Well then, Burkhart will also be included in the official summoning later. King Helmut. Understood. Burkhart. Like this, the secret meeting, that pointlessly piled up stress for me, ended. On another day I was given an extra reward going by the secret agreement. If compared to the boys group's share, it's little, but it's an amount of money that is seen as large sum by society. Just, if I consider that this reward comes from the reserve funds of the national budget and His Majesty's personal annuity, my heart wavers. Although you can't really say that it's in my nature, I have a feeling that it would be wrong to use it for such things as womanizing. Also, there was the reward from the Adventurers Guild. 7,000 cents for 1 week. Exactly according to regulations. Just die. Burkhart. Those guys were petty officials after all. Although they let a high amount of request fee get away, they excessively stick to the rules and can't show anything but dry laughter. Or rather, it would be nice if they died. Just, even if that lot dies, I haven't even the slightest intention to become part of the guild's administration. Only that I will declare here. Moreover, another thing, although he turned up at that meeting, Cardinal Hohenheim didn't even say a single word. At the meeting he wore a facial expression as if it was a no-mask without saying a single thing. Accompanied by Guildmaster Werner, who was answering His Majesty's group, the staff below the submaster butted up to him with pale faces. If you anger that cardinal, he will withdraw the regulated amount of priest adventurers, and it's possible that the guild will lose its ability to do medical treatment with healing magic, which is one of its services. It almost reached the point that he lost his cute granddaughter and her fiancé. I guess he wouldn't be able to do something like dealing with that lot while smiling. Adventurers are responsible for themselves to some degree, but this time there wasn't even any margin to cover for the far too ill-prepared support of the guild. That Cardinal Hohenheim? Well, the guild has decided to increase the donations? In the end, Cardinal Hohenheim didn't utter a single word at that meeting. Since he didn't say anything, he was eerie in reverse. Furthermore, neither His Majesty, nor Armstrong Doushi, nor Finance Minister Ruckner started a conversation with such Cardinal Hohenheim, and after 1 week since being enraged at the stingy reward from the guild, all the present highest executives under Guildmaster Werner resigned all at once due to health problems. Although I heard the story since I was related to the successors of the Guildmaster and the executives, it probably improved the communication within the guild a bit as well. At the same time I decided to not talk about this matter to the boy and Elise Juchan either,